Esports fans, welcome back to the Apac Founders Series Week 3. My name is Dysart. I am joined here by Jay Beto. As you can see, hello Jay Beto.
Hello, Dysar. I'm excited to be back. Are you ready for this day?
I am ready. We've got a lot of interesting content to give to everybody today. A lot of fun games that we're going to be bringing from the primarily the Oceanic region. A lot of Australian teams, some New Zealand players and teams coming out this week. Last week we saw some interesting games come out. We saw Fish take it to Goblin in the grand finals after knocking out Sunday School, who was previously our #1 team early on in the semi-finals. So it'll be exciting to see which team will come out on top this week, if there's any changes maybe to the rosters or to who's going where. So I'm very excited to see it. Jay Beto, have you seen the beanie that I'm wearing tonight?
I have seen the beanie Dice. Sorry, you look quite good in that.
Thank you. You know, it's actually a beanie that supports charity. It's actually the fight against motor neuron disease. I'm posting the link in the chat for that right now. If anyone has the ability to support that charity, it would mean the world to us. You can join us with that link in the chat right now to help us fight against motor neuron disease. But Jay Beto, that is going to do it from me for the time being. I think I'm going to pass it over to you. I believe we have an interview set up with a very interesting individual.
All right, well, I'll be introducing that. Everyone say hello to Swifty.
Hello. Hello. How are we?
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. How are you doing?
Yeah, pretty good. Hoping for some good games tonight.
Yeah, me too. I'm excited to cast. So, just gonna, ask a few questions, see how you're feeling. So, obviously, I haven't been around as long as a few other people in this call specifically, and you being one of those people, played in OPL back in the day, played quite a bit. Tell me a bit about your experience and what it is exactly that brought you back to playing Smite OCL again.
Yeah, so I mean, I've been playing Smite since 2013, so long time player. So I've been there from the start. I was there from Athena release, I think.
Mm.
So a long time, and over the years, I sort of lost my enjoyment for Smite, and I think with Smite 2 coming out, I've sort of been able to recreate that same sort of enjoyment that I had at the start. I think the reduced god pool has really helped with um, reintroducing myself back into the game. I think
Mm.
whenever I tried to come back for a casual hero there, there was 40 new gods, and I'd have, 10-foot snakes,
Yep.
rushing towards me on my arena games. I had
Love
no
the
idea what's
RPM
going on.
monsters.
So it was so doomed. So Smite 2 has allowed me to come back. I mean, I'm only 23, but I'm a Smite boomer, right? So I'm coming back, and it's allowed me. When they bring out Ra, it's all over. I'm just
It's
gonna tell you, everyone. I've been around many times. Yada, a player I played with from the start. He was a competitive player before me, right? Okay, he's still here, all right, still grinding. Okay, I'm coming for him. Okay, it's simple as that. All
Oh.
right, he's there. I've got to come for him. He's on top, and vintage. I've got to come for them. They're my ops now. So that's sort of my history. That's sort of how, why I've decided to come back. I'm having fun with the game again. I've really enjoyed playing with all the new players, and it's just been a blast.
Yeah, cool. Some OCL mid laners, pardon me, mid laners catching some strays there. So got some interesting matches to see. Hopefully, we'll get to see that matchup quite a bit. Now, what was your experience on teams like Scylla? Obviously, you went to Worlds. This is correct?
That is correct. Yep.
What was your experience, kind of scrimming those teams? I'm really interested to see because OCE hasn't had that many opportunities to play against these like NAEU teams. So I just wanted to hear from your perspective what that experience was like.
Yeah, going to NA was a hell of a time. It was super enjoyable. It was one of the best experiences I've ever had playing Smite. It's definitely an experience I hope that a lot more people are able to have now that
Mm,
Smite has had Smite 2's come out with high res support. I think super unfortunate that what happened in 2018, and I think it's great that it's back. And
mm.
I think that experience is great. I mean, we got absolutely curb stomped when we went over there. Terrible time. But ranks was really good. I mean, just being able to experience going into a LAN. I mean, it's a really different experience. I mean, I went to lands in Australia, and that was always a super good highlight of my year. Multiple times a year you'd go, and even if you're not qualifying, it's still a place you'd go and you'd meet with people in the community. It was a really good time, and so an absence of that was yeah, terrible. So I mean, you know, that experience is something that people should be afforded, and I think there's a lot of really good players, and I think that uh, it's good. I mean, like I said, we had a terrible time, but I hope other people might be able to go over there and have a better time than us.
Yeah, well, speaking about Worlds, OCE being reignited, the kind of competitive passion that we're seeing around Smite 2 brings into question the hypothetical of, OCE going to Worlds again. Do you see yourself going to Worlds again? Obviously, teams might change in that time, but for now, is that a goal for, your team or just you in general? What would that mean to you being able to go back again?
Yeah, of course. Like I was just saying, it is the best experience you can have as a Smite player from OC. At the end of the day, the money is great, but going to Worlds and going to lands is what you want to do, and that's going over there is invaluable experience, right? You learn so much when you go over there. Even though we got beaten pretty much every scrim we played over there, the things you learn is just invaluable, right? It's things you can't learn when you're in OCE. So um, that's obviously should be everyone's goal if they're playing in this tournament. I think what are you doing here if you're not trying to win at all? At the end of the day, and Smite 2 is a yes, it's a carryover from Smite 1, but it's a new game. There's new people, there's new players. It's the best time to grind and become the best. So if you want it, you can do it, and it's really as simple as that. So putting in the time is the key. At the end of the day, the people who are on top right now are on top because they've played the crap out of the game. Simple as that, right? And so that's what it's going to take. As someone who's just coming back, I've got to play the game, exponentially more, and try and learn exponentially more than all my other peers. So that's something that I will have to do. And if I don't do it, then I'll that's a fail in my book. So I think winning is the only goal.
What a goat perspective. I would love to have you on my team. Speaking of your team, actually, you've got a few old names, such as, Furin. You've got some new names as well. Can you tell me a bit how do those two kind of vibes mesh together? Do you think that there's some, of the old experience coming through teaching the newer players? Is some, of the newer players like ingenuity, innovation kind of coming in and influencing you guys? What do you think about this?
Yeah. So, having new perspectives is great. I mean, Furin, you say, is an old player, but he's new to me. You know what I mean? I mean, they're all little children to me. So, I mean, MD actually, he used to play back in the day. So, but it's interesting, that's for sure. Like I said, I've never played with a lot of these people, so it's really fun to see the vibe. I was very young back in the day, and I think that Smart OC was a very toxic place.
Mm,
I think that you know it's all right, but it's better. It's so much better
yeah,
than it
yeah,
was back
yeah.
in the day. It really is, and I won't argue with anyone on that. It really is so much better. There's so much more positivity and actual passion for the game now. People actually like the game. You
Mm.
know, it's really good to see. So I've really enjoyed playing with a lot of the new players, and yeah, it's been a great time.
Well, man, that was awesome to hear from. Yeah, I had no idea that you felt this way, and it's super awesome to see. I hope you are able to go super far. I'm very, very keen to see. Hopefully, your team is going to playoffs. That would be really fun to see. Fun to watch you guys come up with things. See how you guys play off in that against the other teams. But I think for now, that's it from me. So, do you have any closing words or?
No, be great, be great. Those are my closing words.
All right,
Be good.
thanks. Thank you, Swifty. We're going to be jumping over onto our first picks and bans. Join back with me, Dice Hart. Dice, what a guy, huh? What a guy.
Jay Beto, I am starstruck. I am blinded by how fantastic it is to have Swifty here. although probably not good for my eyes. How exciting was that interview? Being able to talk to an old pro from back in the day like that, and getting to
Yeah,
hear from
awesome.
Sharks last week too is very cool.
Yeah, I think it's a great look for us. Have people who like really care about the game, the community, and I think he's absolutely right about. Obviously, I wasn't there back in the day, but I think that it is a really positive environment right now. A lot of people trying to get better. A lot of people really trying to get the most out of themselves, out of their teammates. So yeah, I'm really really excited to see how that works out with playoffs being kind of the first real representation of that. Um, but yeah, we are jumping into this first game.
We are.
Fish versus Goblin.
Fish. This is an interesting one. We saw Fish versus Goblin in our finals last week as well. So these two teams did have to face off against each other. They were the last set that we saw last week, and then the first set we're seeing this week. Do you think, Jay Beto, that Goblin is a team that is going to kind of they did lose 0-2 against Fish last
Mm-hmm.
week? Do you think they're a team who have had an opportunity to kind of review what happened there and work on their strats and what happened, or do you think that this is going to be sort of a Fish steamroll and they're going to be able to carry their weight over straight away?
I mean, yeah, I think that a week is kind of like it's kind of too short to make massive changes. Although we did see um, Fish lose to Sunday School week 1 and obviously beat them the next week. So, pardon me, not saying that it's unfixable problems that quickly, but it is a big ask when you lose a game or you lose games like that to turn around and win. Not saying that it can't happen, but we'll have to see. I have no idea, who these teams, what the scrim bubbles are looking like. But we do have new gods in the game this week. So Armor's still banned, but Baron, as we can see, and Yamoja also being added. Looks like we've just got a bit of a Oh no, coming through now. Awesome. All right,
Okay,
so
there we go.
I'm just gonna go over the gods as we get to them. I'll talk about the bans when they're finished. But we've got a Baron lock in first for Fish. I think there's a big flex potential for that character. I've seen a lot about the Deso Jotuns build that's been
Mhm.
going on, the tech, the cooldown that you can get your ult back mega quick. Seen that on Yamoja too. I think I saw Genetics playing that. Might have been. I saw a tweet about that. How you can just get your ult so quickly. But we're seeing Neath prior from Goblin, which I don't dislike. Even though there's these new gods in the game, and Baron has a decent time into a god like Neath, depending on where that Baron is going, whether it's going to be matched into the Neath or whether it's going to be just a solo lane pick. I do think that Neath is still super high prior. I think that the global potential is still great. The build is still so good for her. The changes to her in Smite 2 just make her so much better. And then obviously we see Jingwei and Fenrir ban now that that's been fixed up. What do you think?
I think interestingly here, first of all, I think what a yap coming out from Jay Beto here. The man didn't stop talking. Really wanted to come up with those technical issues.
I did. Yeah.
Um, Yeah, the Baron priority here from Fish is quite interesting. The counter coming out from Goblin, locking in this Odin, and it,
Mm-hmm.
having the anti-heal inside of that ultimate means that a god like Baron and even a god like Umoja, who's just been logged in here, who don't really have the escape potential to get out of that Odin ultimate without the use of a Phantom Shell, are going to have their healing, those core parts of their kit, reduced quite a bit.
Yeah.
So interesting, Jay Beto, that Fish locked in this Umoja after the counter god had already been selected, that Odin. Where do you think that's coming from?
I think that the anti-heal is definitely a big part of Odin. Like, I'm not going to sit here and say that it's not. It is a core aspect. But in terms of Smite 1 gods that anti-heal, in terms of Smite 1 gods as anti-heal counters, I wouldn't put Odin up there super high. I would put, Osiris comes to mind, even Arpuash, even Cucullin in his 1 in human form does a decent amount of anti-heal. I think that Odin is really picked for the survivability. He's super survivable, and once he gets a few levels into his clear, he just can't be killed in lane. He has awesome pick potential with his spear. Now he can get that out faster because there's only 2 different stages, and the cage, while it does keep you in and anti-heal you, it forces a relic, right? And
Yep.
you can catch people without jumps, forcing them to get the relic. But I still think the rest of his kit is really strong. I don't mind Baron into Odin because he can jump out of your 3, but you can force his jump fairly easily, and then he has to get caged because he has no CC immunity. Catching back up with the picks and bans here, we've got
Yeah, but,
Loki.
I think this Loki is very interesting. I wanted to touch on it very
Mm.
briefly. This is typically, as you can see on the Goblin side, Scout there, the jungler for Goblin, has a massive priority for that
Ooh,
Loki. Big fan of the Loki. So seeing that on Fish's
true.
roster is very, very interesting. We saw last week, for anyone that joined us there in these finals games, it was Scout playing the Loki that was able to keep Goblin in the game. So it's simply on the Fish roster, maybe trying to keep that away. But go on, you were going to talk about, I think, Goblin's picks here. They've got that Mordred and Nuwa.
Yeah. Last thing at the Loki, I think we saw how Scout did on that game where he was able to get that massive lead. Now, wasn't able to kind of get the same start in game 2, but I think that taking it away from him, not a bad thing. Simply definitely can play Loki. Like, I think we all know that he can play Loki. Mordred lock in with the Nuwa. I think the double global is really strong with Nuwa Neath. A lot of pick potential with a lot of like chain CC, root stun, that kind of thing.
Yep.
Pretty standard, like pick comp on her and Hakata. I love Fish's comp right now. So much AoE, like ult damage right now.
Yeah, I think as well their ability to kind of displace the opposition is really crucial
Mm,
here, right? You've got Hakate and you've got Baron who just don't let you stand where you were standing or where you wanted to be
yeah.
standing.
If
And
Odin jumps in,
alongside, yeah, if Odin jumps in, he's terrified. You're right. And alongside that, Yamoja kind of blocking off pathways as well. It kind of forces a lot of different relic options. Do you go the Phantom Shell? Do you go the beads? You obviously potentially have to take the beads item, which is going to give CC
yeah.
immunity to the people around you. And then the Barkus log in here for Goblin. I think that makes a lot of sense. Jed9 is very much a Barkus enjoyer, a Barkus fan. He loves to get that CC out.
Anti-heal gods, huh? That's
And
another one.
anti-heal as well. That's a good point as well. Barkus on that burp has the anti-heal available. Jay Beto, we're a little bit behind schedule, so I'm going to ask you quickly, which of these rosters do you think, or which of these picks and bans do you think has a better favor going into this first game here?
I love Fish's comp. I don't see how how Barkus, Odin are able to play. I think you jump at all and they're just instantly dead. There's so much lockdown, so much like at the same time single target as there is AoE damage as well with the Hakade and the Umoja. I love their comp.
Fantastic. I am a big fan of what Goblin have drafted here. I think that they are hyper focused in on this anti-heal. They know the crucial parts of Fish's roster and what they want to do. And I think that Scout is going to come out in this Mordred and show that he's not just a Loki player. But Jay Beto, I think we should find out what our casters think. Let's go over to Nuxel and Devane.
Hello everyone, welcome to the first game of tonight. My name is Nuxel. I'm here commentating with Devane. How are you going, Devane?
Hi, I'm doing well. Feel like we're back here again. These were the last games that we casted. And I'm interested to see that Loki's actually on Fish and
Yeah,
not on Goblin, so that's interesting.
super interesting. We've almost come full circle, like you said, from the end of last stream, last Sunday, at least for us, to the first game of today. There's a bit of a homage to that, but I think we've got something very exciting on the very first game up for us.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how this Baron's gonna go. I feel like he's such a polarizing character in Smite 2 at the moment. And he's in the solo lane. I do want to see, like, Odin does have anti-heal in his ult, but
Yeah.
I do want to see if he's gonna struggle a little, because Baron, I feel like he's really strong at the moment, but
Yeah.
yeah, I just excited to see how it all goes.
Yeah, I mean, like with what Dice Heart and Jay Better were saying before, the anti-heal is there from the Odin, and there is a
Yeah.
lot of healing coming from the side of Fish, like you were saying, but there's also so much displacement.
Yeah,
That
yeah,
that
it is.
cage to lock them down, it's great, but there's so much to counteract that with Fish.
Yeah,
It-
it feels like the only real counter they have is Odin, and if Odin's not able to do that, it's really going to be hard for them.
It's going to be quite difficult, absolutely.
Yeah.
But these aren't new teams. These are all players that are experienced, especially on the characters that they're playing. The only newer gods that we're seeing are the Mordred and the Hecate, but with the amount of time that these people are putting into the game, I don't think that that's going to
Yeah, I
put
don't
them
think
at too
Hecate-
much of a disadvantage.
Yeah. So interesting to see. On Fish, everyone got Phantom Shell actually, so they're making sure that Odin is not an issue for them at all.
And we just saw recently the Phantom Shell nerf as well. This is an amazing start to the game. Fish question mark just running all the damage into Invictus there. And we're, by first game, seeing how much the Umoja can just dish out.
Yeah, I think this might actually be the first Anher game we're seeing. I think we're seeing Anher getting picked more, in the ADC lane, so that's good to see.
I believe there was 1 or 2 games, maybe even Flicks, that played it last week, but there was also a lot of Sonanos, which we didn't see in the week prior as well.
Yeah,
We saw a lot more Soul, but
yeah,
with...
usually a Soul or Jingwei.
Yeah.
Looks like, oh.
Ooh, Automaton maybe getting a little bit caught out here.
Yeah, Umoja getting called out. I think that would be okay.
It is also Umoja, so she's just going to stun, and she's just going to keep walking.
Heal up. Yeah, it's like, it is good now we're getting to see some healing characters as well, so that's another dynamic that we're going to start to see in Smite 2. Because before there wasn't really that many heal, like there was self-heal, but no major healers for your teammates, essentially.
Something else worth mentioning was something that we haven't seen yet in Smite 2. I guess you could talk about, well, to do with the mana bar. Like, we've got Umoja with the Omi, which is something to definitely keep out an eye out for. You know, that low mana bar is going to go up a lot quicker than you'd usually see for a lot of these mage champs and regular gods that we're seeing in the battlefield here. But this is a 3-man gank straight away, simply getting straight into the fight, and Flix is going to be picking up the first blood for him. He is going to be loving that. That is for sure.
Apparently, we also Usher actually went down in the solo lane. He got ganked on at the same time, so that was a loss for Goblins, but you know, at least they did get a good trade there.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, wasn't able to get that first blood, just not quite having the timing there on their side, but the trade is good.
Yeah,
trying to keep it as even as possible.
I'm not surprised they're putting the pressure on the Baron, because they probably don't want him to get ahead.
No, that would be terrifying, and especially with the cooldown builds that we've been seeing the Baron being played with. It's just ridiculous, the amount of healing and damage and just displacement that he is doing.
In my opinion, I think Goblins, for them to take this out, they're going to need to take this game out early and not let Baron get ahead. Because if they let this game get
Mordra's coming straight in. We're looking at a bit of a deja vu over in the duo lane, and he's re-ganking Scouts, wanting to get that back and push the Baron down as far behind as possible, and he knows that blue buff is coming up as well.
And that mid-cage already doing its job.
Yeah. Scout's getting aggressive here in the jungle. This is now his jungle, not being able to get the red buff away from Yada there, but he's putting his pressure on the map, and that's what he needs to do. You mentioned with the early game being needing to be closed out a little bit more for Goblins, so Baron doesn't get online. I think the interesting thing to look at as well, if you look at the front line for Fish question mark, it isn't the most crazy. Baron is someone that wants to sit behind someone. Umoja isn't the most tanky person. Where Goblins...
just like a backline support.
Yeah, she wants to heal, she wants to displace, she wants to sit back. Looks like Yada might be dead here. Oh, the newer Fire Shard's just not quite able to get enough damage there, but Umoja getting her ult up and crashing waves straight down, and Rexy getting killed by Simply, but Scout's coming in. He's wanting to get an ult off, but he's driving around and missing his ult. Unfortunate for him, that'll be Rexy going down, and no one for Fish question mark.
That was a bit unlucky for Goblins. I feel like they did do their best to try and take a pick, but they didn't, and lost one on their side.
Still in favor of Goblins though. We're seeing a lot of back and forth, but to go back to the tankiness, we've got Odin and we've got Barkus and Mordred for Goblins. We're seeing that very common OCE tank playstyle. Scout maybe getting caught a little bit too aggressive here in the jungle duo lane. They know that his ult isn't quite available yet, but he's going to get out quite safely, having to use his blink to get away as well, and he'll just be backing under tower. But lots of frontline, lots of potential abuse from that. to be able to just say, hey, you're not doing as much damage as you think you guys are, and we're just going to turn that back on you. But we'll see how that goes.
I'm just interested to see if goblins have learned anything from last week's play in terms of like the macro plays.
I feel like Yada's getting a lot more pressure onto him than he saw last week. He's just backing on cooldown. They're camping his lane, and he is a scary person to let just farm. If you've been playing OCE ranked, if you've been playing any games with Yada, so I'm
Thankfully,
sure
I have not. That's a big avoid from me.
you would not want to see Yada getting ahead, but another great kill for Goblins, trying to push out their lead even more from that even game state, and Scout's going to be getting a kill for himself onto Simply, and a fight's breaking out. Umoja maybe getting a little bit caught out here, but Yada's trying to bring back as much damage back onto Goblins. It doesn't look like much is going to be happening here. Scout might be getting caught out though. 3 people straight onto him, and Yada's going to be picking up that kill.
Oh, Scout's health bar is like put me off a little bit. Once in a while I see, but I'm like, is that a god?
A little bit of a weird spectating thing there, but Simply straight into the mid lane, and he's looking to continue this killing frenzy for Fish ? Rex is on such low health, and Simply will be picking that up, and Jed9's just having to walk away and back under tower. This is a red buff invade for Simply, and maybe a kill as well. Osme's so tanky though, and he's just going to be walking away in his own jungle, but so much getting taken away of gold and XP. Fish will be eating that up, but we're still at a fairly even game state.
It's a fairly even game state. Like I was saying earlier, I'm wondering to see if goblins have learned anything last week with macro plays, and seeing if they're gonna try and take control of the map a bit better.
Ooh, River's Rebuke coming out, and Mordred ult as well, slamming down onto Flix. Flix not really doing much about it, and he's gonna get taken down by Scout, and they're just gonna have to jump away there, but Loki coming in, he's vanished, and he's wanting to do some damage as well for himself. Jed9 getting aggressive here, and Yada and Automata don't have the health bars to work with. They're walking away, and Fire Shards getting the closeout kill onto Simply, and Yada barely any health, but he'll be staying alive.
I think goblins will be looking at to get a gold fury here now that they've just won that fight, and I don't think Fish will be able to defend at all. Unfortunately, yeah. So gold fury to goblins, impressive.
Yeah, it looks like the macro
here. They're doing well.
Yeah, the macro game is definitely been turned up a notch for goblins, and as well as that, this is a best of 1. This isn't the best of 3 that we saw in the finals. So they just need to win this one game, and then they get pushed through onto the bracket. And they're in for a good start to that as well. I think.
Yeah, I think what is really key for Fish here is making sure that Baron will get to that stage where, like, when he starts rotating and doing a lot more damage in those team fights. And with those, like, the cooldowns at the moment, cooldowns are so strong. I think the team fight stage, when the solo laners are involved, it's what's really going to tell how this game is going to go.
Yeah. 3-1 Mordred, 2-2 Nua, Goblins with the lead. Who do you think, Devane, is going to be the person that's going to be carrying these team fights? Obviously, it could be multiple people, but who do you think is going to be taking this lead and pushing it into that mid and late game?
Yeah, like, we're not seeing much for Baron at the moment. So, because that is what I'm hoping for. I think, like,
in left lane, and Baron, we're seeing the first ult come out for him as well, not picking up anyone. Scout's just trying to do some chip damage under tower, but not much happening here other than a blue buff invade, but we didn't really see it, but Flick's got a kill onto Neath over here.
Yeah, because I feel like if it's not Baron, then it's probably have to be Hecate to get some stuff happening.
For Fish? I meant Goblins, like with their lead. Who's going to be trying to carry that? Because there is a lot of damage and displacement on Fish ? I feel like they're going to be needing to do a lot of work to win out those team fights, even with that tankiness. I feel like it's still going to be difficult just looking at that at a first glance, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, you're right. I actually don't know who would be best god they would rely on. I really have to think it just has to be a team effort. I feel like, at the moment the stats is pretty evenly split on their team, which is good to see. You don't always want it to be all just one character.
I think the reason I'm not mentioning this Neith too much, I mean, obviously this duo lane is definitely looking in favor for Flix and Automaton here, but we did see the Neith nerf. With how much she's getting picked up, especially in the mid lane, and just getting played in almost every game last week.
Yeah.
We did see her get nerfed, and maybe the carry potential just isn't quite as much there as we did see last week. And that's why I'm thinking that maybe it's going to be between, the new like combos and just getting those stuns off. I feel like that's going to be so important, and that's so much damage as well onto these squishy champs. But a breastplate pickup to start with for Baron as well, cooldown and tankiness. Like, I feel like he's going to be needing that.
Yeah, so with the Neith, I feel like the best thing about Neith is her utility. So if they were able to use the Neith more for her ult and trying to lock down individual characters, that would be the best way to use her, even if she hasn't got the same amount of damage.
Yeah, absolutely. She's still going that Book of Thoth Transcendence build, that sort of one-shot mana build that we were seeing last week. So I wonder what that's going to look like. There's still a lot of cooldown in that build, and the utility, like you said, if that's going to be what's getting focused there, the cooldown is going to be something really important for Neith. But still maybe looking at a one-shot build as well, but I guess we'll see come a little bit further into this game. It's so even, it's so great to see from finals last week, and seeing this continue into this. But a Gold Fury is coming up, the second one up now on the map.
And
There's a decent
Fish
grouping
does
as
have a
well.
Naga, so they might be looking at Gold Fury to make sure they can secure that. I feel like we're now trying to beat out the fights here.
Yeah,
to get
good engage here from Jed9, and Yada's going to get taken down from the Neith. And like we said, this is the Neith, this is what she needs, getting that first kill. And Scout's going to be getting taken down in return. Automaton's going to be picking that up. Not too great for Fish. You're wanting to give that to one of your damage carries, but there's a bit of a trade here going on, but it looks like Goblins have to step back here on the Gold Fury. Fish have the tempo there a little bit, but they don't really want to take it. They just want to be annoying. There's no tier 1 tower on the duo lane, so they're just going to be walking around the gold and being a little bit scary. But they're not taking the Gold Fury quite yet. We just saw the fire shots as well have to get put down.
It's probably a bit too risky to take it at the moment, but they might be looking at getting it now.
Yeah, they're taking it now. The fire shards is down underneath. They don't have much vision control. They don't know that they're on it even. I mean, they just have to play so passive, down one person and not having that tempo. It's just so risky to try and take that fight. The solo lanes over at the right will still be doing their own thing, and that looks like it'll be Gold Fury for Fish ? But again, it's still so even.
It is still even. That has definitely evened it out a little better in Fish's side, because I feel like Goblins was taking most of the wins throughout the game here.
Absolutely. But I mean, did we see? Yeah, it looks like a Pyromancer is going to be getting looked at from Goblins, so that's a good trade. Maybe would have liked to see that a little bit earlier when they were on the Gold Fury, because we did see it come up about in the middle of that. But they had given time for Fish to then be grouped onto this, and we saw a River Zaboot come out, and Yada as well, bringing in Rexy, but it looks like they'll be diving onto the backline. Automaton's getting a little bit called out, as well as the Hecate. She's not being able to do anything, and an amazing Mordred ult coming up and knocking up 2 people. Flix getting a couple kills for his own now. Osme and Yada will be the ones taken out. This is a 4v4 coming in. Jed9 getting up by the skin of his teeth, but not quite. Sibley's going to be taking that down for himself, and that's going to be an Aegis away from Invictus. And he's going to be walking out of there with not much impact left on that. And tier 1 tower looked at for Fish ? Getting taken down, as well as just an amazing fight on that Pyromancer. And they'll be looking at getting that as well.
That was a really big team fight for Fish, I think.
That was huge. Like, amazing. But I mean, this is what their comp does. It was that displacement, the Baron ult. It didn't matter that there was that that Odin ult, Yada got taken down, unfortunately, and he was just put in an awkward position, maybe playing a little bit too aggressive there. So as much as I say unfortunate, it may have been his own fault. But
Yeah, I mean,
we just saw...
unfortunately for the Odin as well, they have 5 Phantom Shells, and I saw 2 get popped when he
Yeah.
popped his cage. So it wasn't even going to be a problem. And then, you know, Baron came in afterwards to clean up. So, yeah. We got another Odin cage.
Yeah, straight away, and a life of the party as well, getting popped from Osha. Good heal coming out, but Pursue the Weak coming down to take the rest of the Baron's health away, and Scout will be walking away with that, and Osme pushing this tower on the right side.
That was a
But
really good
Automaton
answer
was there to-
back from Goblins, actually.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but I even saw, like, as right before Baron ulted, he used a shell there, and like that Odin is cage isn't really, doesn't seem that it's going to be a problem. You just need to make sure that they're locking him down with against, like, with Mordred.
That's another kill for Simply. 4 and 2 now, closing up onto that scoreline of Scout here on the Mordred. But yeah, to talk about that team fight and wrap back around to that as well, we saw quite a lot of displacement from both sides. Like you said, there was 2 Phantom Shells getting popped out, but the Pursue the Weak, the ultimate ability from Mordred, just really clutching out that, like, if you don't have beads, then he's loving that, and he'll knock you up, and he'll do as much damage as he can. And he was the one that was able to get that kill onto Yada. But then the closeout of all of the River's Rebuke. I guess we saw the Hecate ult come out a little bit early, but the life of the party as well for Baron, just really clutching out there in the end. And as a lot of us know, with Baron now in Smite 2, he can stun multiple people in his ult. So that's scary. It is very scary for him to be popping that out. You don't want to be anywhere nearby, especially if you don't have beads, which no one does on anyone in this game.
There's 2 blinks, but that's all you got.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, Blink can be pretty clutch.
They are pretty good, yeah.
But as a jungler and a solo laner, you're usually wanting to use that to engage, right? It doesn't feel great to use that to get away, but sometimes you have to.
It's good to see that Scout's doing really well in this Mordred. I feel like, you know, from last week, we saw them really prioritize that Loki. And whilst he did do really well in the Loki, it was kind of questioning why that Loki was first picked. Yeah. But it's good to see that he's doing really well in the Mordred. He does not have to be playing Loki for sure.
Yeah, he's really proven his own that he's not a Loki main. He can do other things as well. Scout really proving his worth for the side of Goblins. Jed9 taking a lot of damage around this Gold Fury already. This doesn't look great for Goblins, and Fish question mark will be pushing around here. Baron's playing super far up, getting a bit of chip damage, but you take this damage on Goblin's side, and what can you do about it? You take damage on Fish question mark side.
Goblins are retreating. They're not even looking at getting this. I feel like, you know, if I was Goblins, I would be trying to still contest this, because this is really going to start pushing Fish into a bigger lead, and they're really going to start to take and run along with that, I think.
I think the hard thing for Fire Shards having to get popped out already, I think Osha had hit his root on Rexy there, and he just had to get away. He didn't want to die. But I think the issue is Fish question mark, if they take chip damage, they're just going to heal it straight up. Especially into this new one, that does not feel great. Where Goblins, if they're taking the chip damage, there's not much that they can do about it. So if they want to take a fight, they kind of have to all in. And if they don't think that they're going to win that, it's not worth it.
That is true, because now we have a Umoja to have like that potential.
Cage getting popped out, 3 people getting stuck in here, and Pursue the Weak getting pushed straight onto that Loki. He's not used his ultimate ability quite yet. Assassinate's still up, and Yada will be getting the first kill of this team fight. Jed9 getting taken down, and Flix will be walking down the Odin. Scout's getting a little bit caught out, but I think he's got the movement speed to get away. He's having to use his blink defensively, like we were saying before, and 4 people walking up the right side of the map, and they're wanting to get this tier 1 tower, and Odin just slowly chipping away these tier 1 towers, winning fights, taking the tier 1s, and then they're looking to get the objectives, but maybe not this tier 1.
They've definitely been working at it one step at a time. They're now running around the map, grouped up, taking these big objectives as they come. Now they're looking at the Fire Giant. So yeah, they're definitely taking control of the map at the moment.
Absolutely, yeah. for sure. It's not great for Goblins. Straight onto the Fire Giant, and they're down a player. There's not much they can do about it. And Life of the Party getting put out, but jumping away Odin is, and he's going to be safe for now, but half health does not feel great for him. Rexy's getting a little bit aggressive here, and a good amount of damage onto Simply Jed, getting that closed out kill, and Osh is going to be killing Scout in return. There's decent damage coming out into the back line, healing up, but Rex is going to be getting the kill onto Flix. Fire Giant dance, 1200 health, Hecate out, coming out, and Yada's going to be destroying the Fire Giant. Osh is getting a kill onto Rexy. Fish, question mark, looking so great in this fight. Jed Knight's dancing around. Can he do anything here? Automaton is just chucking out his bubbles and not quite hitting Jed with much damage. That's a Fire Giant for Fish, question mark. Only down 2 players for each teams, but Invictus being able to get a tier 2 tower is really great for him. That was some good macro play, but a Fire Giant's not great.
That was such a surprising team fight. I really thought it was over for Fish there. But I think, yeah, the Emoja really healed them all up. Like, essentially, I felt like, you know, that was pretty much all over. The Goblins looked like they were getting the lead in that team fight, but it really just turned around. And then, like, just a quick little steal from Hecate. Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, just popping it out like.
So yeah, now they have the Fire Giant. They're just in a much better position now to just start pushing down these lanes, taking these towers.
Yeah, doing that with their Fire Giant. Have you played against much Hecate or Hecate?
I have, and every time it happens, I'm unsure.
Yeah, it's
the displacement is so disorienting sometimes.
it certainly is. The open the gates is such a confusing thing, and it opens up below you, and you really don't think it's going to do the damage it did.
Yeah.
We saw that close out that Fire Giant there, as well as get a few kills for his own, or just the one. But it's just it just is a crazy burst. But a fight here. Baron may be getting caught out, doing a good heal, but not quite enough. Rexy's going to be getting that kill for himself. 4 and 4 here. He's evening out his scoreline. 3 4s. He'll be loving that.
The Goblins really don't want to let that Baron get away with anything. I feel like they're doing a good job with focusing on the Baron.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
unfortunately,
they
there's
certainly need to do
still
that.
4 other players on the team that they have to deal with.
It's so
And 4
quick.
other players with Fire Giant currently.
Yeah, and this is an Ancient Fury here. Fire Giant on them. Scout's getting assassinated from the Loki, and Flix is going to be picking up that kill, but the fight's not over yet. Goblins jumping in. Automaton's getting killed in return. Jed9 picking up that. He's got a few kills for himself, and they'll be running at this back line. There's not much that Simply can do. He's got no ultimate ability. Slow immune, but he's getting stunned. So much CC coming out. Fish question mark. Not much that they can do. Simply's getting taken down. Osme is going to be picking that up. And there's not much else that Fish question mark is going to be able to do, even though they have Fire Giant. Goblins being able to return that really well, and they'll be picking up an Ancient Fury all for themselves.
That is a very good win for Goblins here. That's
so
probably
clutch.
just enough that they... This is an Ancient Fury, isn't it? Yes, it is.
Yeah.
So, you know, they still have a chance in this game here. Even though they didn't get the FG, they have the Ancient Fury, so they can start pushing these towers. They only have, what, 2 and a bit towers to take down. And they can get a bit of a little bit of more of a lead here.
Look
The
how
game
low that tier
is
1
still
tower
really
is,
even.
right?
The goal in favor of Goblin.
Yeah, crazy
That
turnaround.
fight really turned it around.
I said it 10 minutes ago, and I'll say it again. It's so even.
It's
like, look at the gold lead right now. It's barely nothing.
Yeah, it is feeling like they have had a few lessons since last week. You know, I did feel like they let Fish dominate a little bit, whereas this time I feel like they're doing really good. Like, okay, you took the Fire Giant, now we're gonna make sure we get this Ancient Fury. Like, they're trying to make sure they do the trades that they need to stay in the game.
It's super impressive. It's great to see these teams evolve as we're getting further and further into the weeks of Apac. It's great. It's great. And Goblins being such a come-up team from last week, getting through the bracket and versing our top 2 team of the week before. It's great to see the growth, and I hope that we can continue that out with the rest of the teams and you know, maybe we'll see Sunday School getting dogged down in the bottom of the ladder a little bit more than I think a lot of us would expect to see. But who knows? Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, it was good to see, like, these guys, they have been playing Smite for a really long time. You know, well known in
Ooh,
the scene.
Assassinate goes massive there. That was a 3-man Assassinate, and Open the Gates picks up the rest of the team straight into the River's Rebuke, and Yada will be picking up 2 kills for himself. That's a killing spree. That was a massive engage. What was that? That was crazy.
That was, like, the cleanest execution of Ultimate.
Oh my god, Simply has the eye of the tiger, picking out that engage perfectly, and the absolute
giant actually ult
coordination
as
was
well.
crazy. Oh my god.
Oh, Fish is definitely not, like, taking this down without a fight. They are trying to make sure that they are the ones that come out on top. They have been in the finals for the past 2 weeks. I don't think they want to be going out in the first round. I really do think that they're trying to make sure that they stay in this game and do what they need to do in order to win this game.
And they are showing us why they've been in the finals for the past 2 weeks. Their skill is unmatched, and especially in these team fights. This is what's really, you know, what closed them out in that one of those games in the first week. Sunday School won that set, but we got to a stage where it was so even, and it was just team fight after team fight dancing around, and Fish were the ones that were able to close it out because they were playing on their own turf. They were playing their own game rather than Sunday School's game, and I feel like that's what Sunday School do so well. They make the enemies play their game, and then they just run you over.
You know what I also thought was, like, I'm replaying that team fight in my head. I thought it was interesting that the Hecate ult kind of pulled their whole team just out of the Odin cage, like, because it was like the Odin was like, okay, we're fighting here now, and then it's like, no, we're just gonna move you out of here.
Yeah, they thought they caught the Loki out of position, but not quite.
And then just a well-timed ult from the Yamoja as well, just those, like, crashing waves right on top of that. It was really good synergy there. Like, that's what it is. It was really good synergy. Great team play.
These are the kind of flashy things that you see when there's no beads picked up on either side. It's scary, though. It's scary to be walking around with no beads, and that's going to be Assassinate having to be popped from the Loki. Neath, Worldweaver getting straight onto him, and Scout's going to be picking up that kill all for himself. He's not going down without a fight, and Fish doing the same over in the duo side. They're looking for a fight, and Osh is getting a decent amount of heal. There's just, you can't get the poke off on them. They'll just heal it straight up. You've got a Yamoja and Baron, and getting aggressive here. River's Rebuke getting caught up, and Odin Cage straight down on top of it. We've got wall-and-wall action, and Yada opening the gates and getting 2 kills again. And Osha getting the kill for himself over in the back line. We thought he was getting picked off, but he's the one that got Rexy for himself. Invictus is getting picked off as well, even though he was able to get that aggression over in the Loki initially. But this is going to be a clean fight for Fish ? Jet 9 getting picked off, not without dancing around a little bit, and Flix is going to get that kill all for himself, and they're pushing down this Phoenix. This might be the game right here and now.
The game, yeah. We're really seeing the value of that Jamoja in that fight, because I feel like they were down a player, but it didn't matter. They could still heal up, heal through their damage, and, you know, even Odin caged, but he still had 3 players on him anyway, so he was gonna be able to survive that.
I don't know how that Baron stayed alive. He was on such low health against a Bacchus and a Neath, and he got the kill? No, as well as the Nuwa. It was a 1v3 and he got a kill. I'm so confused how he stayed alive. Just crazy healing and crazy plays. I would have liked to see what happened there in the back, but Fish is going to be your game 1 winners of Apac week 3. That's super exciting. A crazy even game and some amazing team fights to close it out at the end.
Yeah, it was a really good watch. It was pretty much even across the board up until Fish really just said, like, no, we're ending this game now. We're winning from here on out. Yeah, it was really good.
If they see that opportunity, it looks like they're just going to take it and run away with it. But
yeah,
it looks like we're already about to stump jump into the P's and B's of game 2 already. So I'm going to pass it over to our desk, Dysart and Jay Beto. But thank you for the first game so far, Devane.
Dice Heart. I'm stumped at that engage from Simply. Holy!
Great use of the Loki ultimate. Finds so many members of Goblin, and that was the point where Fish found themselves, honestly, in the driver's seat in that game, got themselves a fire giant. Big shout out to Nuxel and Devane on that cast as well. They sounded fantastic. And did you hear how excited Nuxel was? He was more excited than I was.
That I was muted, but I wish you could hear. I screamed on that Hecate ult follow up. That was insane.
Good to see that there's more than one Loki player in OCE at the moment. But Jay Beto, we're getting into our second game here of the Apac Founders Series, week number 3, Ping 269 versus Drink or Drunk. Now, we haven't seen a lot of Ping 269, but this roster is very interesting. They've got players like Josna, who's been around for years and years and has played on competitive teams in the past. I believe, is that Prenzel on their team there as well?
Yes, it does say Prenzel.
Yeah, he's also
Do you need two
very...
sets of glasses to be able to see, old man, or just one?
I'll do it. I'm crazy. Also a community member that's been around for a long time, but Drink or Drunk, they've had a really, really good few sets in these last few weeks as well. And we're going to see here, Jay Beto, Fenrir and Jingwei banned out. Very common at the moment for Oceania.
Yeah, upon seeing that game, obviously Fish is one of our top teams. Came second week 1, came first week 2. So a little bit of team player bias when it comes to analyzing how well picks performed, but Baron, Yamoja together look so strong. It's unbelievable. I really want to I know that we're not going to be talking about that last game too much, but I really want to highlight one fight where Yamoja and Baron are there, and Baron is just stalling and stalling and stalling, and he can't die. He's in Baron cage, not shell, and he just lives and lives and lives. And then Yamoja ult comes through. It's like a second engage. It just looks so frustrating to fight against. Again, we see the Neath pickup that I keep harping on. I do have some thoughts on Neath that maybe when I've got a bit more time on the cast later I can talk about. But yeah, I want to keep this Neath in mind, where I think that I'm not too sure if teams are playing around the Neath correctly. I'm not sure that it's a pick every game, first pick, you're done, you win the game type of pick, but maybe it's just a comfort pick. On top 3 ping 269 right now, we've got Neath, Nuwa, Odin. So again, that double global potential that they had last game, and Odin. So very, very similar comp right now from 269. Nothing too crazy. And
Ooh,
Baron,
I like this
Barkas.
Susano hover though for Drink or Drunk. We haven't seen a lot of him. And Susano is a very strong jungler at the moment, being overshadowed a little bit by the Mordred in Oceania right now. We've seen a lot of Mordred and a little bit of Loki. Oh, and this is a god that we've seen a bit of though. The Anubis locked in for Drink or Drunk, Jay Beto.
Looks like we're going for some more healing. I guess there's not too many anti-heal options in the game other than this Odin cage. But the Emoja hover, I'm assuming this is going to get locked in. Now, something about this Susano that's going to be really cool to see is that it technically can go ADC as well. It can also go solo. It's a great pickup into a character like Neath because you can cancel her backflip. You can also follow it. It's really, really difficult for Neath to get away from Susano in lane. But the Susano, the Cernanos coming through. Looks like Susano is just going to be heading into the jungle unless we're really seeing some cooking from Apple Cruz in the Cernanos jungle.
I looked away for just a moment and looked back, and there's a Zeus locked in.
There is a Zeus. I can tell you this is Zeus jungle because I've played against it before, and it's frustrating.
Very good to know. I am a fan. I think that, the classic is seeing the Odin Zeus being locked in together, and now we've got the Odin Zeus and the Yamoja locked in together.
Yamoja.
I think fans would agree this is potent, Jay Beto.
I actually really like the kind of cage insta-kill setting around the healing. I think that with a little bit of anti-heal, you're playing the fight to 100 to 0 the targets. I think that's a great playstyle into the healing because Nuxel talked about it before on the last game that when, the anti-heal does something, right? But then when the fights break apart, it's pretty standard knowledge stuff, but you get healed out of combat. So you get poked to half HP, you get healed up, and the other team isn't healing. So with a team comp like Ping 269 have, the Odin cage, the Yamoja cage, the stun, they've got a lot of stun potential, change CC, Odin stun, Nuwa stun, Neath root again. trying to insta-kill this Anubis or this Baron or this Cernanos or this Asano. I think that I really like that playstyle into this comp, and I think I have to go with Ping 269's comp for this game.
I'm a big fan of what Drink or Drunk are bringing here, Jay Beto. I think that they're really showing their name. They've got Barkus, they've got Baron, they're bringing the party, and they're bringing the Drink or Drunk, exactly representing themselves. Jay Beto, let's throw it over to the cast, Osme and Nuxel, to take us through game number 2.
Hello, hello, hello. Nuxel, I think you may still be muted, but...
I am muted. Hello. Whoops. Nuxel is here. Hello.
Are you excited for this matchup?
I'm so
matchup we've got
excited.
going on?
I mean, if anyone has done much science class before, you know that water and lightning does not mix well, and a Yamoja and Zeus on the same team, I think bodes the same result. I would be scared. I think I agree with Jay Beto. I like Ping 269's comp. It's going to be very fun to watch the plays that happen here.
Yeah, and the Smite spectator couldn't even figure out this is a Zeus jungle, but touching on that, I'm not too sure about it. What are your thoughts on that one?
I think it's interesting. Like, we've got Baron, like last game we saw the Baron and the Emoji on the same team, and it was just, the healing was just so oppressive. And now we've got them on either side. It's going to be really interesting to see how that balances off with the chip damage of Poke. But Susanoo pulling in the Zeus already, and Hot Dog's getting taken down. That's a first kill for Azimo. And their mid laner is going up 1-0. That's going to be nice.
That's not the start that you're wanting if you're playing a Zeus.
No.
We know the name of the game at the moment is Dive. I'm just a bit skeptical if this Zeus will really bring that. There's so many jungle picks at the moment, like this Mordred, like this Loki, that just dives so well. And we've seen so much success out of this type of identity of pick coming out of the jungle. I know there's this classic Zeus Odin combo that we've got here, but yeah, I'm a bit unsure if Hot Dog's really going to have the impact that you need out of jungle. It's all, we'll kind of have to wait and see, but there are some kind of abusable picks on the side of Drink or Drunk. This Baron can get picked.
Ooh, Odin's already getting low here. Moxie's going to be in a 1v2, and Hot Dog looks like he'll be taking it back and getting a kill for himself. I don't think we can
in the
speak
game.
too soon. Taking back our words.
I take it all back.
It's only very early, right? I'm excited. I have high hopes to see what happens with the Zeus. Good damage coming onto Barchi Man there. Baron seeing a different side of the game now over in the duo lane instead of the solo. This is where I think I would usually expect to see the Baron. At least if I was going to be drafting, but I think it worked so well last game as well, being able to pair that up with Yamoja. Already Hot Dog is looking to get even more revenge. He's got blood on his mind, and he's ready to chuck out the thunderclaps and get some kills. And he's walking around over into the bush, and Juki's going to be looking like he'll be the one that's getting targeted here, but not quite. We've got Apple Cruz walking up, and Barchi Man's getting turned on, walking around over in his mist, and it's all over for Barchi Man. That's a kill on him, and Hot Dog's picking up that trade onto Juki as we saw that first target there. Still fighting. Hot Dog, the detonate, clapping down Smitty, and Apple Cruz doesn't have much worse health to work with. Hot Dog's waiting for his detonate to come up, but I don't think the cooldown's quite there to finishing him off. That ended up being in favor of 269. Oh! Death Gaze doing Death Gaze things over in Anubis, and Moxie's picking up a kill in Odin. What's happening? There's so much going on across the map. It's crazy.
Yeah, Moxie doing very well to get a pick there in solo. Bacchus is an interesting god at the moment. He has lots of dive potential, and we saw Moxie playing this same pick last week, having lots of success there. So it's really good to see Moxie getting off to a good start, because as I mentioned, the enemy team doesn't have as much dive. So if Moxie can get really nice and big and strong, he can run this game on the Bacchus.
Yeah. I only just realized when that fight broke out that we have Barchi Man on the Nua, not the Neath. That did not click in my head until I saw that. That's going to be interesting. Good safety, but a fairly long lane to work with. Frenzel's going to have to be doing a little bit of work if he's going to be getting camped in lane like we've been seeing. But
it could just be comfort and preference. They may have identified that they're going to monopolize the draft in this way and taking the two of the really strong mid picks, and that just does put one of them in duo, and they've decided on the Nuwa. Haven't seen it too much yet, but
look at
I
the
think-
lead for Moxie, by the way. Sorry to cut you off there, but
Oh, that jump
level
is
7 to
dangerous.
level 5, and that is terrifying. Like you said, the Bacchus is getting big and strong, and he's going to be making those dive impacts later on. That's 1.5k up for Drinker Drunk already.
It's 2 games so far tonight, and we've seen 10 shells. Oh no, wait, there's even 11. Okay.
This is the first 3 beads we've seen, though. I think that's going to
Yeah.
be fairly needed with this dive.
We've seen this 5 shell pickup. Ooh, there's a nice Gold Fury pick identifying their tempo on the map, but it looks like it's not all over.
Ooh. Looks like Apple Cruz. No, he's okay. Hot Dog having to check out the Lightning Storm, and a River's Rebuke as well getting popped down. Juki maybe getting caught out. There's a lot of stuns happening, and a shell getting popped. Juki doesn't have the health to work with, and Bachiman's going to be picking up that kill in that fight. Good trade, but 1 kill for a Gold Fury? I don't know if it was quite enough for Ping 269 to make that worthwhile, like, and call it a win for them.
Yeah, poor Juki. He was just trying to walk away, but got stunned into eternity. But yeah, it's a good trade pick. I'm not too sure, as you said, I agree. Like, I'm not too sure if that's worth. I'm sure Juki is extremely happy to trade himself for a gold at this point in the game.
Being the
yeah,
support
I'm
as
just-
well
I'm
doesn't
just
really
not too
matter.
sure about how this this Ping 269 team comp is going to transition into these late team fights. Like, I know that there's an immobile mage for Drink or Drunk. Like, this Anubis is going to have to position really carefully. But otherwise, like, getting an effective Zeus ult while the enemy team has 5 shells to kind of escape from the Odin cage, it's going to be a struggle. So I'm interested to see how they're really going to use this Zeus ult as more of like a zoning tool, or if they're going to be trying to use it as you would traditionally, or maybe prefer to, as just raw damage.
Yeah. The thing that I've sort of just had on my mind just then is, now that we're seeing the Baron in the support lane instead of the solo, we're going to be seeing a very different side of the build. But Moxie showing how big that he is getting, and he will be getting 1 kill for him and 1 kill for Apple Cruz, getting 2 over in the solo lane. They're liking that so far. Not much damage quite yet on the tower, but they'll be looking that. But to go back over to the Baron, I don't know if he's going to be wanting to build how you'd like to build. It's going to be a little bit awkward. It might be a bit nicer for his team, but it's just so oppressive the heals that you were getting when you could build the way that you were in solo last game.
But Moxie is getting such a lead that he doesn't even really need to be the primary frontliner on the Baron. There's already a probably 3.5 level difference in solo, and this Odin is really going to be struggling as well. This Anubis thinks will probably be like trained to be scary frontliner, but I imagine he'll have a fun time just ulting this Odin whenever he gets gone on. Yeah. Baron doesn't need to do
Wave
everything when you have a really big solo laner, so it's really important that Moxie keeps his lead up and they keep prioritizing this right side pressure as they have been.
Just see poor Josna, Zeus just walking by, thunderclapping the wave, and just walking away.
Just let him do his thing. He's cooking.
He's cooking. Not too much happening on the map so far. I think they're probably waiting for objective fights. You can't really do too much on Hot Dog with the Zeus. You have to be playing back. The pull has been taken away from Apple Cruz, so maybe getting a little bit more aggressive. I think I'm eating my words this year. Premso getting a great River's Rebuke, but never mind. I'm eating my words even more, and that's River's Rebuke and Lightning Storm down for Ping 269. And Bachiman doesn't have his fire shots either, but these are all the ults that Drink or Drunk haven't returned, and they'll be picking up a kill, and they're going to keep going. Josna not looking too healthy, and Hot Dog doesn't have his ult to then chuck onto this Queen Naga. It looks like such a prime opportunity, but he maybe preemptively used that on the missed River's Rebuke. You have to look at the 5 shells.
Yeah.
And I think you have to expect that at this point. There's not really going to be much much close down on the Rivers Rebuke at all.
Yeah, they popped that Umoja ult, and I'm sure they're coming, big Umoja ult, and then the other team goes, one shell, one shell please, and then there's like, we have 4 more, so it's going to be very difficult for Ping 269 to really find an advantageous team fight, and there's so many shells.
They'll have to be vigilant. I think what they're hoping for is, oh, that's some damage. Juki's getting a little bit called out. That's a Talisman of Purification to start off the fight. And a good stun coming on. Juki's getting called out again, but it's 1 for the Gold Fury. This is deja vu, and they're just going to be walking out quite happy with that trade. Seeing that again, quite interesting.
Juki will probably take that trade every day of the week. He's got his tab. He did have to burn the Talisman of Purification there. Still didn't buy him an out.
I feel like that was maybe a waste, but
Yeah, it's debatable.
It's still so ahead. It probably doesn't matter at this point, but you got your ult, you've got the CC immunity there. It's really just saving for your team, but Ping 269 really wanting to hope that Drink or Drunk maybe just have some communication issues with these shells. You got the Odin and the Rivers Rebuke. You got 2 opportunities there against 5 shells to close down potentially some people and get a pick for against Drink or Drunk, but you just have to be vigilant about who's popping those shells and what's going to be up, but we'll see how that goes. 2-level lead over in the mid lane. That's so rough. Justin's not feeling great here.
And Juki's walking around like he's
good wrap
in the game.
Lightning Storm getting called out and left the party as well. Rivers Rebuke coming to try and get a trade kill, but Azumar will be picking it up for himself, and Prenzel will be getting one as well. Hot Dog caught out. Apple Cruz will be taking him down, and Prenzel will be walking away. He's got his kill, but he could not save his team.
I think that priority there that they showed to kind of collapse on this really confident Baron needs to be the way that they're going to play all these team fights. He's showing that he's not scared to step up, and on a character that isn't super mobile, that is also the lowest level in the game, that's your way into this game if you're Ping 269. They need to just find this Baron whenever he steps up and pick him with this Odin cage, pick him with all of their all that they can, and then they're off to a really good start in these team fights. We did see that Azemo did fall on behalf of the Baron just there, which
Solo lanes, sorry, support lanes just versing each other, by the way.
supports the new mid. You didn't hear?
I like it.
And Prenzel's winning. He's level up.
He is. He's been taking a lot of farm for himself. I feel like I've seen, and I mean he's been making stuff happen for it, but not at the detriment to his teammates. Playing well though. With
there's lots of level leads across the map for Drink or Drunk, except for this Baron. We see 3 levels in jungle, which is very substantial at this point in the game. 2 levels in mid, and Bachiman's doing quite well for himself farm-wise. But yeah, this Baron is going to be the make or break seesaw character in this game, where if they are playing really confidently, I think Ping 269 can take him down and really make good starts to all their engages.
I almost wonder if now, with the leads that we see like in front of us, if we're seeing a bit of regret of who is playing what on ADC and mid for Ping 269. I feel like Josna being able to have such, well, I guess you know Neath 3, the backflip is a very safe ability, but it isn't CC immune, and if you get wrapped, that's super rough. But having the fire shards for Nua it is a very safe ability, but it just has a very long cooldown. So you have to play very
just sneaking here and left, by the way.
Oh, I don't think Bachiman's going to be getting out of this as much as he's going to be using his beads. He does not have the health to work with, and Prenzel's stuck here all over again, and Juki's going to be sucking him out of tower with life of the party, and they're going to be killing him as well. Another Talisman of Purification, but this side from Prenzel being used, but not quite enough to get him away.
Very clean. Maybe there was just a bit of a lack of communication, or just a simple missed call from the Odin saying that Bacchus had rotated left, but he was sitting on that left teleporter for a very long time. And now transitioning those 2 picks into a gold is a really good way to push your lead from Victor Drunk. So yeah, clean play so far from Moxie on the Bacchus. I'm very happy to see that he's really found his pick. It's pretty ironic that it's on a Drink or Drunk team where you're playing the God of Wine, but If
Fair.
it works,
I like
keep
that.
doing it.
Yeah. To wrap back around and talk about the Nuwa and Neath and where they've been put, I feel like I feel like Barchiman would be a lot more impactful on this Neath, being that he's on the side of the map. He can chuck out his World Weavers willy-nilly and be pretty safe as well. He's got the longer lane to cover his dashes, where if Josna had the Nuwa, he can chuck out his mists, he can get... Ooh, full coming in. That's going to be the fire shards that we were talking about with that CC immunity. Good ult, getting polymorphed from Barchiman, but he's out and he's safe, and he'll be helping his Baron through. Again, because stuff keeps happening. I don't get a chance to talk. Well, if the Nuwa was mid, you can chuck out your mist. You can clear the wave with that, and your threes, you're pretty safe there. Typhoon getting called out over, and Barchiman's finally going to get taken out with no beads and no ult. Good timers being called out. He only had 7 seconds left of that, otherwise he might have been okay. Frenzel also might be getting called out, but I think Drinkle Dunk could be called out. They're happy with what they've done as they've seen Hot Dog coming in, and he's got lots of damage. Hot Dog getting a kill onto Schmitty, and that is a good trade, but it's not turning the game around.
Yeah, Schmitty must have already used his dash. But yeah, I think we've seen Apple Cruise, who I think's been playing really well in the past few weeks of our tournament here. He doesn't really care who he's going. Both Neath and Nuwa are relatively easy to kill. Nuwa's probably slightly easier to kill. Him being in the side lane, I don't think it really makes that much difference of like for their team, as we just saw. You pull beads, you pull ult with a barrel, and you just get
this is a tower dive, it looks like. Look how much damage is happening straight onto the Neath, and that's a Fury taken. They've noticed that straight away, and the life of the party be sucking her out of tower, and it looks like Hazimo be taking that kill all for himself.
Yeah, Wild is just late to the rotation yet again, and I think it's really detrimental for their team. Their whole identity is Zeus over.
Engage coming out. That's a good engage. And Lightning Storm is getting a lot of ticks off straight onto Drink or Drunk. Not quite enough damage. They're falling back, but they're still sticking around. And Apple Cruise pulling him in. He wants to maybe get a little bit more, but Juki's going to be getting a kill onto Barchiman. So much low health on both sides. And finally, Hot Dog's able to pick off one and getting a shutdown onto Moxie. That'll be a great little gold injection for him. I don't think they should keep going, but they're dancing around. This is a 3v4 right now. Oh, Dookie getting a bit more damage, but not quite enough. They'll be picking up their wave, and Drink or Drunk will take the Pyromancer.
Yeah, you need these little skirmishes that just go in your way, even ever so slightly if you're on the because they've been falling behind in every lane. And that's probably one of the situations where you'd like to have your Neath in duo, as you were saying before. She can just farm up, still impact the fight with her ult. But we did see Moxie taking a tumble there, and I think, I don't know, I just think that this Odin needs to be really a lot more switched on to these Bacchus rotations, because we've seen it twice now where Odin's just been dilly-dallying in lane, clearing his waves. I know he's behind, so he has to catch up a little, which he has now. But yeah, Moxie's just made these heads-up rotations not exceedingly early or not exceedingly hard to read, but they've just been maybe not called or not. They're just not getting enough vision on their side of the map. I'm not too sure what's going on there, and it's happening. It's happening again, I think. Oh no, Odin's actually made the rotation.
This is an Ancient Fury as well. Ping 269 maybe getting looked at it, but maybe they have a little bit more than they bargained for. Drink or Drunk starting to dance around here. They don't have their ADC though, so Ping 269 are going to be using their tempo. There's a bit of an advantage, but they're dancing in and out, and the Pyromancer is just the Gold Fury will be healed up, and then damaged, and then healed up, and then damaged, and it's just going to be a continuous fight until something happens. And Apple Cruise is getting a lot of damage. Detonate had to come out earlier. He still had some orbs on him, but I think the cooldown isn't quite fast enough there. Prenzel getting a little bit more chip damage over onto Dookie, but they're still dancing around this Ancient Fury here. This is going to be all 5 team members. This is going to be a team fight breaking out soon. Apple Cruise is healed up. He's going to be walking around to lane, and he's level 17, 3-0.
He's so farmed.
Yeah.
But it's really awkward if you're on the side of Ping 269 here, because they have two hunters technically, but really no burn on this objective. We see they're really struggling to actually pull this in front of the.
Ooh, I don't know if you're wanting to take this fight. Hot Dog has a lot of damage. He doesn't have much health left, but Lightning Storms already get taken away, and Baron's running him down. He's going to be using Life of the Party, and Hot Dog doesn't have anything to respond to that, and Schmitty's going to be taking that kill, turning this into a 5v4. Good wrap. Death Gaze coming out. Neith having to jump away, and she's getting away fairly safe with a fair bit of health to play with, and Wild, the Odin, doesn't have it for himself. Schmitty picking up another kill. Not quite the double, unfortunately, but 5v3 now. Not a lot of health to work with. And the fire charge not picking up, not doing enough damage. The level 14 Nua doesn't have quite enough damage to pick up anything there. And the Ancient Fury get looked at and taken down to maybe look at these tier 2 towers.
Yeah, 5 shells coming in clutch. That Anubis should have died there, but one of them per shell, and it's fine.
Here's something that we can get you out of walls with, but also give you another health bar if we all use it.
Yeah, I think there's just a little bit of like a disconnect going on for Ping 269. We see this Zeus getting picked in duo, and there's not an immediate outcall from the rest of the team, and getting picked on one side of the map to a 3-man rotation, and then also getting picked like in the jungle is kind of brutal. Yeah. I think they really need to clean up and identify, wait, maybe we shouldn't go in here. Maybe this is an out. Maybe we can't actually fight and we just have to kind of show our faces to be scary. But these are things that you need to become more and more accustomed to the more you play. Yeah, I know this team isn't the most well, they're not like a super old and experienced team. They're quite new in regards, or in comparison to some of the other teams in the league. But yeah, hopefully they can kind of get a little bit more comfortable communicating these I don't know, how their limits in team fights, I suppose you could say.
Yeah, roaming around as 5, especially the comp that they have, but it looks like Prenzel is going to be taken down. Asimo picking up that kill in a Lightning Storm, putting down Odin. Doesn't have the Ring of Spears to work with, and he's in the backline, but he's got nothing to play with. Drink or Drunk know this, and Apple Cruise is going straight onto that backline, but he's getting away too. They're poking, going out, and Wild's back in, Polymorph, and Schmitty's getting another kill. He's having a field day. He's got 4 kills of his own, all happening pretty much in the last 2 fights, and that'll be a Pyromancer taken down, and straight back onto that Fire Giant.
Yeah, Wild falling to the Wild Hunt there is kind of poetic, but Schmitty's been having some very good impact in these last few minutes, finding really good damage onto the front line of Ping 269. And this Odin is just really struggling. We see 0 and 5. I know you can still get value from your ult regardless of, you just have to press 1 button regardless of your level, but it's really looked like it's getting away from Ping 269, and a 16k gold lead is really hard to fight into as a frontliner.
Yeah.
I think you need to take your small wins where you can and split the map in these situations. Fighting on fire there, 16k down. Everyone's really far down in levels. There's a gigantic Susano. I would much prefer to see Ping 269 just say, okay, we can't really step up to this. Let's split the map, send one of our players into left lane, find a tower, and try and get gold elsewhere.
Yeah, I think I agree. Doing those macro plays as we saw Goblin adapting to and doing in the last game there. But another team fight getting broken out. Juki playing fairly aggressive, and the Life of the Party is going to be sucking in underneath, the Nua, and a Typhoon knocking her up, but still not enough damage to take her down. Backflip coming out from Neath, and this looks like a good fight for Ping 269. There's a lot of talismans coming out to get away the CC, but they're running it down now. Juki maybe getting taken down, but not quite, and they'll be backing off with their Fire Giant that they so happily got.
Yeah, that's a good fight from Ping 269. It didn't result in any picks, and I can't see who got FG. Did you?
I believe it was Drink or Drunk. I think they got it pretty early on before the fight broke out.
It's good to be on the front foot, but obviously they did probably expend a lot of resources actually securing that FG, and no picks there really doesn't sway the pressure too much. But it's good to see that they still have the confidence as a team to step up into this deficit. But this Ancient Fury here is probably going to be quite brutal if you're defending I know that this hunter from Drink or Drunk is really going to start shredding these towers. He's got his Titan's been online and he's been swinging.
He'll certainly be swinging. It looks like a bit of a group up there in the left to take down that Ancient Fury before they start pushing down with their Fire Giants, and this will be duo lane tier 2 looked at first. Odin doing a little bit of what you said. He's getting the Warhorn there and trying to push up as many waves as he can so they can try and avoid a bit of a push down in solo lane as well, but it's going to be a soft defense from Ping 269. I don't think they want to hard engage, especially without their Odin here. So tier 2 is going to be taken down for Drink or Drunk, and we'll see where they go after that.
I'm interested to see if they go for the siege here, because they could do the safe play and take all the tier 2s off the map. But it looks like that's what they're going to be doing.
Yeah, I think with the positioning of Apple Crews, they want to take the tier 2 at least in mid first, but we've got 5 people now on both sides, so this could be that siege, but nah, never
The
mind.
siege defense potential from Ping 269 is insane.
Yeah.
They have such a good defense comp with the Sumoja paired with the Zeus and the Odin ult, and then some Nuar Fog and some Nuar stuns in the back there. It's going to be really hard to siege into this team. We saw a slight transition to the Ancient Fury, going from disabling all towers to just applying a debuff to the frontmost tower that's still alive. So there's no debuffs on those Phoenixes there. So I think it's a wise move to move away from the siege until they maybe find a pick or two. And yeah, I like the idea to just go back into the map. They can comfortably steal farm from Ping 269, who desperately needs it, and then come back even stronger, trying to find a pick somewhere and maybe moving that into a potential siege option.
Yeah, Ping 269 definitely happy that they had all of their 2-2 towers before that Ancient Fury was taken down, but the defense for them could go so big. Lightning Storm, Rivers of Rebuke, the Cage from Odin, it could all go off. Drink or Drunk having a little bit more to play with than you'd usually see with 5 shells, but I feel like they still have to be so careful. If Hot Dog can be patient with the Lightning Storm, patient with his ult into when they're sieging properly, it could be a disaster for Drink or Drunk. Even with this 20k gold lead, it still could be quite scary as a siege. I feel like they want to play it smart. They want to dance in and out, bait the ults out before they go in. But
yeah,
20k
on the
doesn't
side
look
of
great.
on the side of Drink or Drunk, this siege is kind of down to Juki. He needs to find a pick, which they could be looking for on this Odin here, who's quite out of position.
Yeah, not much wards getting around, wanting to get a little bit more vision, but Apple Crews doing a little bit, but the Fire Shards is going to get vision of the rest of the team as well.
But yeah, as I was saying, there's so much kind of pressure put on Juki to find this Baron ult to start their team fight off on this siege, because that's really the only way they're going to have of like threatening a siege, is finding a pick on the Umoja, finding a pick on maybe the Zeus through this life of the party, and just hoping that the rest of their team crumbles. Because otherwise, if I'm playing Susano, I don't want to dive into a Zeus, Umoja, Odin. Like, I don't know how else they're really making these siege plays, but it's a smart play to just back it up and force Ping 269 to kind of make a mistake and overstep into this fight here, which you can see they're not actually committing to their FG and looking for that pick.
Yeah, smart play, taking the pick first before they do anything, but maybe catching Prenzel a little bit too far out, but I don't think the grouping is quite there to get the rest of the damage off for that, so they'll still be dancing around. Ward vision is not the deepest for Ping 269, so they'll be dancing around with only assumptions to work with on that Fire Giant, and it looks like Drink or Drunk will be starting that Fire Shards taken down to get even more vision, but it's not going to be there for too much longer. 4k health left of the Fire Giant. It looks like they'll be closing it out here, 1k, and that's down. Smitty taking that down, and with I can't speak. It looks like not too much is going to be happening here. They'll want to run this down and look at their Phoenixes next.
Society got quite poked out there, but if they play this advance here, at a relative pace, not too quick. They can get heals off this Baron. They can sustain through FG. And this is a good look. As I was saying, it's not necessarily a pick.
Damage there. Life of the party pulling in the Odin. Is that the tank that you want to take in? He's taking so much damage, and a good Lightning Storm is going to be doing a lot for them as well. Talisman of Purification having to get popped, but not too much damage happened for Drink or Drunk, but a kill was what happened for Ping 269. There's no Odin for them anymore, and they're down a lot of their front line.
Yeah, I'd like to see Susano splitting the map, but I suppose they're stronger as 5, so we'll see.
That's a Fury. A little bit too late. Death Gaze taking down Bachi, man. And Azimo's picking that up for himself. Schmitty getting another objective all for himself. And Krenzel's just walking away, as we see so commonly. Josna having to also do the same. And we've got Zeus back in the fight. And a middle Phoenix getting looked at for Drink or Drunk. Dancing around, trying to get some stuns off. Schmitty is always going to be getting these last hits. Lucky for him, he'll be soaking that up. And a good life of the party cooking out. Not too much happening. This is a 4v5 still. Bachiman got 20 seconds up on the base time, and they're just taking all 4 Phoenixes and backing out.
Yeah, good discipline from Drink or Drunk. It shows that they're really communicating well in what they want to do. They're not trying for too much. They're not going to try and force an end. And they found that pick that they needed. Odin, unfortunately, as an Odin player myself, still gets pulled by Baron when he's displacement immune in his 3. And maybe he didn't know that, but yeah, that pick onto the Odin opened up so much potential. And you're laughing if you get to siege into a team without an Odin. And it just made their dive onto Nuwa so free. Falling back into an Ancient and then just starting again. It's great. Great fundamentals from Drink or Drunk.
Yeah, it looks like they'll be looking to take it down the middle lane. All they need is a wave, and they can finish out this game. Teamfight as well. They definitely have the advantage, and they want to keep the advantage while they can before the gold starts getting not evened out, but more so finishing builds for Ping 269. That's where things can get a little bit more scary when you've kind of just taken away your snowball, and now it's just even team fights again. Very, very tanky waves. Odin,
this is the scary part of the game where
Inside
feel like
coming out. Apac doing a little bit of damage. He's chasing down this Odin. Typhoon knocking him up, and Wild is just so tanky, but he's so far away from the rest of his team, and Schmitty is coming in to yoink the rest of that. No Phoenix there to defend you, and we're looking back at a 5v4, and the waves are finally coming in for Drink or Drunk, and they're wanting to look at the Titan to finish out this game. Drink or Drunk are thirsty. They want this to be over. This is 32 minutes of the time that they've just snowballed straight into this moment here where they could finish it out. Fire Shards coming out, not doing too much damage. Juki looking to get a little bit of CC, and Hot Dog's going to get taken out straight away. Lightning Storm getting popped out and doing a bit of damage. Azimo getting a kill of his own, and Titan getting looked at. Talisman of Purification. Apple Cruise getting a kill onto Bachi Man, and that's going to be game.
Amazing. It's just a few small positional errors I think we saw from Drink or Drunk that happened maybe one too many times. The Odin getting caught out twice there in right lane led into the siege the first time, and then ended up being the reason that Drink or Drunk could just walk into that Titan room and find the end. And then Zeus jungle, maybe not the best jungle in the game. Maybe I was wrong. He did struggle a little bit there, and we saw so much impact from the Susano just being able to find engages. But overall, I think that Drink or Drunk played very nicely, and I'd like to see if they can continue that going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder if we'll see more of those Zeus jungle picks. I think as much as it didn't have too much of a showing, we did see some of the damage that could potentially output, and I'd love to see more of that. I think that is very entertaining to watch, but a great game. Second game of APAC Week 3. We'll be taking a short break before we get you into round 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Apac. I am joined on the desk by Osme. What a game, Osme.
Yeah, it was awesome. I was really impressed with both teams, and I'm happy to see that Drink or Drunk is finding these wins.
Yeah, I think that end game was a very dominant win. I think we saw upwards of 31k difference in the end of that game. I'm really liking this Baron pick across the board so far, especially into this Odin. I think I mentioned it on the desk, but Odin jumps late game with no beads, and he's just free food for this Baron. Yeah, I do think that the double globals are good, but how are you feeling about these picks so far?
It's interesting. I myself wasn't the biggest fan of Yamoja when she came out, but we've really been seeing some good impact from some Yamoja gameplay. Sorry, excuse me. And I'm excited to see if that keeps going because we know that these bans at the moment, you're either trading or getting a pick. Most teams are leaving something open, so it's nice to see teams really valuing this Yamoja as kind of like a second, not a second, but an alternative to a stronger pick if they're letting something through in the draft. But yeah, I'm keen to see how this next game goes.
Yeah, so we are getting into picks and bans for our next round game for the Trialed versus the Smiteroos.
Oh, this will be a fun match to watch.
Yeah, we did have Swifty on earlier for the interview, so keen to see how he performs up with his team. The old dog. Apparently, he's been around
Still
longer than
got it.
anybody. Yeah, a Frenzy, a bit more of a new mid lane player coming up in the scene. So I'm very keen to see how this matchup in mid goes. Maybe a bit of a highlighted matchup. Any highlights here you want to hopefully see in the picks and bans as we get our first two?
Pretty standard. I'm surprised. It's team to team, but Fenrir is such a valuable pick.
Yeah. Well,
Some teams may think that the Baron is more valuable, but Fenrir has so much potential just to do anything he wants in a team fight. And letting him through from not banning him from first really puts this emphasis on second pick to make that decision. Do we value this Baron or do we value this Fenrir? And we see that Smartaroos value the Baron more.
yeah, absolutely. I think Fenrir first pick is great. I think first pick is such a strong position right now because you can kind of throw away ban. Not that I'm saying that Odin is necessarily a throwaway ban, but you can kind of be very liberal with your ban. And from second, from second pick, with only one ban, it's really rough. Like, okay, what do we absolutely not want to play against? And I guess they picked Baron. So yeah, Fenrir, Neath Athena, locked in for Smiteroos. Neath doesn't have the best time into Fenrir, obviously no CC immunity, but you can Athena ult the person in the Fenrir's mouth for those extra, that extra shield. And Ares Jingwei locked in. A lot of CC so far for the Trialed.
Yeah, they're taking that Ares away. I know that they have the Athena already for their kind of maybe what you would assume would be their support pick. And taking the Ares away is so valuable because that is what is considered the biggest counter to Fenrir. And
This
then Anubis coming in.
yeah.
We've seen a lot of mid laners going towards this Anubis pick.
Could even be solo. I've seen a bit of solo Anubis with the bit more tanky build, the extra prots now on her as well. I guess it's pretty decent into Ares. Like you can just ult his ult. Sorry, his no escape. But Barkis, man, there's a mega frontline from the trial right now.
Insane. I'd be very afraid if I'm on this Anubis.
Jeez, with the Morrigan too.
Double Fenrir, go next.
Oh, double. Yeah, I know. They're playing pass the parcel over here. Barkis flop into Fenrir stun, then he picks up. Morrigan picks you up, then you get Ares ulted. You're wherever they want you to be, and yeah, so much frontline.
This is an interesting comp. I don't know what roles the odds on Smartaroos are going to. We have a double hunter Anubis. It could be the Anubis in the jungle.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, maybe.
From experience and seeing Smartaroos in previous weeks, we know Yotruck loves to go to this Mordred in solo. Has so much lane pressure. But yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see when we get into the game.
Yeah, I guess
where these picks end up.
You said Yotruck playing quite a lot of Mordred, so I'm guessing that he would, have a pretty good understanding of how to play against that Mordred. I'm assuming he's playing the Barkis, so yeah, well, it looks like we're going to be getting into this game. Passing it over.
Thank you very much, Jay Beto and Osmay. My name is Dysart, and I'm joined on the cast tonight by Devane. And what a game that we have in front of us here, Devane. The Trial and Smitearoos. There's some interesting players between these two teams, and like the desk told us, some interesting picks and bans coming out as well.
Yeah. I mean, interesting team comp from Smitearoos for sure. I'm also
Mhm.
excited to see the self-proclaimed Smite Boomer
The
playing.
Smite Boomer himself, the 23-year-old Smite Boomer, as he called himself.
That made me laugh so hard. Like I
Oh,
knew him when he was a kid.
yeah, oh, that's what I was gonna say. For people that have been around for years and have known Swifty, he was the child of OCE.
Yeah.
But this is a bit scary, Devane. We see this a lot, these kind of big group death balls from teams at the moment, but they're not going to run into each other, thankfully. Which team do you think kind of would have had the advantage if they did find each other in the jungle there?
Well, I feel like the Trial has a lot of CC, but it is just level 1 here. So I don't,
Mm.
it really depends on, it does seem like Smitearoos probably has more damage, like from the jump, at level 1. But yeah, it looks like they're not going to do that. It is always a little bit
Thankfully.
nerve-wracking when they roam in the jungle as a 5-man. Each side, it's interesting when it's each side is doing it, because it's almost like they know it's happening.
They do, they're just synced up with each other.
Yeah.
But Devane, look at this Smitearoos duo lane. It's Neath support on her ADC, and we're seeing the Neath support come in and try to invade this purple. Won't be successful. What are they thinking here? I guess she has
You think
CC.
You think it's needs support? Okay. Yeah.
Well, Weaver's their support. I
Oh,
think so.
okay, right. Yes. I couldn't see it just yet. But yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah, no, that's really interesting. I I don't know. I mean, it would be good for shredding the towers for sure, but Weave is a very well seasoned player. I'm sure he can try to make anything work. I don't usually see him on ADCs in general.
No, I
That
think
is interesting.
he definitely typically we see him on things like the Ymir or even in Smite 1. He was a very big Sobek fan, people that can quite easily displace and move people
Yeah.
around. So yeah, Neath, interesting. I'm
Needs
keen to
not
see how
normally
the
his
Smitearoos do
MO.
this.
Yeah.
No.
Not his MO.
Uh, But it should be exciting, I think, to see where they go with this. Yo truck in the solo lane has found KD for the first blood. That's huge for the trial. Unfortunately, we missed it there, but this is really big for the Barcus Devane.
It's really good for the Barcus. I'm wondering if Barcus still has that big explosive damage that you sometimes get, depending on how he builds it. Or maybe they're going to go for, like, super tanky Barcus just for that, like, disrupt and CC.
He's got that.
Onto the Mordred right away.
Yeah, and that's not great if you're this Mordred, is it? You want to be able to rotate around early and have an impact in the game early, so getting behind is not what you want to see. And over in this duo lane as well, Furin is going to dash in, fight a few auto attacks on the way there, force a backflip out. No chains available to get onto Carter here from the Ares, and knock-up going to be off the mark too. So no kill coming out from the Trial on this side of the map, but certainly dominating the solo lane side. Ooh, look at that pillar and the impale as well there. Good damage coming back onto MD.
It's a lot of trades of damage there. Nothing. I mean, Smitearoos is pressured out at the moment. They're already getting forced to back. So it looks like.
Ooh, jump in
going
from
in
Carter.
favour of
We'll find
Trial.
Furin. Good bit of poke there. You're right, though. It is in favor of Trial. And, oh, that's the first time. I just noticed that Weave took that sort of teleport to lane there. And that's an interesting new mechanic they've kind of brought into the game, Devane.
It definitely does make the pressure not seem as impactful. And I mean, it just means that you're going to see a lot more team fights, I want to say. Like, a lot more fighting in lane. We're getting a rotation, I think, from the Athena. I don't know if
Yeah,
we're gonna come
she's
back to that.
made her way over towards this duo lane, dashed in, looking for MD. The jump is there, and Carter will find himself a counter kill for the Smitearoos onto 23 MD. That's what they really needed. And Devane, you were just saying that the teleport to tower makes that pressure in lane kind of seem irrelevant, and Smitearoos have shown that's exactly true by getting themselves a counter kill in this lane. Although Furin might look for something himself, tries to find that knock up onto Carter, doesn't quite connect it, and means they Trial can't catch up that little deficit they've now got in their hands.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess because Trial was pushed up, they had the pressure, but because they were able to come back to lane so quickly after getting pressured out, Athena was able to make that quick rotation and turn it around onto their side essentially.
And that's the story with an Athena jungle, isn't it? She can kind of get around the entire map wherever she needs to be. She has that ultimate, the Defender of Olympus, and can be impactful really anywhere. But she was level 4 at that time. It was just good rotation play there from
Yeah,
YT
good
Clax to
rotation.
be there.
Yeah, good timing. Very good play. High value play right there.
High value play indeed, and we're going to see Smiteroos have got themselves about a 300 gold lead right now, so nothing excessive, but the fact that Trialed were the ones with the first blood, you'd expect them to have the lead, and you know, this Jingwei, you kind of, she's obviously not going to be too far ahead. She scales very hard into the late game, doesn't have the greatest early game, especially against a god like Arnher, but you don't want her to fall too far behind Devane, or she's going to have a hard time getting involved in the game.
Yes, she does. She really relies on hitting that late game. I think.
Ooh,
Oh my god, that
jump in and impale, forcing way underneath the tower. But a great jump in here from Thegoras, uses that ultimate on the Fenrir and picks up the kill onto Carter under the tower. The Trialed have found themselves the lead that they need on Furin with this Jingwei, but Smiteroos are not going to give it up easily. MD's made a rotation over here to try to prevent the counter kill, but Weave, he's found Thegoras. The jungler goes down, and Smiteroos have a return kill, an answer to Trialed here. Devane, this game's so back and forth.
That was a really good rotation from the Athena on Smiteroos side. You sort of was just like, oh no, like, we need to do something here. And even though they weren't quite there yet, they were able to make sure that they could get the ult from Neath onto that Fenrir.
Furin looking for Weave here. We saw the no escape ultimate come out, but it might not be enough here as the Athena has dropped in and found a taunt. 23 MD goes down. Carter has found himself another kill for the Smiteroos. This Arnher 2-1-0 at the moment, and really putting his team on his back. But again, Devane, that came off the back of another great use of the Athena ultimate and positioning from YT Clax here.
Yeah, excellent plays from the Athena here, and good plays from Arnher as well. Kind of a mechanically.
There's the Ragnarok ultimate, picks up the Anubis, and he actually waited for the end of that ultimate as well. Thegoras is going to find Frenzy there. Maybe a bit of an too early of a Gold Fury play here for the Smiteroos.
Yeah, that was really unfortunate they were able to stop that from happening. It looks like they're gonna have to sit back a bit for now. Yeah, I guess as I was saying, like I was talking about the Arnher. He's definitely finding his space in Smite 2 now, the character, and he is a more mechanical. Like, you need to be more mechanically skilled in order to play Arnher. You need to rely on those impales. And it's good to see that coming out here, like especially with the the impale back into the tower. You're really utilizing that.
That's really classic Smite as well, isn't it, Devane? Being able to jump on someone, knock them up, find the impale under the tower. That's exactly what we're looking for here, those Arnher plays. And you're right that it is a bit higher of a skill god, and it's kind of taken away the amount of... Oh, Furin is going to be engaged on here. Has to use that ultimate on the Jingwei to get himself out of trouble there. But you're right that it's kind of taken away the stocks that Jingweis and Souls see a lot, because Arnher has so much early game pressure, and it kind of prevents those later game gods from being played in the duo lane.
It is. I think Furin, he is still playing. He's playing his god very safe. He might be okay. They really need to keep the pressure onto them.
Carter going to jump in here and look for Furin again. Defender of Olympus ult is going to come out from the Athena, and a great use of the Wellweaver too. There's a Mordred here too. KD ults into the tower and finds Furin underneath this T1. YT Clax finds 23 MD. Smiteroos will not give up this pressure. They rotated their entire team almost to that fight.
Yeah, their entire team rotated. Mordred used the teleporter, I assume, because it came from behind tier 1. That was an excellent, team, synergy from Smiteroos. They all knew what they wanted right there.
I think great communication from the team there, as we're going to see Swifty rooted just beyond his T1 tower here. Has to use the ultimate on the Morrigan to transform into this Fenrir. Uses the Ragnarok, forces Blink out of Frenzy, but he's going to find the kill anyway with his own Blink here. Swifty finds himself a kill, low health, but is going to survive. And we were talking about how Smiteroos are playing this great team-oriented gameplay. They found that team-based engage there onto Swifty, but he was ready to counterplay at Devane.
It was actually a really great reaction from Swifty to pick Fenrir as well. I don't know, really good reaction, because it was you'd be like, I'm just going to quickly chomp him down and bring him into tower, and, I won't go down.
Yeah, I would have panicked. I would have been in Ares in that moment or something.
Great choice.
or brawl in the duo lane there, as we saw Furin just barely get the better of Carter there. If he hadn't gone into that ultimate and had that immunity up in the air, YT Klax was there to get a counterplay, but now YT Klax is being picked up by the Ragnarok himself, going to be chased down by 3 members of the Triad, and Thagoras will get the kills. It is 6 and 6 on the board right now to Vayne, 1,000 gold separating these two teams, but it could not be closer. So back and forth this game.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to be trying to start contesting this goal to try and see if they can further their lead.
Swifty, he's found Weave. Thagoras will be credited with the kill. Unfortunate backflip from underneath there. And as you said, it might be a contest over this Gold Fury, but again, KD has used this teleporter to make his way over towards the duo lane side of the map, and Gold Fury started by the trial, but I think Smiteroos are ready for this.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to sneak this one in. They're definitely going to have to team fight it through.
Oh, Swifty ready for the team fight. He's going to find Carter, although there's a defender of the Olympus ultimate coming out from the Athena, but a better ultimate from 23MD is going to pull into Ragnarok coming out once more here. Furin will be credited with the kill onto Frenzy, and the Triad have found themselves 3 early kills around this Gold Fury. They're going to pick this one up and knock it off the map. Huge lead now for the Triad in this game.
That was an excellent team fight, I guess. But yeah, they're really furthering this lead here now. You know, they were doing well before, but it was still pretty even on the kill side, but doing well with the farming.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm really quite impressed by how the Triad sort of played that fight out, and they've had to deal with a lot of early pressure coming out from the Smiteroos. We talked a lot about how they have, the Smiteroos, have been playing for this team-oriented, constantly looking for picks sort of gameplay, but the Triad have kept their heads down, stayed on the grind, gotten themselves to the point where they can get that Gold Fury, and it was successful for them.
Yeah, do you think this Neath support is getting the value? I have seen the Neath ult is getting some picks. Like, Neath in general is getting value, but Neath as support, I'm not sure if it's working out all that well for them. Maybe they needed another tank with
potentially.
CC. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's just doing okay with the picks, but it's not quite secure. It's not as good in the team fights.
Carter might be caught out in the jungle here. Good choice to jump over that wall, though. He's going to get himself out of a little bit of the trouble. Dagger of Frenzy will be popped here, and maybe this Neath will get value as she finds the World Weaver onto Furin there, but Thagoras going to pick up Carter and bring him straight back to Furin. And Devane, I think this perfectly highlights your point here, which is that Weave is playing this Neath support. He had to stand still basically in the mid lane instead of rotating over towards his ADC to try to protect him, maybe body block and provide a lot more CC. And it was still a great ultimate. It prevented Furin from stepping up and moving a bit further forward. But you're right, another support, maybe a Ymir, could throw up a wall and prevent the Ragnarok, the Fenrir from chasing down there, or could keep that Jingwei out, maybe a Yamoja wall or healing from her could have been more impactful as well. So I don't know. I'm not 100% convinced on the Neath yet, but I'm not 100% convinced that it's bad yet. I think that Weave is cooking here, and he might pull something off in the mid to late game.
Yeah, potentially. It is interesting to see, you know, emojis open. There's quite a lot of good guards open, and they were not picked in this game.
That's true. We've got
could just be some cookage happening instead.
we love some classic OCE cooking here in Smite 2. And it goes to show, you know, we talked to Swifty on the interview earlier. We heard from Sharks last week, and those are two, like, intelligent Oceania coaches, and we know that a lot of coaches in the SPL have come from OCE, so the cookage is there, Devane.
Yeah, definitely.
Well,
So it looks
Naga,
like this Naga's going down. I don't know if there's not really any objectives up at the moment to start looking at that other than just some towers, but maybe we're going to be looking at this middle lane.
Furin's made a very early rotation over towards this mid T1 tower, and with the Nagas, they're not going to be here attacking this tower, but Furin's damage is enough to take this off the map. We can also see that T1 in left has already gone down too, off the back of an earlier team fight, so the trial to really... It seems like using the pressure that this Jingwei has in the early game right now to give her more of a lead and to provide pressure for the rest of the team.
Yeah, and she has been doing a lot of damage too. I've been seeing a lot of those crits coming out.
Oh, the crits.
From Jingwei. She's
I
really
agree.
she's already at the chunking stage, which is, you know, unfortunate for Smiteroos. They it feels like they didn't, you know, slow her down enough to start making that
Caught out is
Impact?
23MD, has to use that no escape ultimate here. Going to be receiving the World Weaver from the Neath 2. Forces the beads out of YT Clax here as he is going to use that taunt. It's not enough though. MD is going to get under the tower and Swifty, Fenrir ultimate, blink under tower, picks up the kill. Great play there from the mid laner to keep his support alive. Look how low 23MD was there, Devane.
Dude, I was almost worried that when the Athena goes down, it would just like bring down MD anyway. But yeah, that was excellent play from the Morrigan for sure.
I love that. That was so good to see, and it was so close. I think the Athena jungle is a really good pick. He just is barely missing that damage from his build to follow up and
Yeah.
get those kills.
Yeah, like Athena she's definitely been around the map making her impact. She has been playing well, but she doesn't have the damage on her side when she's
Another pickup onto Carter there. Furin going to be credited with that one, but it was off the back of the Ragnarok coming out from this Fenrir. Thegoras looking for more. He's going to see the low health bar on Weave with this Neath. Furin looking for the airdrop. Won't follow up on it here, though. The airstrike ultimate there, sorry. Instead, though, the trial, they're going to... Oh, Yo Truck! Belly flop in, completely knocks Weave off the map. He still had health on him there. And now the Trial have found themselves even more of a lead in this game, and the great position, Devane, around this Gold Fury once again.
Gold Fury probably goes to the Trial here. The Smiteroos have no chance of contesting this, unfortunately. They might be looking at the Pyromancer. I think the Pyromancer is up.
I like what they're doing here, going towards this Pyromancer, but Devane, do you think it's being caught out here by the Trial? Because there's only 3 members of Smiteroos, and they're backing off this Pyro.
And they knew immediately they were going to go check that Pyromancer, and they've already backed off. They know they have no time, unfortunately.
Now it's going to be a Pyromancer in favor of the Trial, and unfortunately Smiteroos can't really find an angle to come in this one and prevent it, so both objectives going to the Trial here, Devane. The lead is starting to get a little bit out of control. What do you think Smiteroos need to do to kind of stem this bleeding?
It's tough. I'm not seeing a lot of maybe frenzy. They need the damage, right? Because we're getting a lot of good players from the Athena, but the damage isn't on her side in order to close out any kind of picks she's trying to get. So I think we're needing the Athena to try and synergize with, another one of their damage.
Look at the crits already coming out in this right side T1 tower. Yo Truck going to go into the dive here, and 23MD pushing up as well. The Trial want more. They've started the lead here. No escape ultimate is popped. Forces CC immunity out of this Mordred, and the Athena ult, Defender of Olympus, being forced out too. That's huge. 2 huge, massive ultimates popped there by the Smiteroos, and it didn't come off a big engage there from the Trial. And now this might give the Trial the opportunity they need for this Fire Giant. Look how deep they're pushing into the jungle, but in the meantime, Carter's going to try to push down this left side T1 tower, going to be prevented though by Furin.
Yeah, just trying to take whatever he can. Unfortunately, he didn't get to close that one out. They do need that goal to start trying to close the gap, because at the moment, the Trial has they have a whole item on top of Smiteroos. It's they're doing a lot of damage, and they don't really stand a chance now in team fights. So they really just got to maybe start trying to, take the towers when the Trial are not there, type of thing. Trying to take the farm where they can, just for a bit to see if they could close out that
Bring back that gold a little bit. Yeah, I like that, Devane. And, we saw in the early to mid-game sort of area that Smiteroos were doing those really good team fight-oriented sort of pick-based decision-making, where they would fire off a Neath ult, they would fire off, Mordred having teleported over, he would use his ult, and just look for one pick. That could make all the difference, but this is going to be a spill here for Weavy. Backflips into Swifty, and 23MD maybe pushed up a little bit too far around this Fire Giant pit. 23MD will be credited with that one, and the Trial are right in the position around this Fire Giant to look for the play, but instead going to group back around into mid lane. Maybe Devane, they think it's a little bit too early to start this one up, but more likely waiting for Furin to wrap back around to start up fire.
Well, you could see that. I mean, it is an Athena, but Athena and Anna are in left lane, and the Trial are in a great position to pick up their Fire Giant. You could get a rotation, but it doesn't seem to be happening.
KD is around this wall on the Mordred, might come in with this ultimate available, try to pick somebody up and maybe steal away the Fire Giant, but MD23 has spotted it out. Mordred ult will come out. Fire Giant, though, still quite healthy, 3000 HP. Mordred rips back around. Tokyo Drift coming out, flopped on immediately, though, by Yotruck, and the use of the Ragnarok ultimate to completely pull him out of the Fire Giant pit, followed up on as well there by Thegoras. Furin picks up the Fire Giant. YT, Clax, and Carter pushing down that left side T2 tower. They will get that one, but Fire Devane, the big play, goes in favor of the Trialed, and likely going to be a kill here credited to Swifty, chasing down KD here. Meanwhile, Furin pushing down this mid lane, and no, KD survived that. Swifty wasn't able to pick up the kill, so a nice little win there for Smite Ruse, Devane.
Yeah, nothing. I mean, Mordred did try to stop the Fire Giant, but it wasn't happening. Completely just drove by, not landing anything, unfortunately. But I did see that the Smiteroos, they were kind of doing, you know, what I was saying, trying to take a couple of towers when the Trial are busy doing something else. Like, trying to get something, instead of just losing everything every single time. I'm not sure if it's not really going to be enough to close out the Gold League, because they did take the Fire Giant. And the Trial are probably going to take this Gold Fury as well. It is just the second one.
It is the second Gold Fury. Very likely, you're right, though, to go down in favor of Trialed here. And the gold lead is at about 10,000 at the moment. But, Devane, I don't think that's game-ending just yet. You're right that Smiteroos have still maintained intelligent map play. And that's kind of crucial. They pushed down that T2 tower, so it's made it a little bit harder for the Trial to push up now into the opposing T2 tower, into the opposing mid T2 tower. It slowed them down a little bit, wasted out a bit of their Fire Giant, but we are going to see the jump in from Thegoras, and so much damage comes out onto Weave. This neat support just not finding an angle into the game, and it's enough now for Swifty and Thegoras to push into the mid T2 tower and look for even more. In the meantime, on the left side, Mordred going to come down onto Furin, and the Defender of the Olympus right on top of it as well. Torch is good, Frenzy is better. He picks up Furin. 23 MD going to fire off the Ares ultimate, but is it enough? Carter finds Yotruck. The Trialed are falling apart in this pusher, and Smiteroos have found their way back into the game. Devane, that left Phoenix is still up.
Yeah, that was a really just so many. I don't even know how they actually lost that. I'm so confused. Yeah, good job on Carter. Really just trying to get that damage on as you can see there.
I think
this is definitely what they need. Like, I guess they just need to start taking down these towers, slowly chipping them away when the Trialed are not there, and they could still have a chance to stay in this fight.
Potentially a good Pyromancer play here for the Smiteroos as well. No one from the Trial really around. 23 MD underneath this T1 tower and mid won't be able to get here in time, so Pyro going to go in favor of the Ruse. And they've shown very clearly, Devane, that they will take fights and they will succeed, and a lot of that came off the back of KD and YT Clax combining their roles, doing what they were doing in the early game, going to push down this mid T1 tower, but isn't enough as Furin has come in, popped that Dagger of Frenzy, forced immediately into the ultimate though, going to try to chase down with the rest of his team. 23 MD and Swifty in the area, pushing down the mid lane, trying to see if they can pick up Weave once again on this knee. Likely to fall though. Swifty will be credited with that one and chasing towards the left side of the map as Smiteroos is going to go back to their left Phoenix. They did get a mid T1 tower though, and they only sacrificed Weave, but look at the level disparity in support right now, Devane.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, oh my god, 11 on knee.
It's a hard position to be in, but at the same time, Devane, Neathult is still Neathult at the end of the day. It's still a global stun across the map, right?
It does feel like that she's purely just utility at this point. Maybe that's what you see her getting picked out a lot, because I don't think she's up forward to try and engage in a fight. I think she's up forward trying to like get vision on the team and, I don't know, put wards down or something, because you do see Neath getting picked out a lot, like always out of position.
Yeah, and I think you're right that you mentioned it early on that it's not really in Weave's repertoire to be playing this Neath.
Is it like just a natural instinct for him to play forward?
To play up,
and he's not used to playing back? So,
I think you're right. And you know, I think that it goes to show that Weave, when it comes down to it, is a very, very strong support player when he's on a tank character, when he's on someone that can really disrupt the enemy team, throw out those walls on a Ymir, or like we're seeing from MD on this Ares, really get involved in the backline. So it's a bit more of a struggle, I think. You're right on this Neath right now. This is a good opportunity though for the Smiteroos to get back into the game. They've gotten themselves a great fight in the left Phoenix, Fire Giant spawning. Weave still has utility on this Neath, still has CC and a lot of CC at that. So Devane, I think that Smiteroos have an angle to get back into this game.
Yeah, I mean that is optimism. I think they can do it too. Yep.
Yes, we're optimistic here
We're
at
optimistic.
OCL. Let's go, Oceania.
Okay, I
And
think it almost looks like Smiter is going to be looking at this Gold Fury, and then the Trial is going to get the Fire Giant. They're probably going to do a trade here.
I like this
Um,
trade too because Furin
yeah.
was over at the Gold Fury pit, so he couldn't really be pumping out damage onto the Fire Giant and get the rotation over back to the Gold Fury for his team. So you're right, Gold goes in favor here of the Smiteroos, but Fire Giant going to be picked up by Trial here. Do you like that, Devane? Do you think that's intelligent trading there from the Smiteroos?
That is probably the preferred option, even though you probably would value the Fire Giant more than the Gold Fury, but the Smiteroos really do need a bit more gold, and it's probably risky to try and make the Fire Giant play, especially when they're already there anyways. The Trial, they probably would have lost that fight, so that was a good trade, yes.
Excellent work there from the Smiteroos to trade back anything that they can get their hands on. But Fire Giant is in favor right now of the Trial and pushing into this mid Phoenix at the moment. Swifty, Furin, and 23MD in the area to look for a play, maybe an engage here as well. Swifty going to push his way over to the right side T2 tower, being picked up right now by Thagoras. That goes down, and it means that only Phoenix is here to defend the Smiteroos base. No engage potential just yet right now, waiting potentially for Thagoras to find an angle into the right side Phoenix. Aegis, though, forced out very early on Furin there, and Yotruck does go in and find Carter. Huge use of the flop, and 23MD are going to fire off the Ares ultimate too. Won't pull anyone into that one, but Mordred and Athena ult, the combo once more finds their way onto Thagoras, but he doesn't care. He's a Fenrir. Transforms into that Ragnarok, finds a kill. Furin going to be credited with the knockoff onto KD there, and they're still chasing for more. The Trial are not done with this game, and Thagoras is going to find Frenzy. 21-8 on the board. Mid Phoenix down, right Phoenix down. Trial are looking to end this game. Pushing into the Titan room. Yotruck going to use that flop. Weave doing everything he can to defend this Titan right now, but B's forced out on YT. Klaxon down goes the Athena. Here goes the game. The Trial have taken it away from Smiteroos. And this is the game, but still really well played by the Smiteroos to keep themselves in, Devane. I really liked how they kind of the dynamic that they had to keep themselves in the game, and they kept going, we have teamfight ultimates, let's use them, let's pick someone, you know?
Yeah, it was a good game from both teams. I actually did like, the Smiteroos had some interesting picks, and it did work for some of it. But unfortunately, Neath just not being at the same level as everyone else, that did fall behind a fair bit. And yeah, the Trial did. I honestly, every time I saw Morrigan into Fenrir as well, like having two Fenrirs on their team, that must be so
Terrifying.
terrifying.
Truly
Oh.
the face of fear. Like, that is that. If I had two Fenrirs running at me at any point, I'm leaving. My team could deal with it by themselves. No, not doing it.
Yeah, it was definitely good to transform into the Fenrir every time. I don't think he transformed to anything else.
Why would you as well? It's such
Yeah,
a
it
such a
worked
strong
out.
transformation. Well, Devane, that was a very exciting game. We'll have to see if Smiteroos can kind of change up their strategy a little bit. Maybe give Weave a god that he's a little bit more comfortable on, something a bit more tanky, because we talked about it there. His playstyle is much more suited by the looks of how he was positioning to a strong, tanky sort of frontline guardian. But Devane, I think that you might be on the picks and bans for this next game alongside Osbey. So I'm going to take a little break, but I'll see you shortly.
Hello,
Hello.
Osme.
Hello, Devane. That was a very interesting game to watch. I think maybe some meals got left in the oven, got a bit overcooked there. But,
No, you don't think we're going to see Neath support again?
full damage, underleveled, needs support. Yes, please. Okay, no, sorry.
I think it could happen. Around the right team, maybe.
Yeah, perhaps. Well, now let's get into this Raven Guard versus Drink or Drunk matchup. We haven't seen Raven Guard yet this week, but they did have a good showing last week. And
They
Drink
did,
or
yeah.
Drunk coming off a good win
Yeah, against.
against
I definitely wrote
a
it
team.
down.
They
but
were
I can't
against
find it.
Ping 269.
Ping 269, okay.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see if they go back to this Baron Bacchus frontline. We saw Moxie had lots of success on the Bacchus.
Yeah,
So
we're
I
already
wouldn't
getting
mind
a
seeing that.
Fen Bear, not surprised. He's still pretty strong. I do feel like to me, I feel like Baron should be a definite bear, and he seems very polarizing. But it looks like we got oh apparently they skipped banning gods. They didn't choose. They chose to not ban a god. So they picked Baron instead.
Well, that's an interesting way of getting a god is just skipping your ban. We'll
Yeah,
have to see if it pays off.
maybe they wanted some guards open, especially some of the stronger ones, and they just didn't want to ban it. Now we got Odin on the other side. Now I've been seeing a lot today that Odin usually means shells on the other team, and it does kind of make Odin a little bit, kind of not as useful in these team fights as one would expect.
He still does bring quite a bit with his pressuring lane and can find good damage off his bird bomb. But you are right, the shell has been getting picked up so much. But into gods like Loki that he's being paired with, you love to see shells because as we saw in games tonight, Loki has such an impactful ult. You really need to find that beads.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see the Bologna on the Raven Guard. I don't know if that's maybe a comfort pick or if they're looking for something particular here. We haven't seen a lot of Bologna.
Yeah, she did. She did find a small buff coming into this week's games, so maybe that was all that was needed for Raven Guard and Neon Flame to say, "Give me the Bologna here," and maybe it's good into the Jingwei that's being picked up on the other side. And this lane opponent Bacchus, we've seen Moxie's had so much success on their side. I'd like to see that. Well, actually, it could be support.
Yeah, I was
Probably is
thinking maybe
Odin solo.
Bologna could be a support. It is kind of strong in support, especially against an ADC at the start. And then we have Noir, which we sometimes see in ADC lane, but could be a mid laner. So there's a few flex picks here, and we've already seen. Oh my god, they have a swishy team in general. Because
Yeah,
maybe, like, do you think Baron in the solo lane? I'm not sure where to put any of these guards. Whereas, Drink or Drunk, it seems a little bit more clear as to what their plan is.
I think the Baron should definitely be finding its way into the duo lane. We see this Bologna, who I don't know if she has as much impact as a Baron in support. We've seen how important this sorry, this life of the party can be in finding these out of position enemies and really capitalizing on map pressure, and just Baron just does wonders in support. And yeah,
And
Neath,
he still provides that sustain, just a little bit of sustain to the team. Yeah.
I'm loving both of these drafts. I'm probably leaning a little bit more towards the Drink or Drunk side. They just have such a potent front line with that Odin Bacchus. But what do you think about these ones?
Yeah, I'm interested to see how Raven Guard goes. I feel like they have some really strong gods on their team, but I don't see how they work well together, is what I'm feeling. So I'm curious to see how they utilize those.
Yeah, we'll have to see if this skip ban pays off as we head into this game. Passing it over to Jay Beto and Nuxel on the cast.
Hello, Jay Beto. Long time no see.
Holy! Nuxel jump scare.
Nuxel jump scare indeed. Jumping straight into game 4 here. Raven Guard and Drink or Drunk. Some interesting team comps. What's your take so far?
Well, I've been waiting all afternoon to yap about this Neath pick
Let's
that have
hear
been.
it. Let's hear it.
All right, here's my perspective on Neath. I think Neath, and I've been saying it for the last 3 weeks, that Neath is an amazing pick. I think she's super strong, super valuable. However, I think she's actually hard to play with, and I don't necessarily mean mechanically. I mean, I think that if you aren't playing with playing around your jungle / jungle support, looking for walking into fog and then ulting to either gank and make it numbers disadvantage, or numbers disadvantage in lane, or getting your jungler to find the enemy jungle in his jungle and forcing out the 1v1 and winning, I think that Neath falls off so hard late game. And I feel like I haven't seen a lot of teams able to do this. I think that Sunday School played it really, really well in the first 2 weeks, even though Sunday School weren't able. Sorry, the Neath wasn't able to win in, I believe, week 2. It didn't win. But I still think that it's hard to execute on, because it requires a lot of team coordination and trust in your team. And if that isn't happening, I think that standard mages like Hakade, Nuwa get so much more value.
Okay. Well, that's
That's
the
my
bait that
take.
I take.
That's my take on Neath.
For
I think
everyone
that if we don't see, Loki finding Susano in the jungle with a Neath ult on top, I think that it's going to get a lot less value than something like this Nuwa. If Loki is able to, find this Baron in the jungle who's not going to be super tanky, find the Susano in the jungle and get an Neath ult laid on top, then I think it's going to be super impactful.
Now, a god that you definitely have a lot of experience on and enjoy here, Bologna for Raven Guard. How do you think that fits into their comp?
I hate Bologna right now. I think she's really hard. It's really hard to slot in anywhere. Especially with these double ADC comps. I know that a lot of fighting out here in mid as.
Yeah, Shiro getting already a lot of damage onto him. He'll luckily be able to get away there. But Azimo is wanting to chase down this. He's got his autos chunking out health, but looks like safety in the jungle will be happy there. But decent damage coming out onto the dual lane as well. Something could happen over there too.
Ooh, good damage out there from Bologna onto this Odin as we tune back into the dual lane.
Full health soul chunk out, but Schmitty's getting the kill onto Brewsties. He's happy to disapparate around and back off those mid camps.
Yeah, Baron, a lot of sustain, not loads of all in at the beginning.
Loki straight in here, vanished in, and using a bit of damage onto Cardi, but not much happening else. Just damage, not much happening. Splitting waves and getting back. Just showing.
Cardi did go blink, and he had to blink, I think, wave 2, which is really, really frustrating for Nuwa not having that ult. So I wouldn't be surprised to see some more force onto the Nuwa, as blink has a massive, massive cooldown in Smite 2. Still 2.5 minutes left on that cooldown. So
it's a very fun relic. It's a
it is.
It has a lot of potential for lots of play. Shiro looking here on the solo lane with not a blink of his own, but an Aegis, but using his own abilities to get close onto there, getting a lot of damage off, but having to duck away and popping a Baron's Brew as he ducks out as well with that. But
a little late on the pull from Sunny. You can actually pull people out of their jumps now in Smite 2, so it could have cancelled that Odin jump. Because maybe a little bit more damage. I don't know if it's a kill though, but Odin just forced a base, loses a wave. Pretty good play.
Patience is the key there. Soul having to disapparate again. She's getting a little bit chunked out here. Jingwei, we've seen a lot of bans earlier in the games today for week 3 APAC as a priority. Obviously, we didn't see a ban at all from Raven Guard. And maybe that is the mistake, as they did not pick that for themselves. And this is the first Soul that we've seen, at least this week.
Yeah. I think it's an interesting matchup that we've seen a few times, this Jingwei to Soul. Man, these flops are just coming out every wave.
More disapparates, but that's a good bait. But it looks like they're just wanting to get aggressive here.
And Invader. Sun is rotated over, though. Maybe some over-aggression onto, from the side of Drinker Drunk. But
good wards, though. Look at where they've warded down in the bottom left there. They could see Shiro walking up, and then instantly they're backing away.
I agree. Very, very nice. Yeah, we've seen this Jingwei Soul matchup quite a bit. I mean, I would say that Soul has some really good early pressure with her passive, but we saw Baron falling down early. Man, this flop from Arcus is so oppressive.
Good ult. That's Intoxicate out. Brucey's having to get away, and a airstrike having to get put down, and they're fighting under tower. Brucey's popping a health tiles, but it isn't quite enough, and Schmitty's getting a tank shot onto him. That's Aegis and Disapparate down, and they're walking around away with 2 kills for them.
Oh, a beautiful tower dive. Susano chasing over onto Smitty, getting the follow-up kill. 2 for 2 happening right now. Susano onto the Loki, knock-up immunes with his 3. And it looks like a bit of a disengage coming through. Beautiful fighting from both sides. I love that tower dive. The trade over there onto Smitty is nice too.
Looks like Shiro's getting a little bit aggressive here, wanting to take the Loki's camps, but Loki's having none of that. Gold Fury's coming up. I'm surprised they're not looking at that as a team. They've got the health for it, and Drink or Drunk certainly do not. But level 6 here, Applecrew's dancing around. He doesn't have his Assassinate quite yet, but no Typhoon for Shiro either. He's got the escape. He's got the abilities to just get out of dodge, and he's just taking the jungle camps with him. Looking to
Might
walk
still be
around.
looking at that
Windsiphon is
1v1.
up. I wonder what's going to happen here. He's got his stuff, and and
Oh.
Applecruz is using it on the abilities. Windsiphon taken out, and the one is going to be dashing on. Auto cancel coming out, and he's going to be blinking away. Relic out, Neath coming in, Aegis having to get popped, Azimo leaping away, and that'll be nothing else from that. Duo lane we're looking at now, Juki level 6, getting a bit of aggression here, and Life of the Party being popped while Juki dances and jumps away. Schmitty not getting stunned, but pulled together, and that's a massive soul ult. Lots of damage getting taken, but nothing quite happening yet, and Juki's going to get first to taken down. And Schmitty following soon after. Ravengard getting a double kill for their duo lane together. And they'll be getting and pushing their aggression even more.
A huge pressure swing back for Ravengard there. You know, getting dove and then a minute later getting a 2v2 kill, killing both of them as well. Beads forced on Jingwei as well, which is going to be really, really nice to play for this. Susano, Gold Fury secured as well. A huge gold swing for Ravengard.
I wonder now, level 7 to level 5 in this jungle matchup. We've got both ults up now. No Aegis, no Blink, but I guess Loki is quite safe being able to use his Assassinate to get away. Where Shiro wanting to play very aggressive after taking his camp. So maybe looking at a mid lane play. Doesn't look like there's too much happening over in the solo lane. But Cardi,
some movement.
Blink should be up soon, I believe. I wonder what kind of play. If we talk about it, it's a newer. We see a lot.
Yeah.
You can channel abilities. You can do certain things and blink in the middle. Like I'm imagining that you're getting your soldiers in a specific area and dashing on. And maybe you just see
Blink 3.
You blink, yeah, and get the stun and damage off. But I mean,
I don't know.
Is that just a testament to if you have to do that, it's just bad positioning?
Yeah, I'm not too sure about the blink because you can Aegis.
Shiro's
You can Aegis
aggressive.
Loki
Yeah,
ult.
This is the matchup that I was talking about. Level 6 to level 8 here, and a good displacement immunity. Typhon coming out and Assassinate as well. Shiro will be getting this kill, but Schmitty's coming back to get the trade, and it looks like it's going to be an even fight here, but Schmitty will be having that jungle camp all to himself.
Yeah, a lovely rotation over there from the duo of Drink or Drunk, but I don't believe I saw Neath ult there, but if Neath ults on the Susano when they're taking that 1v1 like I talked about at the beginning, it's just over immediately. There's nothing the Susano can do. I really hope that we do get to see more of that, especially when Susano is being over-aggressive into Susano's jungle.
Yeah, one thing to mention, 2-1 now, no shutdown. So that's not going to be great.
Yeah.
For
Tactical death.
It is almost a tactical death. So sucks for a Drink or Drunk, but also it just having the trade of that I think is just more worth it.
Yeah, getting another kill onto your Jingwei as well, etc. Letting her through into the mid game.
And not getting any aggression there. Looks like he's just going to back off again.
Yeah, backflipping the stun. I don't think that Cardi went for it, but still backflipping the potential of the stun. Super safe, getting covered by Loki. Great trade in mid, forcing. Oh, actually didn't base. I was going to say forcing the base from Cardi, but he didn't base, so...
He's getting greedy.
Yeah, he is getting a bit greedy. The whole team is here to dive this.
And that's
They're going for it.
Coming out, and Juki's trying to blink towards it, but Fire Shards having to be popped, and he's got nothing else to protect him there.
That's the blink. That's the blink tech right there.
Yeah. That's right. Aegis getting popped for Shiro. He's still alive for now. He's walking away with a smidge of health. Apac and Juki really want that, but they cannot finish that up. And now they're getting a little bit closed on here. Neon Flame Brewsty is looking at them, but they'll be getting away fairly safely.
Man, there's so much fighting going on all over the board here. I feel like this game's on like a knife's edge right now. Nothing seems to have broken too hard. Gold lead still close, despite, you know, I mean 3k doesn't, oh sorry, 2.5k doesn't feel too good, but it's not the end of the world. Still very, very close right now.
Yeah. What like we've got the Odin here on Drink or Drunk. What kind of focus or there's not a lot of AoE there. I mean, you do have the Neath passive being popped on the twos now, but this is looking like a decent fight. Juki engaging onto Cardi. Cardi getting called down. He's got nothing to protect him here there, and Life of the Party getting popped out.
Very nice.
There's nothing else there to save him, and that'll be a death for Cardi and his first.
Beautiful
so
play
far.
from Drink or Drunk, just roaming the jungle, grouped as 3. Cardi no ult, no blink. He's just dead.
The Apple Crew's
Another
wanting to get
3-man
away, so
grouping here.
they're
This
wanting to
blue
get the
buff.
Blue, they know the timer there, and it looks like
Oh.
Raven Guard to be able to clutch that out. Neon Flame happy with that. A 3-man rotation just for that.
Yeah, that
And
was a really good team play from Drink or Drunk so far. Lots of grouping between their mid 3v3. Their Odin joining in, mid trading out, going mid.
ooh, Shiro's behind Azimo here.
Oh,
Missing the
that's
Wind
rough.
Siphon though, and it looks like that'll just be a disengage.
Yeah, that's
That-
rough.
That is rough for Shiro, but
Instant
he's gonna
cast
go back
diff.
into Loki's jungle and taking a bit of that for himself.
Yeah, I mean, you hate to see it, but it happens. We're not robots. Sometimes we miss abilities.
Exactly. Even so, I wonder how that would have gone anyways.
Yeah.
Tiki right there next to him, CCing with the flop. I
Yeah,
don't know
could
if
have
it
been
would have
good.
nice as he would have thought. Typhoon is up, but Shiro's now using it over here.
Ooh.
Uh,
Okay, Jingwei ult down.
having to
I
take
love
away
the
that
tune
Wind
back
Siphon
into
as well.
solo. I don't
Yeah.
think anyone's getting
tank
soloed in
fight.
this matchup anymore. Just smacking each other, procking warrior Zax every 5 seconds or whatever it is.
Very even there. Both
Yeah,
0,
yeah.
both level 11. Not too much
This
going
God Fury
on.
is up. See Juki rotating over to this solo. We've got a 3-man.
Drink or Drunk have the tempo here as well.
Yeah, they do. Raven Guard has reset, so coming out of base now. Susano's in right side, so they do absolutely have some great tempo to use on the duo side.
Ooh, good
And Neon
stun.
Flame is chunked out too, so can't join, can't teleport over, has to base. I would love a Gold Fury start here for Drink or Drunk, but they're looking a bit hesitant on it. Not too
No.
sure where the Susano is. Now they've seen him on the map as he crosses through mid. Oracles. Oh, newer
That's
Alt
right
Force.
up
Kali's having a
down
rough game.
Right before the Gold Fury fight, and this
What a-
might be the bait that they need to then look at this Gold Fury fight. No Nuar ult is something that's they'll be very happy about. But now Neon Flame's here, and Odin's still rotating over. Nothing quite happening. They're playing this a little bit too slow, possibly, and they're starting to get wrapped around by Drink or Drunk. We've
I think
coming
Cardi's
out
got to be really
on
careful
mid,
here.
and a good little bit of chip health healing to top Brucey's team back up, and now they're looking to close it out. Shiro getting a little bit aggressive, and his Typhoon unfortunately not hitting anything. Neon Flame straight into the tanks, and Moxie's having to jump away, and it looks like Raven Guard have turned this for their favor. They're wanting to get this Gold Fury now, but maybe also a kill. Shiro's getting a bit aggressive, and Displacement Immune, the Wind Siphon won't be happening there, and Aegis having to get popped out and Assassinate, going straight onto Shiro, and Moxie will be picking up that kill. We've got the spears of getting called out, Blink having to get put, and Life of the Party as well. No one's getting taken there. Cardi GG is getting that kill. Neon Flame, they're turning this back. Raven Guard, this is their kills, this is their game, and this is their Gold Fury.
Man, what a weird fight. I'd love to be able to watch that fight back because I felt like Drink or Drunk had the upper hand. As
Yeah.
Jingwei ult is forced again defensively.
Super back and forth. I think if Shiro may have saved his Typhoon, his ult, earlier in that fight, that might have gone a little bit different, but just so much displacement immunity, so much CC immunity, the Odin ult just kind of is just getting stuck. And I feel
Cardi
like
had
that's
no
such a
ult
big-
and no blink. I really would have loved to see an engage onto him. I felt like the fight was just done if they landed on him, but
That's a good point.
maybe
I
two
think
split
I
off.
think the engage onto Shiro was a good idea. They were able to get the first kill in that team fight straight onto him, and that's a massive threat down straight away. But maybe the target selection just for the rest of it wasn't quite there, or they just took too much damage. Because I agree with you, Cardi should have executed the first or the next focus.
Trade on to Pyromancer here, evening out the gold. Obviously, potential to take down a tower easier with that too, so even more gold. But again, another objective going in the favor of Raven Guard with the Naga spawning in their side of the jungle. Interesting mechanic, but yeah, I guess trades across the board. Fighting kind of slowed down. Only a 3k lead, almost a 3k lead, so not too bad, not too bad. I think I would really like to see some more proactive Neath ults. I feel like this Nuar is just dead on cooldown with Neath ult. Force her ult, and then as soon as yours is back up, she's just dead again. Or even, Loki ult after the ult is done. I'm really shocked that she's only died one time against this comp with no beads, no Aegis.
I think the target selection is definitely something that needs to be looked at, tracking those relics down. But Juki is caught down the Soul, and she is going to get
Rough.
taken down very quickly. Apple Cruise is there to get that assist as well, but just playing a little bit too far up without enough vision there.
I like
Playing
this
against the
trade
Hero.
right now on the towers. They shift all their prior over to get this soul, and they are able to. But
That's good macro.
Raven Guard able to push out a mid tower, and because they've used all their tempo in duo. They've decided we have time to push out a mid tower, and then Drink or Drunk trade back the duo. So I'm really liking this macro right now from both teams. Keeping the game super even. Aegis down on Soul though, so I'm not sure if that'll be up for the next Gold Fury. Pretty short timer, only a minute and a half left, but may be able to capitalize on that with Neath ult. But we'll see.
Yeah, absolutely. Blink's still 75 seconds away from the Nua. We've only really seen it defensively, and I feel like at this rate, the best use of that is to keep using it defensively as well. Nua needs to be safe to do her damage there.
Mm.
The flick of the mouse, the flick of the blink, that's what she'll need to be doing.
Oh. Yeah, you got a 180 blink away. I like it. No, maybe she's blinking in.
Possibly, possibly.
Loki ults on her and she blinks into the enemy team.
What do
And
you
then
think-
ults.
Something that I've thought about with Blink Rune being what it is now.
Yeah.
Is if you had some sort of like
Like Sobek pluck?
No, like instant blink behind you button. Like if you
Ooh.
hit like Control F or Control whatever your
So
red
it just
button
blinks
is,
backwards.
It just it uses it backwards.
That
if
would be
it's-
crazy.
Like it would do that for like Sunder as well. Like whatever it is, it would just get used behind you.
Yeah, I mean that's interesting. I've obviously thought about not like what mechanic could be done, but the fact that you have to 180 blink if you want to go backwards as Odin potentially getting caught, but super safe.
The
with his
displacement
shield.
immunity, I think he's got the leap. to
Yeah,
get
yeah.
double. He'll be okay. Unless Shira wants to go in here.
Yeah,
He's
can
got-
you? If you're hold
Ooh,
on, Soul
getting
being
caught out as
engaged
well.
on.
That's the World Weaver getting pushed
There it
straight
is.
onto him. Azuma will be finishing up that kill straight onto Haste.
The
It's not
Aegis
Nua
being
that's dying, it's the
capitalized on top
Soul.
of. Yeah, beautiful. Gold Fury spawning too, and a tier 2 push happening right now as well. Raven God have to answer this. This is a massive gold swing. Only Nuwa is rotated over.
Yeah, look at
This
the
looks like it's
damage
going
rate on that
down.
tower. We're only 17
Oh,
minutes in,
the
but
bomb.
That's the
Beautiful.
bomb, and that's no more tower, and straight to that Gold Fury with the tempo that they have there. Shira maybe a little bit too far up if they wanted to look at him, but I think that's just straight looking at a Gold Fury. Potential to maybe wrap around, but I don't think they want to.
This
I
is
don't
the
think that's a
third
good
gold.
idea.
Oh,
I
sorry,
don't
this
think
is
that
not.
Shira knows.
Yes.
Look, he's getting
Oh.
behind them. He notices it now, and his team are coming to follow up. Gold Fury is not getting taken down as fast as that tower
Oh.
is, but he's having to get
They're
away.
a bit too scared there. That's I think you could have fought there. Maybe Moxie could have rotated over.
They were scared.
Yeah. I mean, Soul is still dead, right? She's only now coming out of base. I think you could have taken that.
I want to touch back on that blink stuff.
Yeah. So I
Like,
had
you think about
something-
things like
Yeah.
Anubisol, and you can't just 180 flick behind you in Anubisol.
No, that would be crazy.
But if you had that button, you could blink behind you. I
I'm
don't
not
know.
sure this is going anywhere on
Just
this
something I've
1v1
thought
here.
about. I don't know if
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
broken.
I would really like to imagine like dash and then blink mid Sobek dash. I'd love to be able to do something like that. Odin Cage coming out, a huge
Oh,
aggression out
doesn't
to
matter.
Moxie.
They're getting
Looks like it's
stuck out.
Colton's for him.
The Bellona's just chunking down with her auto attacks, and Shira's going to be picking up that kill and then teleporting straight over. Not quite.
Two-way
actually
starting the gold
changing.
though.
He's starting
What
to
about a
bleed
fire
XP.
start here? What about a
Look at
fire
the-
start?
Oh yeah, good point. Soul's walking over. This might be a trade. This is a good macro play. We've seen it before. Raven Guard, good decision making. This isn't the Ancient Fury by any means, so it's not the most
No.
important Gold Fury. And
First
do
stack
they
as
take
well.
this fast enough?
Well, I don't know. The Soul has arrived, and there is a Sunder on Bellona. Odin is still dead, so no Sunder potential away from
This is
Drink or
gone.
Drunk. But they're here. Oh, beautiful.
Do they take the
Thief.
fight?
A heist.
Apple Crew's looking to get a
Oh,
little bit
no,
aggressive
not
here.
my-
He's just chucking his two and he's walking away. They have to give this
Ooh.
up. Unless
What a
Duke wants to
heist.
do something here. It
And they
certainly
get
is the
commanded
heist.
off too.
They're thieves.
Beautiful.
They've stolen. They did the macro. They did the plays. And Raven Guard weren't ready for it. Sorry, Drink or Drunk weren't ready for it.
That was a beautiful macro play. I really honestly thought that Bellona ult was way too ambitious. Even with the pick onto the Odin, just felt like, oh man, we're really forcing here. But the Fire Giant start afterwards was beautiful. Soul scouting out as well, saw them all prior onto left side. Yeah, really good macro. I want to see what they're able to do with this Fire Giant.
Ooh, good dodges. Wow, good dodges. Neon Flame clutching up there.
Nice.
I wonder if you like it's a 5v4 for the side of Raven Guard. I wonder if you just turn and fight that. You knew the team was there. Although Victor
Maybe,
wasn't
but
amazing.
resetting on your gold, you know, they did just get a kill onto the Odin. They got the Naga as well and the fire. So I don't hate the reset. Spend your gold, push back out, reset waves. Tempo cheating can work, but it is risky sometimes. You know, you don't want to take fire and then all die, get full wiped.
Yeah,
So I don't
it is
hate.
risky, but
I got
yeah.
a question. While we've got a break in the action, hopefully Jingwei is not caught here.
Nah, she's fine.
Can you, Odin, stand in your 3 and just immune all of Baron ult?
No,
You do get pulled?
You still get pulled at least at the
Ooh.
moment. Purification is
Okay.
getting popped out as well as the ult.
Really
feel
bad
power
power
of that much later. But yeah, this is something that Osme was talking about in a previous game. Is even though you were displaced maneuver in your Odin 3, you still get pulled.
Interesting. That feels bad. I'm not a fan of Odin into Baron. Huge Eagles rally onto the backline from Bologna. Cage separating the fight.
Baron's getting stunned, and that's the life of the party getting pulled in. Neon Flame's getting the first to take him down, but this is a good fight still for Raven Guard. They got lots of CC coming out, and Fire Shard's getting popped down as well. Shira getting his own kill onto Juki. Assassinate coming out in the back. Soul's not taking a lot of damage though, and she's chunking it back straight onto Drink or Drunk. Ooh. This is a good fight for them, and look at this! Cardi's getting taken down. Schmitty is the one that was the one that died, but Shiro is getting taken down in return, and this is looking like a very even fight, but maybe a tier 2 tower for Raven Guard.
Yeah, I think a little bit too eager on that fight for Drink or Drunk. I like the Odin cage to separate the fight, securing that Bologna kill, but the front to back from Raven Guard is so strong with this soul.
They want to
now you're going to be losing a
keep
Phoenix.
Going, Cardi, probably the
Might
most
be too aggressive though.
Soldiers, Moxie taking a little bit of damage, but I don't think they can do this.
Yeah,
he's up now. This is a 5v4. Shiro.
Gotta be careful. Only a 1k lead after all that, so still a very close game. Although Raven Guard will be happy with their Fire Giant power play, getting, you know, I would say 1 to 2k. They got 2 towers, they got 2 kills. Not a bad gold swing. Put yourself back in the driver's seat, but you have to lock in. The game is. Thank you. We are highlighting the poly on Nuwa. As I
mean, we could talk about that.
Yeah, I saw a little bit. I think
poly auto.
Crazy. I think I saw that when you 3'd, because you get AoE autos, it's an AoE poly hit. I could be wrong, but I think I read that.
That'd be sick.
Ancient Fury spawning in 15 seconds. A reset from both teams, but Susano is over Enua on the right side of the map. So Drink or Drunk are here first. I think this is a bit of a misplay. I don't think you have to give this.
This is kind of scary though. There's 2 Phoenixes open and ready to get pushed down. This Ancient Fury is going to hit one of them, but Drink or Drunk are straight on it. They're realizing this and they're taking priority straight onto it. Apple Cruise maybe trolled out a little bit here. Cardi GG's going straight to him, but it looks like yeah, the Assassinators having to take that away. Schmitty was able to close that out, and Apple Cruise is still getting taken down. Cardi getting that kill, and they're walking down Drink or Drunk here. They don't want them to be pushing down this Phoenix. They don't want them to be pushing down their towers. They need to get aggressive here on this man advantage. They're looking at this tier 2 tower. What do Drink or Drunk do in response?
They're resetting right now, but you know, do you just give this to tier 2 tower? You're not able to contest. Is that all Raven Guard want?
It
looks like they're aggressing.
Yeah, Drink or Drunk.
They are man up, but
and this Ring of Spears getting popped out. That's a massive ult that's just taken away so far. There's only 2 ults left on the side of Drink or Drunk. 4 ults for Raven Guard, but it looks like they'll be falling back. They can notice that Fire Giant's about to pop up, or it is up right now. Hard to see on the little map there, but I think it might be up, and they'll be taking that, or maybe baiting something. Pyromancer getting looked at first, but Drink or Drunk walking up. They maybe want to contest this. They've got more. They've got their ults coming up soon. Juki getting it close, and Apple Cruise is now back up, but it looks like they'll be falling back. Oh no, Fire Giant.
Fire Giant has spawned, and looks like they're on it. Neith is going left side, and she's on wards. They know where she is. I know that Neith has that global ult potential, but it really feels bad to not have her here right now.
Not for a Fire Giant fight. 4K,
no, not at all.
3K,
Thunder fight,
and it's dead.
Nice, good secure from Bologna.
And Juki's going in. I don't think that's the best idea. Life of the party, hate getting that kill. And that is airstrike down for Schmitty suddenly as well. That's 2 ults down, 4 ult for Raven Guard. And they're getting pulled back. Drink or Drunk starting this fight here. Talisman of Purification, 2 members down. Moxie looks like will be getting taken down as well with the Supernova. Hate getting 2 kills, and Schmitty's having to run away, and so is the rest of his team. But there's only one person left. It's Azimo, and he's trying to one man 3 people. He's backflipping away, and there's not much that he can do. They want this Phoenix.
If you flop in front of Baron late game, you are going to get ulted. If you don't have
Goodbye.
like a Cthulhu style ult, you're going to get pulled no matter what. You have to be aware. You cannot get out.
Flame tanking this up, and soldiers are doing work as well. Azimo's getting a little bit aggressive. Oh, that's a decent amount of damage, but Neon Flame cannot get clutched out there. Schmitty, oh, not that couldn't hit the 3 onto his soldiers, unfortunately. Life the party's already back up, and Baron wants to get a solo kill. Azimo, Phil popped, and it looks like Brewsties will be the one that's getting taken down in response. Not probably a worthwhile trade, but maybe getting a little bit greedy there.
Yeah, I mean, he wants to add that solo kill to the highlight reel. Maybe 1v3, unfortunately, isn't able, but does get double relic. Oh, sorry, the relic and the shell out. So
That's big for next fight.
yeah, very big. We'll see. I haven't seen too much focusing down carries without relics this game, but I'm hoping that we can see something like that in next fight. Still, the gold lead not too crazy, not insignificant, but it's not game over right now for Drink or Drunk. They still have potential. They still have a really, really good pick potential onto any of the carries on Raven Guard, especially this Nuwa. I'm fairly sure that Neathol would work the same way that it does against Jingwei, where if you go up in the air, it just waits at the bottom for you.
Yeah, I believe it does.
So definitely a pick potential as well. Aegis down for another 30 seconds on this Soul. That'll be back up surely before they're able to engage on her. So maybe got to be careful with that.
Oh, actually, I
But
don't
Ancient
know.
Fury spawning soon.
Ancient Fury will be getting looked at. This is massive on really either side, but I think if Drink or Drunk get this Ancient Fury again, can they play the game how they want to? Raven Guard have just been walking it down, even though Drink or Drunk's been getting these Gold Furies the past couple times. And they've just been getting their Fire Giants, and now there's a Phoenix down. It's not much that they can do about that now.
There were some changes, I believe, in this recent patch notes about changing the gold when you get a
Ooh,
Phoenix
lovely,
back
though.
up and XP for fire minions, so you don't feel too bad losing a Phoenix if you're able to stay on it. Pardon me, if you're able to stall the game out. Ancient Fury getting looked at. Neath has reset. Loki pushing in this mid wave has a flank angle, but Ancient Fury getting started up.
They're closing in. They're looking around. Shira's looking to catch out Applecruz here on the right. And the Ring of Spears being popped to start the fight with. Good flop down. And Airstrike coming down, getting straight into the back line. Schmitty is wanting to do damage, and he's the one that's going to be taking down Haste. Sol down. Asmo down as well. That's 2 ADCs. Neon Flame being happy with that, and he's closing out that Ancient Fury. And Shiro doing buttloads of damage, and Schmitty's getting another kill. Shiro wants to get away now. He's gotten too much of what he came for. Brucey's still quite healthy, healing up as much as he can. But Drink or Drunk are running this down. Aegis has to be popped, but Shiro, there's not much health to work with, but he's still going to be getting away. This is so even. There's just not much that you can do. Drink or Drunk will be walking away with this fight, but what else can happen?
Oh! The flop in from Barkus to get the 1 HP target!
Shuki, he's dead, but he got what he came for.
Fire minions actually coming in clutch there. They're not able to push in the minions fast enough. They're tanking a lot of damage from them too. So many low health bars there. Juki wants his kills. He's got the fighting and Glad Shield. Yeah, that was a crazy fight.
It's like the fight happened, and sure, there's like a slight advantage for Drink or Drunk, but you just can't do much from it. They've got a Pyromancer, but what else?
Another Pyromancer on the back of that team fight. Drink or Drunk only having one as they used their last one. Fire Giant up soon. I'm not too sure if this Ancient Fury is going to get too much use out of it. Definitely not in solo, as a tier 1 tower is still available.
Yeah.
Left Phoenix is down, but as long as they're not, caught out by a sneaky split push, that Phoenix should be safe. And mid Phoenix is coming back up too shortly. So Ancient Fury not getting too much value right now. Looks like it's going to be a fight around this fire. But if it was anything like our last fight, this game might go on forever.
Yeah, absolutely. But who do we think? We've seen that team fight. Schmitty really popped off there in the back line. I think Drink or Drunk for their side, it's the Jingwei that's popping off here. But who do we need to pull out for Raven Guard?
Ooh, I think both teams are doing a really, really heavy split dive fight, and I just think that favors Drink or Drunk.
Ooh, that's an engage straight Neon Flame into the backline, and Moxie not doing much damage in return. Ring of Spears having to be popped, and Typhoon straight onto Juki, not closing out the kill,
Nice.
but Brewsties will be the one that's taking that. Neon Flame, as much as he engaged, he'll be the second one to get taken down, and it's even right now. Health bars low on both sides for Moxie, and Shiro just got a bunch of health, actually.
Yeah,
Did
he
back?
reset.
He backed. I
He
did
reset.
not see that. But the fight is continued, and Apple Cruz will be taking
Oh,
down the
man.
Soul. And they're just walking
Health
it
bars
down.
are
They
so
want the
low,
Fire Giant.
Nixel.
Assassinate getting taken out. Shiro's walking forward. He doesn't have Typhoon to work with. There's 4 people with a decently low health that Shiro can work with and trying to get taken down. But it looks like both teams are going to have to back off this fire.
There's no fire here for Drink or Drunk. Their health bars, they're getting carded backwards right now. D-warding, Raven Guard. Looks like Dukey's back up 15 seconds. The same for Neon. Another 15 after that for Haste. Or Hate, sorry.
What can happen here? This is like if we
Yeah,
put a Kamehameha to a Gallic gun. There's so much evenness
Yeah, it's like a beam
happening
clash.
here.
Moxie caught out. I
Unfortunate for
I
Moxie.
think that some of these dive players are getting a little too... Oh, Aegis down. He Aegis at full health.
That
guess-
sucks.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one, but I'm gonna ignore it. Pretend that didn't happen.
Well, Jinko Drunk don't know
Giant
this.
started for Raven Guard.
I would
Well-
hope they don't know this. But
Well,
12K
this is
down
gonna be
for Fire
risky.
Giant, and Drink or Drunk are starting to crowd around. Hyena's looking for kills, and Juki is jumping straight in as he usually does. And Baron's doing a pretty decent job just getting him off his backline. Shiro's getting the first kill, but also taken down as well. Cardi getting killed by Apple Cruz, and Juki is so low on health. Schmitty, 1 health as well. Neon Flame, he's running
What am I
forward,
watching?
juking around. He's thirsty. He's saying to these hyenas, he's the lion. He's the one that's picking up the rest of this, getting flopped on. But what can you do against this lion running you down?
What is this game, Nuxel? Another flip team fight for Raven Guard, but flipped
Oh, no.
again!
Apple Cruz is back, and the lion is
Oh,
taken
no.
down.
I really feel like... I know we're laughing, having a bit of fun here, but I think that on an analytical point, Raven Guard and Drink or Drunk on both sides are just over chasing these fights. I really don't think you need to be chasing out the 1 health Barker's support for a kill. It's not going to change the game, and it actually did change the game because you over chased and then got caught. Now there's a 40-second respawn timer on Bologna, and Drink or Drunk are able to reset back over to Fire Giant. Jingwei, 10-second respawn timer, but obviously passive can take her back to the Fire Giant very quickly. They're going to start this up.
Yeah, 4v4, but yeah, like you said, Schmitty is back up now, and he'll be flying his way over and make it a 5v5 very soon. No one's in the Fire Giant pit quite yet, but they're looking for it.
Oh man, these team fights right now. Fire Giant started up, Drink or Drunk. Can Raven Guard? Do they have an answer? Bologna is not up, so no Sunder. Moxie, can't see the timer on his Sunder, but maybe it's up. And that would be big. Bologna is coming out of base, and Fire Giant's only half HP. Dookie zoning quite deep. Baron's
He's got
looking for an
half
engagement.
health on the
Susano's
Fire
flanking.
Giant. Not much
Could
left.
be a good
Shearer's in
engage.
the backline. He's waiting for it to go low. He wants to engage, and that's a Typhoon not
Oh,
waiting
no.
too much. And he's going to get taken down. Aegis having to get popped, but doing a little bit of damage in return, but he is dead. What happened? The Ring of
He's back
Spears,
into
like the
5.
body, getting taken to suck up Juki, but low health bars on Drink or Drunk, but Raven Guard, 3 players running back.
Who won that fight? I don't know.
It's just back and forth and back and forth. But Drink or... I didn't hear what you said, but Drink or Drunk got that Fire Giant, right?
Yes, Drink or Drunk got that Fire Giant, but Neath backflipped into 5 people after killing the Susano.
Oh,
Must have
that's
been a
what you
misplay, but
said.
somehow still lived during that backflip engage. Beautiful.
Chad
Yeah, what a
energy.
play.
The
And
knee.
now a group
Taking
up
a
in
tone
mid.
from Schmitty's book, diving straight with the airstrike with her ult into backline, wanting to do a little bit the same herself. Oh, what a
Mid
interesting
tier
game.
2. Getting focused down, this brute minion is able to lower the protection, able to get 1 minion in. Juki's loving these flops in. Very risky,
He
takes a
is
lot of
the
poke.
believer as
I don't know if
well.
they can continue on Nuxel. I think Ancient Fury is up, and obviously tier 2 in solo is up too.
I'm enjoying
So-
Jay better that they're able to use the man advantage to at least take something.
Yeah.
And
I
then looking
really,
at the
I
team
think
security now.
Barkus needs to be looking for a stun rather than a flop engage, because as soon as he flops in, I did say before, but Baron is just looking at him like a hyena, like you said before. He's like, dinner. I'm gonna pull this Barkus in, and he does have the beads item, but it's not long enough unless he's at the edge of it. And if you're flopping in, you're not.
Gonna get out.
You're not long enough. You're not far enough away. You could maybe walk into Baron ult and then beads the stun. That might be tech, but it's still like you still no beads item in 5 people, so it is super risky. I would really like to see Drink or Drunk slow the game down, play for a bit more of a stun engage instead of just a flop in kind of dive, because I really don't think that these team comps are super dive focused. Like, we've got no real massive AoE ult from Drink or Drunk, no Kukulkan, no Hokage. You know,
I feel like
new
the way that they're
damage is
playing,
enough.
though,
That...
is if they are diving. You've seen Schmitty diving
Yeah.
in with his airstrike.
Yes,
ult, just
that is
going
true.
Into the back line. It's almost like I mean, Juki's playing very aggressive, but I don't know how much value he's getting out of his shell.
Yeah, I don't know. I like the Ancient Fury that's been taken right now. I like that Drink or Drunk slowing the game down. Newer ult is used for vision. This is big. She has no beads, no Aegis, no CC immunity for the next however long it takes for her ult to be back up. This is a very important target. I'm not a huge fan of the solo side Phoenix focus because that Phoenix is not turned off. We've got duo and mid that are turned off. I would hope to see this team. Looks like Jingwei's resetting. Finisher Deathbringer. So it looks like 6 items and starter on this Jingwei. Mega fed.
Yeah.
Raid boss Thanos Jingwei right now.
And ideally, you're wanting to be taking most definitely this left duo side Phoenix.
Yeah.
The one that's furthest away from Fire Giant. If you can take mid, that's
Good
that's
macro neutral.
okay, but the duo side is definitely what they want, and having that disabled is definitely helpful for them. But it won't be for too much longer.
Still not too big on the gold diff. I know that, you know, it is big, but it's not game over yet.
Look how much damage that mist did from Nua, just onto...
Yeah, new balanced champ. With
Yeah,
that
but no way.
Archangel's gem.
Phoenix is back up, and they're walking
Oh,
straight
blood
in.
engage.
Chucky flopping in. The hyenas are back, and Ring of Spears going straight onto their tanks. Schmitty taking the Phoenix and getting a kill for himself onto Neon Flame. This looks like the team fight to end the game. Schmitty getting a double kill. Shiro to killing Apple Cruise onto, and Moxie getting another one for himself. This is just, what's going on? There's just so many kills happening. Drink or Drunk, it's not looking too favorable for them. I don't think they can close us out. I don't think they can even get this middle Phoenix. They got one. They're pretty happy with that, but I think I ate my
Ancient
words
Fury's
about that
worn
last
off.
team fight.
Oh, it looks like they're still going a bit too fast. Nua had such good wave clear that I don't even think they can get the wave in. Fire Giant spawning soon. Oh, Lord.
This is rough. This is rough. It's still a 3v2. Potential could be made here. 2 tanks could
Awesome.
engage. Moxie jumping straight onto Carter, walking back. They want this Phoenix more than anything. And Shiro's having to walk away as well and give this Phoenix straight for the side of Drink or Drunk. But they're looking forward again. And Moxie, massive stun from Cardi GG. Lots of damage. Shiro getting taken down. Azubo and Moxie living on 1 HP. The Phoenix isn't quite gone and dead. Juki somehow living that, and World Weaver coming out, but Cardi's going to be the one that's getting that kill.
What is going on?
Ridiculous. I can't believe what is in front of my eyes right now. This is no win for anyone. A Phoenix for Drink or Drunk, and a very low one in the middle, but this Fire Giant is what's going to be looked at next.
I have no idea who's going to win this game. Drink or Drunk finally firmly in the driver's seat. A Phoenix down. That Phoenix half HP. Fire Giant spawning soon, and I believe Ancient Fury will be shortly following that. But I don't know. I still think Raven Guard can win team fights.
Yeah, there's like the gold diff, as much as it doesn't look great at the top of the screen,
It's kind of
item-wise
negible.
not as bad as you think.
They're all
We've
full
gotten to
build.
the stage where it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
These are the plays. These are where the mechanical skills and the coordination is what's going to be winning you this game. But Fire Giant is barely going to be contested for Raven Guard. A
Oh,
little bit too
close.
late there. The Sundering Arc is what was trying to get taken there, but having to ult away, and Drink or Drunk playing it a little bit safe. And there, I believe, looking for Pyromancer and an Ancient Fury before they close out this game.
This has to be it, right? This has to be it. Fire Giant on 4. Neath just spawning, wasn't able to get that buff. Pyromancer and Ancient Fury. A Phoenix is already down. That wave get easily escorted into the Titan room. This is looking rough for Raven Guard, but I don't know. This game has been crazy so far.
It's absolutely been nuts. Gold, like you said, still quite negligible, but the buffs are for
Make sure we
Drink
get
or
those
Drunk.
oracles after Gold Fury's down,
Yeah,
boys.
They need it. Schmitty backing though. I wonder what he's gonna get.
Well, the 3k pots are permanent now, so it looks like he's getting an int pot, I believe. So he's probably got both of those now. 2 3k pots on him.
He'll be
So
smashed.
low. This Jingwei is actually Thanos. This is scary. I don't want to be Bologna against this Jingwei, even though Bologna has Nimian and is pretty decent against ADCs. It's still scary.
It is very scary, but not a very aggressive look for Drink or Drunk quite yet. They're still just taking stuff around the map.
Yeah.
Such an advantage. I'm kind
This
of
is what we
confused with
saw on that 30k gold league game, where I think you're in such a good position. You just walk down. Like, I don't know. I maybe Totem makes sense for the buffed wave, but I don't know. The timing seems off. It looked like we're all going solo. No one's like, we've allowed the duo wave to be pushed all the way back out, and the Phoenix is nearly respawned. I really don't like this macro from Drink or Drunk right now.
that.
I think
Yeah,
this what's the word? Series could have been played way better. Like this
Yeah.
sequence. Sorry, this macro sequence could have been played better.
Fire shards, the new are all getting put down really
Yeah.
early. I don't know
A
if
lot
that
of
was love, but
vision.
You can see
It's-
everyone in front of you.
Yeah, they're all on wave. It's getting used a lot for vision, and I am a fan of that, but not all the time. I also don't like the totem pull because you don't need wave when you've got Ancient Fury. This wave is just going to get cleared, and it doesn't even matter anyway.
Yeah, they're not wanting to contest this. There's no real opportunity to catch someone out. They had that opportunity before, but they're all in vision now. There's no point for them to go hiding. And left Phoenix is back up now.
Yeah.
It just feels like it's a dance around for not much going on. They're just taking away. You know, Raven Guard are happy to do this. They want it.
Yeah, they are. They're wasting out the fire. Ancient Fury falling off.
But yeah, like, could they not have just walked in and started it? There's no Phoenix that's going to be hitting them.
I
Maybe
think
they-
it's totally
No?
fun to like cage the backline out and like fake dive. Cage the
Yeah.
backline out, they're
Or
forced to
just
peel,
fake
and then your
stuff,
carries
right?
get so much space.
It's
There's
not
only
just
one
a
shell.
dive with a Phoenix, right? You can just
Yeah,
fake
yeah.
stuff and maybe get away or take out the rest of the fight, but it's
Obviously,
really
nerves
not
coming into
happening.
play here. You know, if you lose, if you go 5 for 0,
This is what they do.
Raven Guard
Drink or
pushes
Drunk
down.
looking forward. Fireman's a bomber straight onto that, and Schmitty, Ring of Spears, getting
There it
put
is.
straight onto the
Phantom
back
Shell.
line, and they're zoning them out. That's a Phoenix getting taken down and looking straight for the mid Phoenix as well. They want to end this game. They want to finish this out. We're 43 minutes in, and I feel like they've had enough of the back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. But it looks like it's not going to be too much happening. That's left
Beathold
in
using
control,
left
though.
in that 1v1, but Loki's has to reset, so it's effectively a 1-for-1.
Ooh, good stun out. Moxie going straight in. And that's a lot of damage that Soul's doing. Disapparate's already down. Life of the party taking down Moxie. Schmitty getting a kill of his own on Neon Flame. Airstrike having to be used to secure that.
They just can't
And
end.
They're just walking away again. There's just
They
not much that
can't
they can
end.
do.
This Baron peel is so potent. There's nothing that Odin can do. He flops in and he's just dead.
It might be an issue.
Here comes
with
Barkas, same
confidence.
thing.
Barkas just, like, not enough damage,
Oh.
but lots on him. Are they looking to end the game now? Possibly. They've got a wave coming in, but no Loki with them. Schmitty is doing a lot of damage to this Titan. Where did the health go on this Titan?
Yeah,
That's the
true,
game
what?
done. What's happened?
Where did the Titan health go?
I didn't see, was that just...
I guess it was minions. Minions must have been in. I did
Oh.
not see, but minions must have been in the Titan room, slowly tanking it down. Titan is super squishy in Smite 2 anyway. What a game! What an end!
So back and forth, absolutely crazy, but Drink or Drunk able to close it out there in the end. That was quite impressive there. Would have liked something a little bit more flashy, but the macro plays for them were able to clutch out that game.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see as we progress into our final few matches this Baron into Barkus and Odin specifically. It very much feels like both these characters are jumping in and kind of getting steamrolled by the peel, by the engage, the three root, the ult, the life of the party, getting so much value onto these targets after their movement is down. I'm excited to see that happening in the next games, hopefully.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Well, I think we're going to go to a short break, Jay Beto. So we will see all of you guys in a very short 5 minutes. Welcome back, APAC audience, to week 3. We are now going straight into the semifinals. We'll show you the bracket here to see what games have been won that we weren't able to view here. So ones that we saw was Blase versus Sunday School getting 1-0'd, and Bomb. Oh no, we saw that game.
I think that's the only one we haven't seen. The main one we haven't seen was Blase versus Sunday School. Sunday School winning that one. So now we're looking at Sunday School versus Drink or Drunk.
That's right.
As they
so...
Drink or Drunk just won that game.
Yes, so a contender of what we just saw, going straight into one of our top APAC teams. Very keen to see how that's gonna go. But
they lost last week in semis, so could see an early exit for them. But
maybe the same thing will happen.
Yeah, I'm expecting them to come back with a bit more of a vengeance, though. We'll see who they're meeting in the finals later on. But for now, we're going to be jumping into picks and bans for this game.
Absolutely.
I'm excited to see how this team handles the Baron and the Umoja. I think that they can play. Like maybe Tilly's playing Baron ADC. Who knows?
Yeah.
Maybe we're seeing Umoja solo this game. I'm not quite sure. We've seen a lot of things from this team so far. So
Tilly Superfan being finally back on the team as well. He's had some technical issues.
Umoja goat.
The Pesto stand-in, which has been very goated, but Tilly Superfan definitely Umoja's one of his favorite champs, so we'll most likely see that. There we go, first.
There it is, first pick. Yep.
I'm surprised.
I'm not surprised.
I mean, Fenrir is rough to not ban, but I'm
second
surprised
pick against this team is brutal. What do you do?
Yeah, I mean, Baron.
Maybe you could have left it up and
Baron
taken a trade.
Good.
But yeah, Baron, good. I mean, yeah. What's the second pick here, though? We're going to prio an ADC. Looks like we're going to take the Barkus, which, I'm not sure how that matchup goes into Umoja. Obviously, you got the anti-heal, can flop out of the River's Rebuke, but I don't know how that duo lane's going to go. What ADC is going to get paired up with each of these supports?
Yeah, well, do you think it's most likely going to be Baron solo or Barkus solo?
I'm not quite sure.
We might see another 5-shell game.
yeah. I'm hoping for 5 shells against this comp right now. But Moxie probably going to be picking up the Barkus solo. I'm not sure if I can see him as a Baron player.
I think you're
we'll
right.
See.
I think I enjoyed the Baron in solo more when we saw it in that first game. It just had so much impact.
Yeah, Osha played super well.
And Barkus can just be good anywhere. Anubis getting picked out. That's kind of scary. There's a lot of CC in their team comp right now, but Anubis is also someone that's very easily able to get caught out with, you know, Umoja and Odin and stuff like that, and Susano as well. Oh, okay.
The player's just, he gets engaged on, engaged. I'm just going to death gaze and stand still and just hopefully kill them all.
He needs that backwards blink I was talking about.
Yeah, blink forwards in Anubis ult. Susano. Yep.
Chark has been
we've seen a lot of it
for Sunday School. I feel like they've really been liking this Chark. He's a good snowball champ, I feel like.
Yeah, who's going where? Because, you know, Neith and Hokade, fine, that's going to be whatever. Like, they can go either one, and I don't think it makes that much of a difference where the carries are going.
Well, I feel like Hokate just has so much impact with her ult in mid lane. I don't think you want her in duo lane, where Neith can just stay out of that and ult wherever she wants. You kind of want Hokate to be in those fights.
I would like maybe an Odin jungle this game and a Chark solo. I think Chark's better at solo than he is jungle, but who knows? Platinum Peak can play anything, so if it's Chark jungle, I'm happy. If it's Umoja jungle, I'm happy too. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I think that taking Umoja off of Tilly Superfan is a crime, but but maybe he's taking it away. I have to say, I mean, it's so hard to say without player names because Umoja on like Tilly Superfan Umoja is so scary, but I do really like the Baron. I really like Baron into Odin so far.
I think if Baron is solo, I'm very much excited to see what Drink or Drunk do. But I think the Umoja is going to show us a very exciting game here for Sunday School. But let's pass it over. We've got Dice Heart and Not a Valve game on the cast. We'll pass you over now.
Thank you very much, Jay, Beto, and Nuxel. My name is Dice Hart, and yes, I am joined by Not a Valve game. Welcome to our APAC stream, Valve.
I'm excited to be here, man. I got up early for this game because of the, extreme time difference between us, but I am very excited to be here finally on a cast, and now I am. You know, we were talking about a possible Baron solo when both these gods were added, and if you ask any support, at least any support I know, they talk about this matchup being Yamoja's worst matchup into the
Oh,
Baron
yeah.
Samd. And we're really talking high about Tilly Superfan being goated on this Yamoja. Absolutely goated.
Without a doubt.
And Baron Samd is the, the matchup for it, so you might as well, put your best foot forward into their best foot forward.
Well, that's exactly right. If Tilly Superfan is kind of the difference maker that Sunday School need to be able to really dominate the tournament at the moment and secure themselves first place, then Drink or Drunk, you're right, have to counter him out and try to cancel out that difference maker. Although we are seeing a lot of these really strong gods that just don't seem to go away as well from Sunday School. They've got this Odin, they've got this Neith. And I think Drink or Drunk are going to have a bit of a difficult time, Valve, dealing with this whole team comp that Sunday School have drafted themselves.
No, I'm very interested to see what this chalk is going first. A lot of these tankier picks love rushing this Mystical Mail, getting that done first. Even in those magical matchups, I see a ton of them. At least in North America, they're just going Mystical Mail first because it's just that well statted. It looks like Odin might be looking into something else this time, but I wonder if this chalk's going to go into something like the Jones.
Oh,
but a bit
Tilly
of an invade
Superfan showing it off straight away. That was a successful invade as well onto the purple buff, and this is what we're talking about. He's so good at playing this Umoja, knew exactly how much damage he needed, and Tilly going to find that root as well. The stun from the Umoja is good. Phantom Shell has to be popped by Schmitty, but Tilly Superfan finds the first blood. Valve, we talked about it immediately. Look at how he did it with that Umoja.
That is, he just showed that, I am better, I am good, and this is what I'm going to do to you. This is my Umoja, and you gave it to me, and that is a mistake. You need to rectify this mistake when we play next. Because
That's
that
exactly
is
right.
just an absolute powerhouse play. He walked up, pushed buttons, and stole the purple, and then he soloed your carry. I will say that Tilly, right there, came in, did some damage, but that was all Tilly Superfan. Listen, you're the Superfan to set up for your carry.
Then why are you securing that kill all by yourself? And he looked fantastic on it. You're right that this is going to be a sign, I think, to all the rest of the Apac teams that you can't let Tilly Superfan have this Umoja. So we're going to see a bit of an engage here in the mid lane. Apple Crew's trying to find some damage onto Platinum Pete, but this Chark very tanky in the early game and a lot of counter damage onto Azemo as well. This Anubis takes a little while to kind of get his feet on the ground and start to find the damage to take these early fights.
I see that the Chalk and the Hecate both have the speed buff, meaning somebody got an invade off, and it's most likely the Chalk, as the Hecate looks for, the safety and the mobility that speed buff provides. So now Susano might be a bit behind on farm because this Chalk got that invade off. It looks like he's itemizing into that anti-heal first. Interesting little pickup here. I wonder what he's going to go for.
Yeah, there's a lot of different options at the moment and a lot of build paths you can go towards. A lot of damage here over onto Tilly, but a great double stun there from Tilly Superfan as well. And look at him go again on the Umoja. He's chasing down even more damage, but Apple Cruz has made a rotation over on this. Susano teleports in, looking for Tilly. No backflip available at the moment. Trying to find an angle on this one. Shell is going to be popped with a great pullback in there from Apple Cruz. He's going to knock Tilly off the map, and his Superfan wasn't enough to keep him alive there. And we were talking about maybe this Susano's a bit behind. Not anymore though, Valve.
That was a really big pickup onto Tilly there because it slows down Tilly's first blood start. And this Bach is almost...
that was scary.
That spear was filled a little sharp there.
Oh.
Bacchus, almost falling there, having to reset. The startup from beneath was very good because the Superfan set up everything perfectly for him.
Absolutely.
And in that situation, there was only so much Emoji could do because she ran out of Omi. So now there is just... not a deficit in the lane. There's still a tiny little lead for this Neith, but that reestablishes the lane. It lets the on her not feel so detrimentally behind because of that first blood. And it's a really good, counterbalance to that excellent start that happened in the duo lane. Look at Umoja already going back to the speed buff, sitting on it, waiting.
It is being caught out here, though, by Drink or Drunk, but Sunday School, they're not going to leave Tilly Superfan alone here. Platinum Pete is making a rotation over on this Chuck, but the Anubis are already used, and the Death Gaze is good. Will this Riptide get Tilly Superfan out of trouble here? Platinum Pete's made a rotation over, and that's why you play the Neith. Well, Weaver has connected there onto this, onto Juki on this Baron Samd. Is going to get this support out of trouble. Smite 2 a Smite on that thing. Very low health in the mid T1 tower, though, but no kills despite all the ultimates and abilities used there to try to find an early pick.
I thought
Oh.
Bacchus took. No, Bacchus did take
He
it.
did.
I thought
He did take that.
He did. I was like, I thought he took that, but no, the colors aligned in not the way I'm used to. I saw the blue buff come down blue, and that was a steal from the Bacchus. That flop, that big old body of his was too much for the Odin to handle. The blue buff taken away. And
Very good play
that
there by
is-
Moxie.
That is a mental destroyer right there, because he came over the wall. He's probably not maxing the flop either.
Azemo
The
might be
Storm
caught out
Call.
in the jungle here. The Storm Call is good, and the chase down is on. Not a lot of escape potential for this Anubis right now, and a great use of the beads there as well by Platinum Pete to prevent him from being pulled off by that Susano. He's going to lock in that kill, and Sunday Skill now have a 2-1 lead and over 1,800 gold in their pocket over Drink or Drunk Valve.
Yeah, that is... Ooh, this is a rough one. A rough start. Because the game starts out, the tempo. There's something that a lot of, people miss with the tempo of the game. The tempo starts out so heavy in Sunday School's favor with that start with that first blood. And then I would say it slowed down a bit after the Emoja got caught and was punished, at least in terms of her health. But the River's Rebuke comes out trapping him in with his Emoja ult.
Good use of the Phantom Shell will get them out of trouble there, and a little bit of poke did come out onto Schmitty, but that Phantom Shell right now, we're seeing it. Look, there's 5 of them on Drink or Drunk side, and it's definitely one of the best relics to get your hands on at the moment regardless, and it definitely makes playing this Emoja and, even despite how well that ultimate came up, it makes playing that Emoja a lot harder, I think, Valve.
I think that the Phantom Shell right now, it is a bit of a, strong relic for sure. Especially that your entire team, including your carries, are picking up 5 of them into characters like Neath, who can hit you for, 600,
900,
800, 900 damage in the late game with that World Weaver? Building the
And
transitions.
Aegis might have been nice.
Aegises feel good, but, what doesn't feel good? This Emoja
Platinum Pete
bouncing you back.
He found that great engage onto Juki, and you're right. Being able to bounce back there with that Riptide is good, and oh wow, the use by Apple Cruz of that Susano ult to try to find the kill onto Tilly under tower isn't going to be enough, as Tilly Superfan has found himself another kill onto this jungler. Sunday School are just playing so well around this Neath, and Tilly did a great job sort of just baiting people in there and giving his team time to rotate back around there.
I'm really interested in the Susano's choice in first item. I believe he went at first last game as well. It is this, the name is escaping me now, but it's this sort of, in the jungle, you slow down when basic attack, which has this sort of brawling capability, right? But you're also fighting into characters that really, don't care what you're doing.
Yeah.
Shock does not care. Yamoja does not care. She can just ring away. Shock also can fight you into that, or can teleport away. Neath has the backflip. Hekate's the only one who's really too heavily impacted by it. Bit of poke
Engage in the
jungle, but the gates are open.
Hekate ult was strong there, opening those gates, and Platinum Pete's going to be credited with the kill onto Azemo, who did find the CC immunity with his own ultimate, but not enough to get him out of trouble. And Sunday School have found themselves one more kill in the jungle now, invading away this speed buff from Drink or Drunk. And at this point, Valve, it's difficult for Sunday School to really drop this lead because they're just pushing so deep in here, and it is going to be the Desert Fury used by the on her here. Off the back of it though, the life of the party will come out inside the River's Rebuke though. Tilly Superfan going so huge there with that ultimate and just completely denies Drink or Drunk from finding those kills, finding that great engage, and it just means that once again Tilly Superfan has found himself great potential on this god and doesn't allow Drink or Drunk back into this game.
Like genetics, who? Like this guy is goated on the Emoja.
He is goated on the Emoja.
Oh,
Moxie might find the kill onto Madness Infiltrator. Is it enough though? No, Neath Well Weaver will come out, and Madness Inflictor just barely alive under that T1 tower.
That Neath ult was used as a dissuasion tactic, which was an excellent use of the World Weaver, but excellent use ultimate. Something a lot of Smite players don't always think about is the use of geometry. Player-made walls, player-made geometry. Ymir, Yamoja being the 2 examples of it in Smite 2, right?
Yeah.
Right there. Nobody's getting hit by life of the party because Baron can't pull them through the River's Rebuke. And that was excellently placed. Neath had the backflip away, but somebody like Chalk, who I believe just used the Torrent, or Hekate, who can't get away without burning that ultimate, is completely safe because of that River's Rebuke being put right in front of the Baron. That wall, you can suck him in through the wall, but you're not stunning him.
You've said it all, right? At the end of the day, the difference that I think Tilly Superfan brings to a god like Umoja is that more intelligent level of gameplay. As we're going to see the gates being open once more, Hecate firing off that ultimate. Good use of the wrap. He's going to keep his emo alive for a little bit longer, but Smite to a Smite on that thing will find himself a kill. Although Apple Cruise is here following up on the Susano and will pick up the kill onto Platinum Pete. So this Chuck isn't going to get too far ahead. Juki walking up and looking for Smite to a Smite on that thing will fire off the life of the party once more, trying to find this excellent use of that ultimate to pull in Smite to her and going to knock this Hecate off the map. Double kill for Apple Cruise, looking for more. Might dive Silly Superfan onto the tower. No, going to pull back from that one, but Drink or Drunk still showing signs of life in this game, Valve.
Even though the start wasn't the best for them, even though they are behind, they are not dissuaded. They are not out. They're not giving up yet, which is great. I don't like when teams, especially when the gold lead isn't that massive, when they're in situations where, you know what, the momentum isn't entirely in their favor, but there's no reason to you know, count yourself out yet. The invade, ambitious plays are still being made here, and it is secured by Drink or Drunk, and it doesn't look like they want to fight. They just want to leave, and the emoji's preventing them. But they have no dissuasion. They're still wanting to make plays. They're still getting active on the map, which is something I love to see from Drink or Drunk here. And it is something that a lot of teams are dissuaded when they kind of down, when they lose some engagements, especially when it's around in their side of the jungle, those invades, it gets them out of it. But Drink or Drunk are not having any issues with that.
Or 1v1 once again in the duo, in the solo lane, sorry, as we're going to see Platinum Pete. It's never a 1v1 when there's a jungler around, and not either when there's a Neath. Tilly is going to be credited with that kill using that World Weaver, and we keep seeing these brawls in the solo lane that just barely don't end up in Moxie's favor. This Barkus has so much potential, but he keeps getting knocked off the map. Fight around the duo lane, though, as Apple Crew's going to try to engage on Smite to a Smite on that thing. Use of the Hecate ult is going to open those gates and drag Apple Crew straight back over to Tilly. He's going to be credited with that kill. Drink or Drunk have to disengage off this Gold Fury now, and it's given Tilly and his Superfan the opportunity to get a little bit more farm, group around this Gold Fury, and dissuade Drink or Drunk again from finding an opportunity back into this game.
This Gold Fury, right, is very difficult to secure for both teams. I wouldn't say they have a crazy secure tool on either side.
No.
Maybe the Storm Call, the Intoxicate is something that they have on one or the other team. The Open the Gates isn't a traditional secure tool. Death Gaze is a shred tool. Neath doesn't have secure. These teams, they didn't itemize into the Sunder. Neither team did. So this is going to be a bit of a toss-up between these objectives. And right there, we saw that Drink or Drunk decided that they didn't want to take that toss-up right there. They wanted to just back away, take the wins where they had them, and walk away from that. Apple Cruz, though, is suddenly, you know, picking up some traction, picking up a lead.
He's achieving a lot on this Susano, and you're right, he's just barely beneath where Platinum Pete is farm-wise at the moment. This chart just barely ticking over to level 12 there. I think I'm loving the engages that Apple Cruise is trying to find. He's looking for this Hecate wherever he can find him. But I think you called it right there, where Drink or Drunk had to disengage off that Gold Fury. And it would have been really nice to see them kind of follow up on the Susano there and maybe force a little bit more out of the Hecate, because you said it exactly right. Neither of these teams can really secure a Gold Fury, so they need to win the fight beforehand to lock it in.
They're to win the fight beforehand, and right now these fights have been scrappy, very scrappy between the two teams. And I think that comes in part due to how they're going to be building and what characters they're playing. The Chalk can come in and out of fights with some healing. The Neath has some healing. The Anubis has lifesteal, which ultimately becomes healing. Just Odin has time for shielding. Bacchus has some healing and Kit, but little fights break it out.
Platinum Pete has found an engage here onto Juki, and that's been the story of this game so far. Bede's already popped on the Baron Samdi, and he's not getting out of this one. Platinum Pete, 3-1-3 on the Chark, found himself an excellent engage, and it's enough for Sunday School to start up this Gold Fury. But Valve, we've talked about it, they don't necessarily have engage, and Apple Cruz, he wants to find a position around this one, but the gates are open once again. Nobody going to be pulled in, though. Platinum Pete going to teleport around the backside of this one, looking for Apple Cruz. Anubis ult utilized, but it's inside of the Odin ult, meaning no lifesteal going to come through. Madness Inflictor finds one. Tilly Superfan finds a Zemo, and Moxie's going to be chased down by the entirety of Sunday School. Tilly and Smite to a Smite on that thing, going to walk themselves back towards this Gold Fury, and Sunday School now have themselves a dominant lead in this game.
We put the rectangle in the square hole, and the circle hole too, because we have it in this situation where we put you in a box against the wall. And if we don't do that, we make the walls ourselves. Madness Inflictor putting the Odin Cage down in the Emoja wall forcing those phantom shells. There's 5 of them. One of them is going to get them out of there eventually, right?
Eventually.
And it didn't seem to matter because the damage coming through from Sunday School was just too much. Drinker Drunk was not able to survive it, and it was locked down. The Baron getting picked before the fight started, before that Gold Fury was pulled, means that Sunday School just get it.
Really well played there by Sunday School, and you're absolutely right. What I really love to see as well was that intelligent map play utilizing the teleport that Hecate provides after she opens those gates and fires off that ultimate. Platinum Peak came right around the backside, found an easy engage, and as you said, all those walls just make it so difficult for Drink or Drunk to really position themselves in that team fight. And now Sunday School, they're going to push up into the right side of the map here, potentially looking for some red buff invades, maybe prevent this Naga from going down, and really, it's up to Drink or Drunk to try to find a way back into this game now, Valve. Oh no, Platinum Pete has found another engage here. He's going to try to pick up Apple Cruise and the World Weaver. Once again, will be targeted out here. Tilly Superfan finds a Zemo somewhere else on the map, but Tilly himself is going to knock Apple Cruise down. Moxie trying to peel off to the best of his abilities for Schmitty here. Oh, sorry, not for Schmitty here. Schmitty just fell to Tilly. Double kill for the Neath.
We say that they're trying to find a way back in, but those ways are commonly just completely shut out. And the cage comes out again, the gates are opened, and this Baron Samdi, there's only so much time you can buy. Dookie falls to Madness Inflictor.
Dookie, he does go down, and it's interesting because it's when he's up in that ultimate, he either has to cancel it to fire off the Phantom Shell, or he has to stay in that ultimate, wait it out, and then use that Phantom Shell to get out of the Odin Cage. And it's starting to seem like that's sort of what Madness Inflictor and Tilly Superfan are looking for with these ultimates. They're waiting for the right opportunity where someone on Drink or Drunk can't use a Phantom Shell to get out of it.
Even with the Phantom Shells, I don't think it matters. Because the damage coming out from Sunday School is just too high. The 10k gold lead has approached and has been surpassed. It is nearly 11k now. And in a 16-minute game, that is rough for Drink or Drunk.
It's a difficult position to be in, but Valve, I don't think it's over for Drink or Drunk yet. We saw earlier in the game, the lead wasn't so far away from them as it is currently, but Drink or Drunk have shown that they will continue to take fights, and even at the point that we're at right now, it's still looking like Drink or Drunk want to take fights. Apple Cruise still tries to find engages, still tries to find kills, and Moxie is going to keep trying to fight Madness Inflictor in this solo lane.
They're looking to find something. Moxie is the highest level on his team, tied with his on her right now, but it is almost matching the support on Sunday School, which is always a rough situation. And speaking of rough situations, a rainy day Dookie has found himself in, and it turns out that a rainy day means there's 4 people from Sunday School absolutely putting you in the dirt. Once
Dookie
again,
does go
Dookie
down
falls.
there, and you know, we've talked about it so much this game, Valve. It just feels like Tilly Superfan has control over this game. As Madness Inflictor, it looked like Drink or Drunk wanted to engage on him and commit to this Odin. They've actually rotated a lot of members of their team over here. Zemo hiding in this bush might be able to find an engage using this rat, but the rest of Sunday School are stepping up to the Fire Giant. And now Drink or Drunk are stuck in this position where they were looking for a deep engage in the solo lane, and now they might not be prepared for Fire Giant. Although, in saying that, Schmitty is going to try to push down this left side T1 tower, and Valve, I think that's the right play to make.
I agree. Because what are you going to do to contest this? Even if you steal it, that doesn't even out your fight. It doesn't. You are so far down right now that you need whatever scraps you can pick up. Smitty picking up this T1 tower is good for them. Gives them some global gold. Makes it so that, you know, you're getting a bit closer to the point where Sunday School is. And contesting that Fire Giant really only does so much. But the Gold Fury being picked up here by Drink or Drunk, a good answer back.
Intelligent
Burning everything
play
they
there.
can to pick this up.
Love that play from Drink or Drunk here, and they know as well that they can burn everything because they don't really need to take any fights. So great play from Drink or Drunk here, but Madness Inflictor going to fire off that bird bomb onto Moxie, and this is the time period where an Odin can get a solo kill against a god like this Barkus, and Moxie falling ever lower and lower is going to use that burb to find a stun on the Madness Inflictor, but bird bomb going to be up, he's going to jump up and fall straight back down. Well, Weaver connects, Moxie alive, Moxie down, Tilly finds himself a kill across the map while the rest of Sunday School push into the T2 tower in mid, take it off the map, and now Apple Crew's left alone under this mid Phoenix to defend. Sunday School, they're going to put their pressure pressure on the right side. T2 Tower have all 5 members here, but you have to be careful as Tilly Superfan finds himself another great Riptide there. As Zemo fires off that Death Gaze, barely keeps himself alive with that lifesteal. It is enough, though, to keep this Anubis standing, and slowly, Drinkle Drunk are wasting out the Fire Giant here of Sunday School.
This is a real rough position if you are Drink or Drunk. Look at this Hecate. It is not something that she's not even remotely concerned about being gone on here. The Baron Samdi is alone, and she's just throwing out damage. This is, Sunday School could play with whatever they want right now. They have the entire map is theirs. This speed buff, this Naga camp, even though it started on Drink or Drunk's side of the map, it's Sunday School side of the map.
It's ending on Sunday School side.
It's technically on Sunday School side. It's it's their side of the map. Apple Crew's looking to pick up some farm here. Apple Crew's has been doing a very good job here. The Typhoon coming out for fun, I think.
Blink out from Smite to a Smite on that thing. He's going to try to chase down Apple Cruise here. We see the World Weaver is very likely to connect at the moment as well, and the gates have been opened, so the stun comes out, and then the teleport brings him back. There can't be anything more disorienting for a Susano than everything that just happened to Apple Cruise. He will be taken off the map once more, and Sunday School might have enough pressure now to find some more picks and potentially push down this T2 tower and left.
That is unfortunate. Susano there. It's getting put into the portal, thrown in a different direction, and you would think that he is quite much faster than the Hecate. And she just said, well, I'm going to just warp you back towards me, and you're going to die because of it. There's nothing you could do about it. Smite Tua has been doing an excellent job on this Hecate, and it has been coming together all so well for this composition. These players have just been playing it all so well.
And look, I mean, he's smiting on that thing, and it's working out perfectly for him. This team, they have some pretty funny names, but at the end of the day, when they're playing the game, they get serious. And we saw last game that Drink or Drunk, the team that Sunday School are versing right now, hold that thought, as it's going to be an Odin Cage fired off here. Traps Juki inside of it once more. A Phantom Shell has been used, and the use of that Beads Talisman too is going to find a little bit of success, as Moxie going to use that flop and engage deep into the backline of Sunday School. But the gates have been opened, and Juki is deep into the backline once more. River's Rebuke comes out. It won't find anyone, but World Weaver will. Juki finally goes down. It took a lot of ultimates and abilities used there by Sunday School to knock this Baron off the map, but it might be enough here alongside the emoji healing to force down this left side. Phoenix Moxie going to find that 2-man burp, but the backline has been engaged on. Barely getting out is Schmitty using that jump on the Arnho, but Platinum Pete will find a Zemo, and Moxie, he's trying to zone to the best of his abilities, but Tilly is going to take him down. Left side Phoenix falls alongside, and Sunday School, they show why they're the dominant team in OCE. They're going to look for the Titan here. Only 2 members of Drink or Drunk still alive, still holding on hope. Can Sunday School end it out here? Likely they will, but Apple Cruise, he's pulled in 3. Isn't enough. Platinum Pete down to 1 HP. Madness Inflicted pushing it to the Titan. It is enough. Sunday School will take the game and continue to dominate this tournament.
A dominant performance from Sunday School there. It is, you gave Tilly Superfan his best pick, and it kind of pieced together from there. The tempo was set from that first blood, and, the writing was on the wall. Unfortunately for Drink or Drunk, it was a bit out of their control. Apple Cruise had a really bright showing. Moxie kept the control of his lane, but he was also ultimately suffering from the solo lane blight of they have a Neath on their team, so you're not allowed to have fun at any point.
Yeah.
Because they push the World Weaver button, and you suddenly lose between 10 to 30% of your health. So
any 1v1 suddenly becomes a 2v1, and a huge map play across from literally the other side of the game. And we were watching Drink or Drunk play last game, and they had a standout 45-minute slugfest against Raven Guard, and it doesn't necessarily feel like the same Drink or Drunk weren't playing. It feels like they were playing really well and looking for those engages. But you're right, Tilly Superfan got your Moja, pushed it down, and said, you've got 5 shells. And so what? We don't care. We're gonna push you anyway. We're gonna fire off these walls.
So what, Bozo? You can walk through them, and you can walk into my team's abilities, and you could die before you could even get through them. That extra health and that ability to walk through those walls is only gonna do you so well.
Well, Valve, thank you very much for joining us for that game. That was a pretty exciting one. Bit of a quick game to be knocked out there, but I think being able to show Sunday School, that #1 team in the region right now, is really, really exciting to see. We're going to throw it over now to the desk, Osme and Nuxel, to take it away for our first grand finals games, Picks and Bands #1.
Thank you so much. Not a Valve game and Dice Hard. Awesome showing there. Sunday School versus the other team. I can't think of the name for some
Whoa,
reason.
that's BM.
Oh, my brain. Sorry. But going straight into P's and B's of Sunday School versus Fish. This is a showing that we're starting to come accustomed to. So, new gods, new updates, new changes. It's going to be really interesting to see what comes out here. And it looks like I agree with that. The Yamodra ban, I feel like, has to be a priority. But I wonder if they pick up the Fenrir.
Yeah, there's so much open. I do believe with the Yamaja ban, we saw how powerful Tilly Superfan was in that last game. But I'm happy trading for a Fenrir first pick. And as we've seen tonight, there has been some teams looking towards this Mori double Fenrir comp. So we
Drink
may
or
see
Drunk,
that
that
coming
was the
out.
name of the other team. Sorry, my
It
brain
was.
just remembered.
We may see the double Fenrir comp coming out, but a Neath Baron top 2 for Fish is really a nice reply to that Fenrir top pick.
Yeah, Baron being such a priority on alongside the Yamodra, but obviously Fenrir that's not banned, he'll get taken away immediately, and Odin's going to be the next lock-in. So far, it's looking like what we saw last game for Sunday School, but with a Fenrir instead of the Yamodra, but we got an Emir locked in. That's going to be interesting. Lots of tankiness, lots of engage, lots
Yeah,
of walls.
this Emir pick has its identity in just trying to be a counter to Baron. It can wall off its own teammates from being sucked into life of the party, and you can also find this Baron easier to kill if he's out of position. You can just wall him off, and he should be free picking. So I do like the Emir pick, and the Loki Bacchus is a nice start to the front line for Fish.
Yeah, very strong gods across the board here so far. Looks like it's the Chark jungle run back for Platinum Pete again. He was loving that one last game. He wants it again, it looks like.
Chalk mid, chalk mid.
Chuck mid, do you think?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it
Like
is. Oh, sorry. Yeah, you're totally right.
Smite Tour has owned me in a ranked game on that one, so I would think that that's the Chark in the middle lane. It's a nice pick. It has a like substantial amount of damage and area control, which they kind of need into this comp from Fish. The Hecate coming out in last pick, Chuck can just get out of that if he times his ult correctly. So it's going to be a close one. What do you think? Or which team do you think has the stronger comp here?
I think if I am Fish, the only thing I'm worried about, Neath is such a good prio, but Sunday School's so tanky. And Neath isn't, she's not your traditional ADC that's auto-attacking the tanks down and making them feel like they're squishy. Like, she is a utility-based champ that's god, that's using her abilities as much as possible. So it's going to be interesting. I think on paper, when you look at it, the Fish team comp has such a good spread of gods that work together and have a goal, right? Like with the Engage, with Bacchus and Baron, and then Loki and Neath, like with just Neath World Weavers going out. Like it's same as what we saw last game, like with Sunday School. There's a lot of synergy there that could work with, but Sunday School tankiness is definitely something to be scared about. But what about you? What do you think?
Good luck killing Sunday School. Let's just get into the game. Chucking it over to Dyson Gebetto on the cast.
Thank you very much, Osme and Nuxel. My name is Dice Hutton, joined once again by Jay Beto for Sunday School vs. Fish.
Well, Osme making it clear how he feels about this game, and you know what? Oh, it's hard to disagree. He's right. There is so much frontline on Sunday School, but Fish does have a lot of pick potential. A lot of this, like finding someone in the jungle. I've been talking about it all day, but we'll see. This is definitely a team that I would say can play like that. Very good team synergy, and I didn't get to mention it because I wasn't around, but Flicks on that on her on his first game was so good. I think he I had no positive words for him in the week 1, but I have
Mhm.
nothing but positive words for him since then. I think he's really stepped up. I'm not sure. Maybe that week 1 was just kind of like an ego check, like, okay, I can't play like this. I have to lock in. And he has. He really has. So, no too crazy starts coming out from either team. No proxy starts. Nothing too crazy.
Yeah, very, very standard looking gameplay here at the moment. We did see a bit of grouping from both teams in that early stage of the game, but Jay Beto, I mean, what I really want to talk about is this is the finals matchup that we saw in week 1, and we're
It is.
back into the finals now, here for week number 3. So seeing how these teams have sort of adapted to each other, we saw, Jay Beto, that in week number 1, it was a 2-1 victory in favor of Sunday School.
Yeah.
Last week, Fish were able to knock Sunday School out in the semi-final stage. So it's definitely going to be exciting, I think, to see how these teams have sort of adapted in the last few weeks since they last saw each other in the finals. And you're right, Flix has definitely changed his mentality, and that's a big talking point, I think, for Fish.
Yeah, I also think that I don't want to take anything away from Fish's win last week, but it was a best of 1. And teams like this, when they're like on the upper echelon of the teams that we're going to see in this competition, best of 3s matter. They're important, right? Because you can experiment. You can see, do we let over the Fenrir? Are we going to allow that? Like a pick and ban from just a 1-game series is, look, he does find Chark in the jungle, a bit of
A
poke
lot
out
of
onto
damage
him.
coming out, and Smite to a Smite on that thing as Platinum Peep's going to jump over the wall near this Oracle Pit, preventing any aggression coming out here, or further aggression from Fish. Yada going to claim that little bit of gold there, but that Loki got very low there, Jay Beto.
Yeah, Fenrir also blinked to get closer for that jump, so desperately trying to keep his mid laner alive. Didn't want to give over that first blood. Some great team play. But yeah, I won't touch on it too more, but I just think that teams like this, being able to play out a best of 3 and kind of create a in-series meta, that more happens in best of 5s, but still happens in here, I think is more important for these teams. So keen to see what happens. I don't want to, get too excited over either team. I'm just keen to see what happens.
Yeah, it's very exciting between those two teams, and the narrative that's kind of been drawing out between these players, and how, you're right, the meta is sort of drawing out between when these teams have to verse each other, and whether it's a best of 1, whether it's a best of 3, sort of who gets the advantage at different points as well. But we're seeing, very, very slow gameplay coming out so far. Sure, there was a bit of an engage there, and simply, was looking for everything he could in that early stage, but so far, not a lot across the map, and barely anything separates these teams in the gold department right now.
I mean, this is like what I would expect from teams that are like, closely matched, 50% win rate against each other, essentially. I do... Oh, hold that thought. Fenrir jumping in, but nothing too crazy. So, I want to talk about this Chark mid. I don't think that it's, like, troll at all. I think that if you have a look at the team that Sunday School have built, it is a mega team fight build. Sorry, comp. Mega team fight comp. And, okay, Chark doesn't have any pick potential, so can't help with the setup. But it's just so much AoE slowing and damage. I'm assuming he's going to go mostly damage. So we're going to be seeing some massive ults. Yeah.
Yeah.
The axe, the healing is going to be big too if he builds into any intelligence. Pardon me.
Well, look at the massive amount of pressure that he's already outlaying onto Yada here. And, we talk often about how Yada tends to play very safely on these gods like the Hecate, and when we do see him on other gods like Neith or Nuwa, he's typically able to play very safe and avoid a lot of damage, but that's so hard to do against this Chark, because any amount of poke is a dangerous amount of poke for this god. We are seeing Invade coming out here from Sunday School, going to successfully steal away the purple buff from Fish, and that...
Map, though. Invade trade, so some cross mapping going on from both teams. Really smart, good macro. I'm loving it.
Yeah, good macro. You're absolutely right coming out here. Platinum Pete, though, he's not done. He's going to look for the back camps, and you have to wonder whether or not Fish can keep up this counter-invade plate as well. They don't necessarily know how much Sunday School are doing over here, and might be scared of a counter-rotation coming out, but no, simply he's going to try to find those back camps as well, so equal trading out of the invades by the looks of it.
I'm actually wrong, by the way. I looked at the map. They weren't invading. They took their own buffs. I'm not sure if they took them in the bottom side, but I was looking at their own buffs.
Ah. You know what? I agree with you wholeheartedly on everything you
I
just
think
said.
actually
so.
I think they may have invaded bottom side. Like I'm not sure.
We're going to pretend that all of that was completely real. Nothing terrible happened there.
Gold
Completely
Fury
even game state
up
or
in
something. No,
up
it
in
is
15 seconds.
it is a 5 to 6, about a 700 actually gold lead in favor of Sunday School right now, and they're definitely showing that that was a successful set of invades for them
Yeah.
on that duo lane side of the map. And we're seeing over in this solo lane side as well, Osha on this Baron, he has a lot of kill potential, a lot of damage potential, a lot of healing potential, but Madness Inflictor is a dangerous opponent to be versing on this Odin, and
Yeah.
I think it's going to keep Osha down in this early to mid game and prevent him from getting early rotations off on this very CC heavy Baron.
Neath just ticking over to 5. 6
Ooh,
now, but just getting
secured that
access to
red.
his ultimate. Yeah, very nice from ulti there.
Yeah,
So
good
I'm
mix and backflips and
looking to
flicks.
see some Loki invis, find Fenrir in the jungle, force his ult out, maybe catch out the Soul or the Chark with the Neath ult on top. I'm really looking for that. I'm sure Simply is going to be calling for that.
Mhm.
I'm not too sure about early Gold Furies because Sunday School's early damage against objectives is not super high. We've got Chark going this conch item, which is going to give him both strength and intelligence, so a good early item pickup and
Oh,
scales
engage here
pretty
from
well.
Platinum Pete onto Yada in the mid lane. He's going to use that Brutalize to chase him under the tower, and there's the Ragnarok.
Oh.
Speed pop, but not under the tower, and Platinum Pete is going to get our first blood of the grand finals. Yada falling down, and Jay Beto, I've mentioned it a few times, but Yada is typically a very safe player, so for him to fall there, it could be quite detrimental to Fish's mental and how they like to play these games out.
Yeah, I can see that, but I also think that Yada is an old player. We heard from Swifty today. He's a really experienced player, and I don't think that him dying for first blood is going to get to him too much. I think that he's an amazing player, and if he's mental booming after something like that, he's got to go down some tier list spots. You know what I'm saying? But
Wow,
I think the
this is
mental
a
will be
Gold
okay
Fury.
over there. Yeah, Gold Fury defending this invade as well, which is really nice. Able to make
Mhm.
plays on both sides of the map, which is I feel like a bit of a mistake from Fish. Shouldn't be allowed to do that, in my opinion.
Yeah, Fish typically have quite good macro play across the map as well, so it is surprising to see them, by the looks of it, not realize that that Gold Fury was going down. And I think, Jay Beto, we mentioned that it's probably not going to be a mental boom for Yada and for this team, but we have seen that the kill there onto the Hecate did open up the map enough for Sunday School to prevent an invade, as you said, on the right side of the map and secure that Gold Fury. So, I think that Yada is really central to this team, and Fish really revolve around his presence in the mid lane. And as we've seen, Sunday School are taking advantage of the fact that they were able to remove him from the game so early on.
Yeah, I also think that as Naga picked up from Fish's jungle because it spawned there, potential speed buff invade. No, just going down. I think that it's obviously hard to try to speculate who's driving in the comms, right? When we don't have access to the comms, but I really want to highlight Osha late game as
There's the engage
Ragnarok.
again, and followed up there by Smite to a Smite on that thing. Yada has no beads available, and
playable.
Sunday School were completely aware of that in that moment. Heaps of CC comes down underneath that T1 tower, and it just makes it impossible for Yada to do anything in that situation.
Man, that looks so frustrating to play against. He's playing so safe, and they're just diving him under his tower. I know that Yada doesn't like to have his team play with him. He likes to sit back, farm, just have his team play around the map. But I think this game, having Barkus with the beads item that's now been picked up, play around him a little more, shadow this Fenrir if he's able to. I think that's the best option here. I like this match duo.
Great wall. It's completely
my
fixed in here until he is able to find a few auto attacks onto the there, but not enough to secure that kill. But Jay Beto, we saw last game that Tilly Superfan, who was playing that Yamoja, and the great use of player-made walls coming out prevented Drink or Drunk from really finding in routes into the game. And now he's playing this Ymir, who has a little bit more control over exactly where he's placing those walls. And look at the impact he's already having on this game with that.
I mean, he's just the GOAT. Like, he can play anything and look really good. So I would be scared. Anything defensive, you can't kill his backline. Offensive, he's invading every buff and you're permanently dead. So I think that it's not unplayable around Weaver's World out onto
Did you say,
On
what did you just, what?
Sorry, my bad. Is that-
That just, yep, you're absolutely right, Jay, but
that was Neathal onto
yeah, it sure was. Who did it come out onto, Jay Better?
onto the soul. Let's.
Yeah.
I'm confused. Anyway, moving on.
Yeah, go on, tell me more.
Yeah, I'm not trying to say that he's unbeatable, but I think that you're gonna have to find cracks in the team outside of the support.
Yeah, and it's difficult as well, isn't it, Jay Beto, where you want to prevent this Soul, Tilly playing this Soul from getting too much of an early lead, but when Tilly's super fan is around him so consistently and has so many options to protect this ADC, it really prevents the engages that you're looking for. And I think Sunday School have drafted really well here because they've given Smite 2 a Smite on this thing exactly what he needs to be dominant in the mid lane, and they've given Madness Inflictor exactly what he needs to be dominant in the solo lane. So as Fish, where do you look for an engage?
All in
indeed.
onto this Baron.
Don't see this Baron going down here as the Odin Cage has already been dropped, and now the Baron can get a little bit of healing off. It is going to not be a full bird bomb, but a lot of damage coming out from the jump as well. Shield used to keep Madness Inflictor's health bar quite safe there as Smite to a Smite on this thing, just continuing to force pressure out onto Yada in this mid lane.
Yeah, he's up 2 levels in mid. Man, that's rough. World Weaver. I hate you. I was close. You made me feel like I was like miles off.
No. It's just that you said Weaver's
order.
World, and my brain
sorry.
went, what just happened? No, it wasn't because of you. It was me going, what does that mean? As Gold Fury is started up here by Sunday School. An attempt coming in from Fish to prevent this from happening, but Platinum Pete, exactly as you said, excellent use of the Ragnarok there to zone out Fish. And now, Jay Beto, Sunday School, they're 2-0, but they've got themselves a 4,000 gold lead over Fish right now.
Yeah, the Sunday School macro is just so good, so good. And 4k gold is not 2 Gold Furies at all. It is these invades that we've seen coming through. It's mid-camp prio. The pressure out onto Yada this game is just unbelievable. Sunday School, must be high. Like, I've got it. Maybe it's Sharks. Maybe it's Sharks, the coach, who's been drafting you saying, look, Yada's just playing Hecate every game. Why don't we just, bully him all game so that he can't do anything and that he can't get to that late game team fighting style that he's been playing so well. He's not able to land the Loki ult with the Hecate ult on top because he's just not there. I really like it. I like the style so far. It's not really something we've seen. Another all-in solo as both ults trade across the board.
Solo all-in here as the cages come down and Tilly Superfans made a rotation over. The freeze will be used, and Osha doesn't have a way out of this one. He's going to get a little bit of healing and movement speed off the use of that ability. Triple stun comes out as well. Is it enough to get Osha out of trouble here? No, but it slowed them down, and Madness Inflictor, though, is going to pick up the kill onto his counter solo laner. But Fish, they might have found an opportunity on the other side of the map, simply rotating over now that he knows that Tilly doesn't have his Superfan around. Is it enough to pick up this soul? Probably not.
Making a tour, other places checking out talent. I really don't like the beads from Osha there. He's dead no matter what. Like, there's just no way he's getting out. He's on the other side of the lane, of his side of the map.
Yeah.
I guess he stalls, but they're losing a tier 1 tower, and Fish aren't able to make a play over on a Tilly. Tilly's playing so well. I can't believe how well he's playing right now. It just, they must know. He's just playing so safe. He's playing so back. They have a tempo advantage in duo, and he's just not giving it to them. No dive because Soul's too safe, and they're getting a double invade off as well. So much gold going to Sunday School.
A lot of potential here for Sunday School to really, you're right, ball out of control. And we're going to see, once again, Platinum Pete fire off that Ragnarok. It looks like Tilly's superfan, though, is not a superfan of Platinum Pete because that wall seemed to block off Fenrir from getting the chase down there. We did see, though, Fish were able to successfully invade the purple buff off of Sunday School there. And that is important. It's getting them back into this game. And as you said, it was very difficult for them to look for a dive onto Tilly there. Very safe on this Soul. But at least they found a way to deny him some of the farm that Tilly really needs to ball out of control on this god. But Flix is still maintaining an even bit of gold here, only a little bit behind as Tilly just ticked up to level 13 there, and so did Flix. So they're about basically even at the moment.
I mean, I love the play that Fish are going for there. I do. But you're trading solo laner down, plus the waves he's losing, tier 1, both buffs and back camps for 1 or 2 waves that Tilly's losing. It's just never an even trade, which is so rough because you want to be able to trade more. If he steps up, or if they're able to dive with like a double stacked wave maybe, and just insta kill him, and then get the tower as well. It's such an even trade across the map. But Sunday School trading so positively right now.
Yeah, I think that Sunday School is very comfortable with the position they're in at the moment. I definitely, Jay Beto, wouldn't count Fish out of this game, really, ever.
No,
You
we've
know,
seen them come back from gold leads worse than this.
we sure
Oh,
have, and it's not as if, you know, the kills are going to be, as you said earlier, a mental boom against Fish,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
especially against Yara. But this might be a bit of an engage angle here from Sunday School onto Flix. I don't think he realizes Platinum Pete is around this corner. He's going to find the jump in and the stun off. Platinum Pete likely to fire off this Brutalize as well, going to chase under the tower here. Beats popped immediately on that Ragnarok, though. Good immediate reaction speed there from Flix to keep himself alive, but those beads are down now for quite a while. Jay Beto as engage coming out from Fish onto Smite on that thing. Is it enough to get that kill? No, it's not, but Flix engaged on once again. Tilly and his Superfan looking to dive that T1 tower. Won't find this Neath, though. A lot committed from Sunday School. They will get a T1 tower out of it, but Fish, they might be able to find themselves an opportunity on this Pyromancer, Jay Beto.
Smite to a Smite on that thing. Might have something to say about that engage as Loki comes through as well. On top of a card AL, teleports him into the backline, into Odin Cage. A flop
Odin
from
Cage
Farkas.
is good, but Smite to a Smite on that thing is better. Fish are falling low health at the moment, and Yada in a lot of trouble here, but he turns around looking for the follow-up on Osha's life of the party. Smite to a Smite on that thing finally goes down. Ulti credited with the kill, and Platinum Pete does find Yada. In the meantime, a huge war coming out from Tilly's Superfan, and it's enough of Madness Inflicted to find a stun into the backline here. In the meantime, Platinum Pete, huge Brutalize onto Osha, forces him back under the T1 tower. Jay Beto, did the Pyromancer even go down there?
I don't see a bomb on anyone, so unless it was used immediately, I'm not quite sure. It's hard to tell with Spectator because the timers are always strange.
Yeah.
But man, Shark is so tanky. Like that's any other mid laner, and he's caught there in life of the
immediately.
party. He's just insta dead. But
Yeah.
he buys just enough time for his team to come across. They use just too many abilities on him to get him down. They're able to turn back the fight. Fenrir jumps in. Man, what a fight.
Yeah, what a great fight. I think, though, that does highlight Fish are not out of this game. You know, they're starting up the Naga right now, so still looking for map plays and looking to have a macro impact in this game, although Platinum Pete might have something to say about this one. Sees 3 members of Fish and walks away. He's actually surrounded here as well, as Nada's going to find an engage here. Simply, though, he fired off that Assassinate ultimate and immediately had it turned around by Platinum Pete here. The 1v1 between the junglers is good, but Tilly Superfan is here. The shell is even better, and Smite to a Smite on that thing will pick up Simply, and Platinum Pete will walk safely away from that fight. And again, though, Jay, it's never a 1v1. That's been the story of this set and the story of Sunday School so far today as well. They're constantly able to, just have engages across the map, and no one's ever alone on this team. As Madness Inflicted going to try to invade away this purple buff won't be successful, though.
Great zone away from Osha, though. I mean, like, he's invading, but he's just buying time for his team to get God Fury. He's like, all right, they're on purple buff. Okay, don't die, sure. That's it. And they get God Fury. That's 3 for them now, so they get all the buffs. Big, like, 6k lead now for Sunday School.
6k lead at 17 minutes as Platinum Pete
not successful either.
does find Yada opening up those gates, though. He's going to get the Hecate out of trouble here and back safely inside the blue buff pit. Although Osha is alone behind this T1 tower as he was looking for an invade, trying to take the 1v1 with Platinum Pete. But again, it's never a 1v1 here when it comes to Sunday School. 3 members of this team in the area. Yosha nearly found the kill onto Platinum Pete. He's going to get a little bit of tick of damage off, but Smite to a Smite on that thing. He's absolutely going massive on this Shark mid. But Fish, again, playing the macro. They're aware that they're going to lose Osha there. He wastes time, and Fish are going to start up and knock off this Pyromancer.
A good macro play. I think I'd say this is a positive trade so far, or at least even. You know, I mean, I think. Oh no, okay. I was gonna say Amir got the kill, but no. It looks like it was the Shark, which is pretty frustrating. But yeah, not too bad. Potential for sieging. That tier 1 in right is low. Tier 1 mid is almost the same health for both teams. So I think the team that breaks that gonna be feeling pretty good. But Pyromancer finally taken off. Yeah, I don't really know how this game is going to go from here because Fire Giant is up. The next Gold Fury, is Ancient Fury, and Pyromancer is now on Fish. So what is the play? Is it look for a pick, go fire? Is it trade? I'm not sure if Ancient Fury for Fire Giant is worth it. Sunday School seem to have the answer. They're engaging.
Seems to know what he wants here. Hecate ult is going to fire off and trap 3 members inside of that pool. The teleport going to keep them away for a little bit, but Tilly Superfan credited with the kill onto Hecate here. And that's an excellent pick there for Sunday School. Gives them an angle to push into this mid T1 tower where Flix is by himself trying to defend. Although we do see Ulti here forcing the beads out onto Flix there, does Sunday School, but it's enough that Ulti was there with that burp to keep his ADC alive. Sunday School, though, are going to engage into the back line. Platinum Pete does find the use of that Ragnarok and forces Flix to fall here. Madness inflict a great follow-up there, as we see him simply using that Assassinate ultimate on the Loki to engage onto Tilly Superfan, but he wasn't the low health target. Platinum Pete was, and the T2 tower hasn't gone down yet, but Sunday School, they're invading their jungle, they're finding more of a lead. I don't know if Fish have an angle to take this fight, despite some low health bars on Sunday School right now, Jay Beto.
I love Sunday School's kind of disengage here, because it's not really a disengage. They fought, they didn't overcommit for the tower, they're just stripping the whole jungle out, and then they're going to reset fire. It's so good, it's so controlled, it's so calculated. I would hate to play against this because it's really frustrating. You just get wiped, or not wiped, but, you know, a few of you die, you come out of base, oh guys, they've taken our whole jungle, oh guys, they're on fire now. It's just such good macro, and it's really frustrating to play against a team that plays like that. But, I don't know. Sunday School looks so good when they have Tilly Superfan on their team. I'm not sure what it is, if he's making a lot of the comms, but they look flawless so far. Only 1 death and no towers have fallen? This is nearly a perfect game.
It is nearly a perfect game, you're absolutely right. And it's surprising as well that it feels like such a perfect game, because Fish have been playing their macro incredibly intelligently. They've still been looking for Pyromancers. They've picked themselves up a few Nagas here and there and have been grouping really well. So, you know, when you look at the stat lines and the towers that are up, you're right, it does feel like a perfect game from Sunday School at the moment, but it does still feel like Fish are giving them a run for their money and are competing in this match still. And, you know, we've seen these teams match up quite a few times at the moment on the leaderboards for the Founders Series, the Apac Founders Series. These teams are very, very close on the bracket right now, so it's barely separating them. It definitely is important for seeding, as we're going to see Tilly Superfan find a stun off using that freeze onto the Barker. So Ulti does up down. The Hecate ult gates are open, and Soul going to find a little bit of damage off onto Ulti, but a good use of the teleport off the back of the Hecate ult will get him out of trouble here. The cage is good, and Tilly is better. Finds Simply, and the dive out from Sunday School is going to find... No, Flix turns it around and does pick Platinum Pete up in the backline. Too deep was the dive from the Fenrir. Flix engaged on by Smite to a Smite on that thing, and Madness Inflictor jumps into the backline. Ulti, he's so low, but he still finds CC. Flix finally falls there as Tilly is going to trade off the opposing ADC. Tilly Superfan, though, low on this Ymir and forces out the jump here onto Madness Inflictor and Smite to a Smite on the thing. Fish are going to look for an engage here. They can see the low health bars from Sunday School. They're starting to find chinks in the armor, and it could be enough as Osher is here, and he's going to fire off the light. Hardy 2-man pull forces the beads and the teleport away from Smite to a Smite on that thing and completely leaves Madness Inflictor alone. But this Odin J Better, who's so tanky.
He smited on it a little bit too much there. I just praise them for not overcommitting. They commit too hard into Fish's back camps, and that life of the party was so good.
Has Madness Inflictor found an angle here, though? No. He's going to be mezzed out of the use of that stun there, and now Osher is here keeping Yada alive. I don't think they realize that Smite to a Smite on this thing is available for some damage right now. Bird Bomb out, but trapped inside of the Hecate ultimate. No, it's not enough. Life of the party, though, might be. Still alive is Madness Inflictor. Smite to a Smite on that thing. Uses that X teleport to get himself out. Tilly, in the meantime, has knocked the Gold Fury off the map. Yada finally finds the trade off onto his opposing mid laner. Nice. But Sunday School, if they found the macro play, Jay Beto.
Fire is up. Fire is available for Fish question mark right now. Do they look?
They found the pick onto the Shark, and he's down for 40 seconds. Instead, though, Jay Beto, it looks like they want the Pyromancer.
Oh, so it's such a hard decision to make, you know. Do you kind of try to flip this game on the fire? When you are 10k down, it might be what you need. The Pyromancer is the option right now. 2 runic bombs on the side of Fish. I believe, yes, Gold Fury was taken by Sunday School. Ancient Fury, not going to get too much, but Fire Giant being looked at by Sunday School right now.
And Jay
Maybe
Beto,
just a vision.
Yeah, it is just a bit of vision, you're right, but I think that this is sort of what happens when you go for that Pyromancer instead of looking at the Fire Giant. Fish has given Sunday School an angle to look at this fire.
They're all on the left side.
And, you know, they've got 2 bombs available on Fish. You would think that this is the opportunity to steal away this Fire Giant and prevent the lead from getting too far out of control. We're going to
How
see
does this happen?
Ulti and Yada are stepping up to try to prevent this from happening. 3,000 health bar left for the Fire Giant right now. Any bombs available? 400. Tilly is going to secure the Fire Giant, and Platinum Pete picks up Ulti. Teleport out there, used through the Hecate, but Yada has teleported himself back in right next to Tilly. The Odin cage is down. Chased down is Ulti, forced to get himself out of trouble here. Osha's made a rotation in as well, and Tilly finally knocks Yada down. The rest of Sunday School, they're going to push out into the right side of this jungle after this Fire Giant play, force Osha away, and now Sunday School, they've got control of the map. They can push wherever they want, Jay Beto, and I think what they want is this mid T2 tower.
Yada the GOAT sacrificing himself for his support, make sure that he sends himself in as a distraction. And that was a bit of an interesting, I'm really, I don't know, maybe that was a bit of a, miscommunication. Oh, they can't do fire, it's fine. But they could do fire, and we based and went out duo side, so I'm really not sure what happened there, but a huge chunk out onto Tilly right now.
Oh, and the Well Weaver did nearly connect, but great block there from it. Looked like Madness Inflicted, could have been Tilly Superfan, but either way, that mid Phoenix will hold. We saw as well that the Ancient Fury only disabled the mid T2 tower, so not enough to allow Sunday School to push down a Phoenix there. And Fish, good defense.
However, with this new item slot that's been added in, we would be approaching negligible gold diff right now. We are not anymore, because there's another full item slot, another 3,000 or so gold that you can spend on an item. We also have Simply on Loki and Yada on Hecate, who haven't got their starter items. Like, they're not level 20. Baron doesn't have his either, but he can buy it when it's available. Well, I'm looking at level 20 starter items across the board, and this gold that they're getting is still impactful because they're finishing items. They're 10k up, 11k up, and the gold is still going to matter, because if they get another 5k, it's going straight into their build. And Fish really need an injection of gold right now, and I'm not sure they're going to get it. There is an Ancient Fury spawning up shortly. How do you feel? Fish, what's their in here?
Look, I think that Fish have shown that they're always willing to fight, and you did mention it yourself that the gold differential is starting to, or it doesn't quite feel irrelevant yet, but it is going to get to the point where it doesn't mean as much. And Fish, their 3 kills have not come in the early game. They got a few of these in the more recent parts of the game, and they have been having to commit a lot of ultimates to achieve that, and to start dealing with some of Sunday School's pressure. But they have been getting kills, and the longer that Sunday School wastes, or not waste their time, but use up their time looking for things like this Ancient Fury and towers.
Platinum Pete's able to invade, and they're doing gold, and Fish are just in their base because they're so scared. Oh, it's such a rough game state. What can they do here?
Jay Beto, I think that Fish, I don't think they've given up this game just yet. We see them still playing it out, but maybe they're thinking about picks and bans for the next game just a little bit, how they can adapt. You know, use out this time to think through that and maybe what went wrong here.
Yeah, make Sunday School really fight for the end here. Make them stall out the game. If in this position...
might be caught out here as Platinum Pete's going to find that jump and the stun directly onto this Baron. Use of the Ragnarok as well is going to pull Osha back straight towards the rest of the Sunday School roster. Madness Inflictor is going to jump off over the wall, but he's not going to be able to find the kill. Life of the party is good, but the body block is better, and down goes Osha. He nearly found that kill onto Platinum Pete. It would have been a crucial time.
Man. That was a kill. Osha played that so well. He's played really well. I think Osha plays really well all the time, but man, he's getting caught so often in all these games. That's the one thing that I can see from Osha in these weeks, is that like his team fighting is so good, but he's always caught. Every week he's been caught multiple times by the jungler, by the support rotating over. I'm not saying that it's just don't get caught, Keck W, but it is kind of a don't get caught moment. Like, you can't be there.
Do you think, Jay Beto, that part of the difference that we're starting to see as well is that with the quite speedy release of new gods coming out one after the other, that it's quite difficult to get used to sort of the ever-changing meta and how things sort of quickly develop, potentially?
Yeah. I can definitely see that happening, but I don't necessarily think these two teams specifically would have that problem. I think that as the gods get added, it allows you to play counter picks. Like, I mean, I've just talked about Usher like having a bit of a rough game in this game. I still think like he nearly solo killed Platinum Pete right there. So I mean, and I don't think that Fenrir is bad into Baron, but I think that Odin is getting kind of worked on by Baron in all of our games. I think that Buck is kind of the same thing. I think that it's more of a, oh, thank goodness we finally have access to X God. You know, Hercules is going to get added soon too. He's going to be super dominant in lane, going to be punching a lot of the warriors, and Mage is getting played right now.
Have started up this Fire Giant and Fish. They're not out of this fight just yet, but will be zoned out quite effectively there by Madness Inflictor. Looking for an engage, though, is Osha. Platinum Pete did use the Fenrir ultimate to pick up one. It's not quite enough to find a kill just yet, but Tilly Superfan has already secured the Fire Giant. Platinum Pete going to back off towards the T2 tower, so Fish actually have the numbers advantage in this fight at the moment. Platinum Pete might be able to loop back around on the left side, but he's going completely... Where is he going? J-Better, where is Platinum Pete going? Is it enough for Fish to find themselves back into this game? Tilly Superfan being engaged on the use of the Soul Ultimate completely zones out Fish, though, from getting deeper into this fight. A root down to Tilly Superfan might be enough for Fish to push forward. A stun, no, a root onto Tilly Superfan and another life of the party, but J-Beto, Fenrir is pushing out this Phoenix. Isn't enough. Fish is still pushing in. Yada, low health. Healed up.
Get anybody.
Madness Inflictor, he might find a stun here. Will it's completely turn around on the ulti. Tilly finds one smite to a smite on that thing, finds Simply, and Fish had the numbers advantage, but J-Beto, left side Phoenix is already gone. Osha, he's left alone once again.
He can end the game.
Be picked off
slow
here.
chased. They can get slow chased here, stop their backs, just slow fight, and Fenrir's gonna end the game.
And there's the wall as well. Osha is being slow chased here. Another life of the party. The cooldown is absolutely insane here for Osha. He might find Tilly. No, he won't. His own Superfan is pushing up into the backline here, trying to fight Yada, who just wants to back. He's going to get back in time, but isn't enough. Fenrir pushing down the Titan. Osha trying to survive. Hecate trying to keep the Titan alive. It's over, J-Beto. Sunday School have ended, and it's off the back of Platinum Pete.
Oh, that feels so bad. You chase so hard. You see him on the Phoenix. You have to fight. You have to fight. You have to get something, and they just get carted back, carted back, carted back.
Wow.
Pete is going into the Phoenix, and then they turn, and now they're the ones getting turned on. They just have to stop their back, slow chase, don't get caught, and the game's over. Oh.
Absolutely crazy gameplay, and I would have loved to have heard the communications there for Sunday School where they've gone, Platinum Pete, you go that way. We'll be fine. Don't worry about us. We've got the Fire Giant. We'll drag out this fight as long as we can. Go push the Phoenix.
I know
and go into the game.
Platinum Pete was saying. I can tell he's like, hey guys, I end here. That's literally it.
It was enough as well, and it worked. And J-Beto, that was a risky play. Sunday School were in a position there where they could have lost their entire team. If Platinum Pete couldn't have pushed that, if someone could have backed, if Fish could have completely wiped the rest of Sunday School during that fight, it's a complete game changer there, J-Beto.
Yeah, oh, man, I need a mental break for that after that one.
I think we're going to take a very short 3-minute break, esports fans. We will be back very shortly to cover off the rest of these finals. Please stick with us as we come back in a few minutes' time.
Hello and welcome back, esports fans. We just finished up with game 1 of the finals of week 3, Apac. Super exciting. Backdoor there to close it out. Crazy.
Yeah, wild game. Sunday School looks so together as a unit and just untouchable. Fish didn't really have any way in. We saw them trying to claw back their way towards the end of that game, but just this tanky front line was almost like an impenetrable wall for Sunday School.
Yeah, I think the expectation of that tankiness of the comp that we were talking about before that game there started really came to fruition and really came to light in practicality there. It's nice to see. I mentioned before Tilly Superfan back without his technical issues, and we can see that the team is just as strong as ever, even compared to what we saw 2 weeks ago in finals. Some really, really impressive plays, which is it's just awesome to see.
Yeah, they look towards a must ban Yamoja angle, which I probably agree with, but he just said, screw that, I'll do it on the Ymir, and
Yeah.
led valiantly from the front. They played the map so well. Tilly really played a great role in just keeping that weak side of them, well, not
Oh
even
yeah.
weak side, but the pressured side of the map really slow and in his favor, and not allowing Fish to find any breaks in their comp.
Yeah. Yeah. 100%. Very impressive there from the whole side of Sunday School. I wonder if Fish will run back the emoji ban, or if they'll try leave it open, and who knows? It'll be interesting, but we might chuck it into P's and B's now. I think they're starting to go ahead with it, and we'll find out firsthand.
Yeah, I wonder if the bans stay the same. I think if you're Sunday School, you have somewhat of a monopoly on the draft because you're in the position where the enemy team thinks they have to ban this Umoja, and that just gives you a free first pick.
Yeah.
We saw last game the Fenrir came through, and we've been talking all night about this debate between Fenrir and Baron, and we really
Ooh.
got to see that the Fenrir what reigns supreme. And I like this identity of just leaving multiple picks open. You can
Well, they
kind of
might take the
leverage.
Fenrir.
Yeah, you can leverage. It's yeah, it's tough, but you can leverage the draft in your own way here because they're tempting Sunday School to take this Yamoja pick and give Fenrir over.
I
So
think
it's a good mentality.
oh, it looks like they're prioritizing the Fenrir. Interesting. This wasn't what I was expecting for what I was about to say next, but I'm interested to see. We saw it with Swifty's team earlier today. It looks like they'll be insta-locking in that Yamoja in return. But we saw Fenrir and Morrigan on the same team. I wonder if Fish will pick up the Morrigan to have an open way to take Fenrir ults, and if Fenrir's got blink, use the Fenrir blinks. Like Swifty was really impressive on that, doing some really nice blink plays under tower and closing out kills when he was the one getting dove. So I'm curious whether that's going to be the case, or because Hecate wasn't picked up there for Sunday School quite yet, if they'll just pick it up for Yada. But
Yeah,
Fenrir's
it's
scary.
yeah, it's still an option, but you never know. We haven't seen Yada stray too far outside of his like traditional god pool. We've seen the Nuwa, we've seen the Neath, and we've seen the Hecate. So I'm not entirely sure if he's been practicing that Morrigan, but
Hmm.
going back to the Loki for Fish, I do enjoy the pick, and I think it's a good option for what's up, like jungler wise. I think it's probably the next strongest jungler available, but I don't know if Simply really had the impact that he wanted to have in that last game. I don't think he really had the chance to against such a impenetrable front line that Sunday School had. So maybe he might have a better time this game since there's no Chuck, but the Anubis hover is very interesting.
Ooh. Okay. If they pick up the Hecate here, we're looking at a very similar comp to when we saw Fish earlier today with the Loki and the Umoja. I can't remember if they had the Baron or not, but Kukulkan is an interesting pick here. It makes sense with Umoja, Rivers of Rebuke, and then being able to actually hit your ult pretty guaranteed, but this is going to be an interesting game. I don't know how I feel about this. Running it back on the Emir with Sunday School. Ah,
I think
I-
Fish have definitely secured themselves like a lot stronger of a draft this game.
yeah. I mean,
The Baron Yamoja combo is so potent, so much healing,
and
so
if you
much
can,
control.
if you can Rivers Rebuke Fenrir and just like lock him down, even in his ult, like maybe they have Shell, but that could really come in clutch. I'm liking Fish's comp here. I think that could really go well for them over Sunday School, personally.
But we saw last game that Platinum Pete is hungry on this Fenrir, and he will eat whoever is in his way and force his way to victory. So it's going to be an interesting one. I'm personally, it's tricky. I personally would probably look to my favorite being the Fish comp, but
Yeah.
just seeing how well Sunday School played as a unit last game, it's hard to say no.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm trying to be like underdog bias, you know. I feel like I do that so often, but I do very much like the Fish question mark comp. Hopefully we'll see some more beads than we saw last time against Fenrir and whatnot, but I think Osme will jump straight into the game with our casters, shall we?
Let's do it.
Thank you very much, Nuxel and Osme. My name is once again Diceheart, and I'm still joined here by Jay Beto for our second game of Grand Finals tonight. Jay Beto, how exciting is it having these Sunday School vs Fish matchups?
Man, I'm ready. We've got Fenrir again. We've got Yamoja unbanned, not picked up, pardon me, by Tilly Superfan. Oh, actually, it looks like the Barkus is picked up. Not going to be Barkus solo, which I definitely wouldn't have guessed.
Ooh, Ulti might be caught out of position here. Not really out of position when you're deep in your own jungle at the purple buff, but it is out of position when Sunday School, a 5-man grouping, looking for a pick, and you know that they have the potential to find that. Look at the CC that Sunday School have drafted themselves here with this roster, but at the same time, Fish, they know that this is coming.
Yeah. I mean, look at that level 1, right? Fenrir, Amir, Barkus. That and I guess, you know, Anubis if he's able to channel his 1. That is such a good level 1 against Baron, who doesn't have any CC. Loki, who's got pretty good level 1. Kukulkan, you know, like I feel like that's the right call from Fish. Very smart read on the comps.
Mhm.
I'm interested. They take second pick because they lost. They have side selection. Kind of means, okay, we see your Fenrir. We don't think that it's the problem. We're gonna give it to you, and we're gonna change up our bands and take.
Yep.
We think the Odin. We think the Baron is better for us. We think that the Yamoja is better for us, and we're gonna ban the Odin away. We think the Odin was the problem.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Oh, good poke there from Flix onto Tilly. Going to push this Neath back, and this is a big difference here in how Fish, as you said, they've taken themselves a Yamoja, and how they kind of want to look for dominance in different areas of the map. Last game, we saw that Sunday School had drafted themselves a hugely dominant team comp in pretty much every area of the map other than duo lane, but then they force pressure over there. This time, Fish are not going to let that happen for free, and they've got this Yamoja that's putting out pressure in the duo lane right now.
Yeah, I think the duo matchup is super interesting. It's Marcus flop early, super potent, as we're seeing right now.
Seeing right there, it's still going to be that this speed buff that has spawned in the duo lane goes towards Fish there, but the damage potential that Barkus brings out immediately is absolutely terrifying, even for a god like Yamoja who can keep them healed up there. Barkus has anti-heal on his burp, and it just makes it so difficult to be Fish right now. In saying that, Jay Beto, look who's around the corner, simply on this Loki.
Yeah, very nice early pathing, securing this treasure camp chest for Fish. Good read from Sunday School, not going to step up around the corner in that close corridor against an Arnher. That would be death. And Yamoja, to be fair, the Whirlpool, the Riptide, that thing's scary.
Yeah.
And I know Oldie seeing those.
Platinum Pete always looking for the first blood until Yada won't be able to find it, though. Still safe, even on a Kukulkan stays under that T1 tower. Madison Flicker being pushed out in this solo lane as well by Osha. And this is what Fish wanted, Jay Beto. They've finally got pressure across the map, and now they really need to force a lead based off of that. Jay Beto, where do Fish go from here? They've given themselves lane pressure. What do they do with it?
I think they're waiting for level 5. I think level 5 for Fish is super strong. We've got Baron ult, Loki ult, Kwan ult, Umoja ult. Iron ult, sure, that's great. It's not super impactful compared to the others. I think that that's really when their comp starts to come online. That
Mhm.
level 5 spike for them is super, super good. The same can be said, though, for Fenrir and Anubis. And Neith. Not so much Barkers and Mir. They're okay, but we've got some big alts going to be coming up soon, as level 5 is going to be ticking over shortly for a few
Absolutely.
of these players. I'm excited to
Ooh,
see it.
Platinum Pete,
love
he's
this
going
game.
to look for this gank onto Osha. Huge war coming out as well from Madness. Inflictor is going to trap this Baron in, and no ultimate available to start up the party means Platinum Pete's going to find first blood once again. This time over onto Osha, but still using that Fenrir, J Beto.
Yeah, it's super rough. I mean, Platinum Pete's early pathing is second to none. Like, he's so good at it. But an invade trade coming over from Fish, deciding they're proxying, they're going to invade our buff, so we're going to invade their purple buff, maybe get a fight going.
Love this from Fish. They forced out the jump immediately from Tilly Superfan on this very aggressive early Barkus, so preventing him from getting involved in the game. It looks like that was a successful invade there out of Fish. It's not quite the same value that you get out of a first blood. We're seeing about that 600 gold disparity that you would expect after Osha fell off the map, and a counter invade there from Sunday School as well, J Beto.
Anubis doing the absolutely correct play here. He's dropping mid-wave right now, like mid-wave mid-wave pressure to go secure this red buff, make sure that no one can invade that. Walks back over, catches the wave under his tower. Very, very good movement from him. Just making sure that Fish can't get any of that, any of those buffs.
We're seeing that across the map, the pressure is still out here for Fish, but Platinum Pete's made another rotation over towards the solo lane. Wellweaver will come out, and the use of Ragnarok as well is going to lock down Osha, and here comes the Ymir ult as well. Brutalize comes down, and Madness Inflicted this time, going to be credited with the kill on Osha, and you talked about it last game, J Beto. Osha plays this game so intelligently and so well, but Sunday School have identified that this Baron is not very safe. They've got global pressure and enough CC to lock him down and continually keep him off the map, J Beto.
Would you like 3 ults as soon as you took over to level 5, sir? I think I do. Rough. Osha tanking literally everything on the entire map. Loses beads as well. I mean, it's a rough one for the Baron right now. They've identified, Osha likes playing team fights. Baron's a really good team fighter. Why don't we just camp him? It's working out so far.
And, the crux of Fish's, how they like to play the game and their game plan in general is being able to have Osha rotate early, use that teleporter to get towards the duo side, maybe find a gank, maybe find a Gold Fury. And by keeping him down like this, it's not really possible. In saying that, Osha is actually making an early rotation towards mid lane, maybe trying to force a fight, but it's difficult because Fish have pressure across the map, so Sunday School are kind of playing back in their towers anyway.
Yeah, I think that the wave clear from Kukulkan is just so good for this mid pressure. I mean, Anubis has really good wave clear too, but he kind of has to stand in the open. Kukulkan doesn't. So always going to get that clear early roam timer for him. But I don't necessarily think it's too bad to be conceding pressure like that when you're just kind of never going to get it anyway. And there's really no reason for Barkus to be flopping on Kukulkan to try to get him to stop, to try to win mid prio. It's rough. I think Fish's option here is to look for this Neith. I think that a Neith prio is the answer. I don't think a mere...
freeze out onto a Sparta. That thing is going to be trapped inside the whirlwind, but he is also going to fire off that ultimate as Platinum Pete dies and finds ulti in the back line, and Smite to a Smite. That thing picks up simply. Now Yada trapped inside his T1 tower, no beads available, fires off another whirlwind. It's enough to keep him alive as the ticks coming out and the Platinum Pete are good, but Sunday School take advantage of Fish's aggression and have themselves another 2-0 fight, J Beto.
I know that wards aren't super bought in Smite 2. Obviously they're different. I still think they're valuable though. And if we're playing this aggressive at tower line, I feel like we should have more wards than that one that's... I mean, I don't think we can tell which team the wards are anymore. Oh, no, that is.
No,
we
those
can.
are Sunday School wards. Yeah.
So we've got no Fish -- wards, and they're playing... I really don't like that aggression with no vision. Yeah. That's. I mean, look, it's rough. It's not too bad for the game. It feels terrible to, be down 4-0, down like 2k, but it's not as bad as it was last game. And Kukulkan ult late game still hits, and he didn't die, so he's doing okay in this lane so far.
Yeah, we've seen as well, Jay Beto, that Fish can rely on Yada to kind of bring them back into an even game state. Simply is only 0-1 on the Loki right now. He does have a 2-level deficit at the moment underneath Platinum Pete. But between that sort of mid jungle core, it could be enough that Fish are able to find a way back into this game, and it is going to be an assassinate coming out from Simply here, able to lock down 2, but the return ultimate there, off the back of Smite 2, a Smite on that thing on the Anubis is enough to completely alleviate that pressure.
These trades in mid are actually really good for the Kukulkan, hitting all those ones. I like it. I mean, I don't see any wards.
Pete
I don't like
chasing
this.
down and getting the vision for the World Weaver. He's going to use
This is
Ragnarok
what I'm
to chase
saying.
under the tower, but Tilly finds the kill onto Simply.
They play this comp so well, and I feel like these two teams, maybe the Trials might also be able to, maybe Goblin as well. But I really don't see a lot of the Neath Global being used well enough. But this team, Sunday School, use it so well. With the Fenrir as well, it's like, how do you play against Fenrir and Neath? It's just not possible.
Yeah, I mean, the instant sort of chase down that Fenrir provides between, realistically, he has 3 forms of chase with his jump, his brutalize, and his ultimate.
Yeah.
You're never not getting vision on someone, and Fenrir
Exactly.
still has the ability to chunk someone down. In the meantime, though, Tilly Superfan is going to jump onto ulti there, force out a few uses of his 1 there. No stun connecting there from ulti, and now enough for Sunday School to start up this Gold Fury down to 3,000 health already. Ulti doesn't really have the health bar to step up here as Tilly Superfan going to zone away all the members of Fish here. Smite to a Smite on that thing, credited with the kill onto ulti, but it came off the back of the flop from Tilly Superfan, and now Fish, they don't have a tank to step themselves up into this Gold Fury pit, and Yada, he has that Spirit of the 9 wins, the Kukulkan ultimate, but he can't step in and fire it off, Jay Beto. Oh,
It's so beautiful. Hang on, hold.
Leash the Gold Fury with?
Okay, it's so beautiful play there. I was just about to say that Spirit of the 9 wins is up and is the best secure on the map right now. Oh, flop out. Kukulkan having a terrible day.
Oh, and there's the World Weaver again, but the Spirit of the 9 wins does connect and simply found himself into the back line here, looking for damage onto Smite to a Smite on that thing, but it's not enough as the shell is popped, and Tilly Superfan, Jay Beto, he's just been across the map in exactly the places he needs to be. Keeps his carries alive. Osha, he's going to get a bit of a heal here, uses that party, uses the party to lock down Madness Inflicted, but the wall is good. The auto attacks are better, and Platinum Pete is the best killing spree for the Fenrir.
Solo kill for Fenrir.
Solo kill for Fenrir. The Ymir did nothing.
This looks like a really good matchup in solo. Which is interesting because it feels like it shouldn't be, because you can't get out of the root combo. You just get rooted and then comboed every time if he hits root, but I guess he just walks up and kills you. I mean, I'd have to look back at the lane phase. Really unfortunate.
Simply has come over to try to defend this lane. He's going to walk through the jungle straight into Platinum Pete. The Brutalize connects, and Simply trying to keep himself alive, but not through this Ragnarok. The auto attack will do it, and Platinum Pete has found himself 4-0-4 on this Fenrir, involved in every kill this game so far, Jay Beto.
Are we sure this guy doesn't have, like, clones? Like, he's everywhere. I swear. He's duo, he's mid.
Oh, Death Gaze used on Yada there off the back of the wrap, and Silly Superfan, he should be able to dive under this T1 tower to
movement speed.
Okay, to find Yada. I stopped for a second because he used the burp first instead of the flop.
Weaver's World. Sorry, World Weaver.
What? Weaver's World? I love
World
Weaver's World.
Shut up.
Weaver's World's so good.
I hate you.
do tell me more, Jay, but break down what's going on here for Fish and how they need to get themselves back into this, because it's not a huge disparity right now, despite the 9-0.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's really rough. It just feels like Sunday School are all. You have a look right here. There's no, like, he's dead. They're always playing as
down goes Simply there. We do see the use of the Emoji ultimate to try to lock down Smite to a Smite on that thing, and Tilly Superfan, but Ulti's firing off all of his abilities and doesn't have anyone there to follow up on it, Jay Beto.
Yeah, you see some, like, they're just always together as 2, always. And with this Neath, it always allows for a technically third person. It's only 1 ability, but it's CC and a lot of damage. They're never caught out by themselves. This like support jungle or solo jungle or mid, they're always playing at least together with 2 people, maybe 3 people, and it feels like Fish ? As we just saw, is often caught out on their own, which it doesn't feel like it should mean that much, but in a game where their skill is so close, we saw Fish ? Winning last week, it does matter because they're able to just always create a numbers advantage. They're able to walk around and kind of do whatever they want for free.
Mhm.
If Fish was always doing the same thing, Sunday School would have a lot harder time doing that. They can't
Yeah.
just walk in for free as 2. I think that Fish have done
Fish?
some really amazing macro trades in
Mhm.
this series so far. So I want to praise them for that. But
Jump
yeah,
out from Flicks there. We'll be able to avoid Platinum P. Go on, J Beto.
I just want I just feel like I need to see them play together more, but not together just standing in mid stealing farm because again, Yada doesn't like that, and that's not how you're supposed to play support. You're not supposed to be babysitting your mid laner on waves. Playing with the jungler is actually the best thing you can be doing.
I think, Jay Beto, you've raised some really good points there, and you know, we are seeing that Fish are being called out as individuals a lot in the jungle. In the meantime, though, Smite to Tilly Superfan did find a flop out onto ulti, and Jay Beto, this is exactly the play we saw last time the Gold Fury spawning. Instead of
Yeah.
Sunday School just stepping up to the Gold Fury and giving Fish a chance to walk in, they stepped deep into the jungle just past that mid T1 tower on the left side and try to find an opportunity to get a pick, and it looks like they're going to do it again. This time it's going to be Platinum Pete walking up the right side trying to find ulti. Has a lot of Omi available on this Umoja at the moment as well, which means that he should have quite a few uses of abilities. But
Yeah.
Jay Beto, it's Sunday School who are waiting to be engaged on so that they can fire off these huge global and team fight ultimates.
However, Fish is on the Gold Fury. They have prior.
Smite to a Smite on that thing, uses the Anubis ultimate and immediately blinks out of the River's Rebuke, trying to find himself a priority position to get damage off onto Fish's comp right now. Only one, no, actually a lot of ultimates down at the moment for Fish, makes it very difficult for them to engage into this one, but great use of the CC coming out from the Umoja in the meantime. Platinum Pete fires off that Brutalize and is in deep into the backline here, using that Ragnarok as well. He completely separates Simply out from the fight, trying to take this 1v1, but it's never a 1v1 when it's Sunday School, till he finds a kill onto Simply and immediately charges up that World Weaver. Tilly Superfan in the meantime, using that ultimate. Look at the whirlwind though. It's trapped so many members of Sunday School inside it. Madness Inflicted finds Yada. Madness Inflicted. Tilly finds ulti. Look how low this Ymir is. Platinum Pete gets Osha. How did no one from Sunday School die there, Jay Beto?
Yada does so much damage, but just can't get any of those kills. Maybe like, a little more gold if he had one more item. But Sunday School cut it close, but that was near perfect team fight from them.
Wow. It was so close, Jay Beto, to going the other way, but Yada just barely not able to tick off enough damage, and it makes all the difference, Jay Beto.
Yeah, I mean, it's a rough team fight to take for Fish, for sure, because you get so close, but then you look up at the scoreboard, and you've got 0 kills, and you're down almost 10k now. It doesn't feel good at all.
It's definitely a difficult position to be in, but Jay Beto, we've talked about it a lot, and I think we'll continue to talk about it. You can never count Fish out of a game like this. Yada is a little bit behind Smite to a Smite on that thing right now, but he's got a much better secure ultimate in the Spirit of the Nine Winds.
Yeah.
And I think, and tell me what you think about it, that it could be enough to steal away a Fire Giant and bring them back into the game.
I think on paper, absolutely it will. And Sunday School did
Simply
lose.
looking
a
for an
Fire
engage here onto Smite to a Smite on that thing. He fires off that Death Gaze immediately, but does tank a Spirit of the Nine Winds for it. Platinum Pete, though, has found his target ulti, brutalized, simply trying to find a counter bit of damage to prevent this from happening, but Smite to a Smite on that thing finds himself a 3rd kill of this game. Killing spree right now, and 15-0 for Sunday School. They're putting on a clinic, Jay Beto.
Fish are getting battered and fried in this game, guys. It is brutal right now. The team play from Sunday School is unbelievable.
Where'd you hear battered and fried from, Jay Beto?
Nothing, definitely not chat. I definitely didn't steal that. But it was a good line.
Sunday School pushing up into the right side of the jungle as well, a little bit past this Fire Giant. Might be overcommitting to some of these invades at the moment as Fish are all alive and trying to group around this side of the map. But like we were talking about before, it's difficult to try to steal away this Fire Giant, even with the Spirit of the Nine Winds and the small level deficit that currently is there between the mid laners. What do you think Fish are going to try to look for here? And what angle do you think they need to get themselves back into this game, Jay Beto?
Oh, I don't know. I think it's really hard. Like, I think at this point in the game,
being engaged on the flop is
God.
huge. This Kukulkan doesn't have escape potential, and Platinum Pete's found
and
himself another kill.
Yeah, I think as Fish, I don't want to be like a
Tilly wants
doomer.
to take the 1v1 here with Flicks. No, he doesn't. Backflip away. Go on, Jay Beto.
I don't want to be a doomer, but like you kind of have to rely on Sunday School making a mistake because they're 10k up. Like kills don't really matter at the end of the day, but they are 10k up, and it's so hard, even if you get a good engage. Every player has so much gold on you. They're, 2k, 2.5k, depending on, like, however you want to split it, up per player. It's so rough. It's such a hard in. Maybe I could see some awesome TP flank engage, but Fish don't really have like a snappy engage comp. They have like objective secure. They've got your Mojo roll. They've got a lot of CC, sure, but I can't really see. Look at how Tilly's playing all game.
Yeah,
He's just playing so well. I don't think they're gonna give them an in.
No, you're exactly right about that. And even in that moment right there where we saw Tilly stepping up towards that sort of neutral speed buff position, simply was there. Tilly, I think, must have heard it out and stepped back and played safe. And this comes down to really dominant, as you said, gameplay coming out from Sunday School here, where it's impossible. That they feel almost infallible right now. They feel like there's no way to punish what they're doing. And obviously Fish have still found some good macro plays across the map. And they're still a team that does contest this Sunday School roster, Jay Beto. But where do you find an in route right now? I do think it comes through Yada, but I think that Osher and Flix need to play back a little bit and not give people like Madness Inflicted this opportunity to engage onto Osher once again. We don't know where this Fenrir is. We know where this Fenrir is, but Osher doesn't, and it's so difficult to be playing up in that position. If he'd gotten pinked there, Jay Beto, that might have been a Fire Giant.
Yeah, I mean, Baron seems to be doing pretty well in the matchup now, but you're totally right. Like, with no wards, he's just asking to get killed again. Playing up that far. I mean, no tower really sucks, for sure. It's really, really hard. I wouldn't even hate putting Kukul Khan in duo and just having him clear waves on the tier 1. And then putting Anher, who's got that CC immunity, he's got that jump, who can play a little safer in mid, kind of like a lane swap iteration, and just trying to get Yada a bit more farm. He's finally finished all of his stacks now. Double stacking from behind feels so awful, but has finished his stacks. He's a full item behind, but
Platinum Pete has found his target once more. Jump in and fires off this Brutalize, looking for Yada. There's a Ragnarok, forces the beads out early, and Spirit of the Nine Winds fired off again. Isn't going to connect with anyone. Keeps Yada alive. And Gold Fury, you're right, has been done by Sunday School in the meantime.
Amir still in solo. Fenrir is getting beads off of Yada for like free. And they're also getting their third Gold Fury. It's so rough. It's so hard to play like this. And yeah, I don't know. It's really frustrating. If you were a character like, I don't know, maybe Scylla, if that was in the game, you'd be maybe a little more happy to play against a character like Fenrir because you can dash under the wall, under walls, cut the Brutalize, you can ult away from his ult.
And 5-man grouping here from Fish. They're looking for Madness Inflictor. They found the target they want to commit to, and they're gonna burst ultimates on him. Finally, this Ymir is likely to fall. Pops the Phantom Shell. Flix will be credited with the kill. It took 5 members of Fish to finally find a kill, but find one they do. Sunday School though. Tilly is going to push down this left side T2 tower. The rest of the Sunday School roster are going to try to prevent the the big team grouping here from the right side T1 tower. Jay Beto, Platinum Pete doesn't get caught out here, will be rooted in place, but Sunday School are able to just waste so much of Fish's time so that Tilly can knock down that tower.
Yeah, I mean, I like the play. It's something, but is killing the Amir here really going to be like a game changer?
Yes.
Yes.
Osher's mental is completely different now. Madness Inflictor
mental boomed. He's tilted. He's screaming in comms. How dare my KDA get put down anything?
Sunday School have managed to successfully defend the huge grouping here from Fish onto that right side T1 tower. We're seeing the impact that this lead sort of has at this point in the game. But Jay, I will bring up an interesting point, which is that we're 21 minutes into this game, and a game that is 16-1 would almost be over by this point. So I think that we're seeing that Fish are making it very difficult for Sunday School to really punch a hole into their defense. There's another engage coming out, this time onto Smite to a Smite on that thing. He's going to fire off that Death Gaze and get a lot of healing, but it's not enough. As Ulti has gotten that shutdown. It came off the back of a Baron ultimate. The party was that way. Blink coming out as well off the back of a Ragnarok from Platinum Pete trying to find Simply. And now Fish, they've got a position around this Fire Giant. Instead, though, they're going to push into this T1 tower on the right side. Jay Beto, can Sunday School re-engage on this?
I mean, Loki ult down, Kukul Khan ult down, Baron ult down. Oh, it's risky. I'm not sure if Honor has enough damage yet.
Inflictor. Sunday School, though, they have to back off. J Beto, is this a sneaky Fire Giant angle? They're going to push down this T1 tower, but with the time that's left on... Oh, great wall. Great wall from Madness Inflictor. Is that enough to keep this up? No, okay. The tower does go down, but a good use of the... Yeah, a good stall there.
All these seconds that they're buying right now gives time for Anubis to come back up. Like, again, they're not... Okay, I'll talk about this in a minute.
Superfan does dive in, but the party is that way, and the emoji roll going to come out as well. Rivers Rebuke doing so much work, but Flix brought down to 1 HP and has to jump away. In the meantime, the 1v1 between the junglers has simply taking a spill inside the Fire Giant pit. Unstoppable for this Fenrir as Tilly finds Osher in the backline of his team. And ulti, Yada forced away back to base. Flix is finally returning on this Arnho, but now J Beto, Sunday School have the position on the Fire Giant and no one from Fish to contest it.
I mean, I was going to say something about what I thought that that Sunday School was doing there, but it ended up not. Oh my!
Ooh, Platinum Pete does find Yada. I believe that was off the back of a charged up ultimate from this Neath. The World Weaver connected there. Platinum Pete and Madness Infiltrator just able to completely zone out, and this Fire Giant will go down, J Beto, in favor of
has his
Sunday School.
Neath license, in my opinion. Like, he's always putting his Neath ults, like, they're always so good. He's always using it with his team. There are people today, you know, or teams today that I really think didn't utilize the Neath to its capacity, which is why I said I'm not a huge fan of all the Neaths that are getting picked up. I would much rather a team play something like a Kukulkan if they're not going to utilize the Neath's potential. But Tilly is doing it so well. Like, he's just like, all right, charging ult, yep, off, and then he's just back on fire, and then getting a kill in the front line. Wow.
I think, though, that J Beto, while we did see Sunday School dominate that fight in the right side, we've seen Fish showing signs of life and the willingness to engage. They understand that this game cannot be over the way that things are being played out right now and simply going to step up towards Sunday School, despite the Fire Giant that they have. Find a two-man stun there and forces a backflip out of Tilly. Tilly Superfan as well. Going to be pushed away here as Platinum Pete comes back up and Sunday School going to rotate around towards this Gold Fury. J Beto, I think Fish are going to give this one up, but it's surprising to see that they've still got 2 T2 towers on the map.
Yeah, so much standing gold still for Sunday School. And we talked about last game, they've still got, like, some of them have 2 full items to buy. Actually, Barkers has 3.
Barkers does still have 3 full items to buy. Smite to a Smite on that thing. He's going to take ulti off the map once more. This Emoja having a difficult time getting himself away from the Fenrir engagers, away from the walls. There's just so much CC and so much map control or you know, ability to prevent Fish from moving beyond just CC that really makes it difficult for a lot of these characters that don't have a traditional jump or a traditional dash to get away from damage. And CC9 873 I saw on that Neath ult, by the way. As this left side Phoenix going to be pushed into here by Sunday School. Osher engaged on, will be burped and flopped on. The party, though, is this way. He's going to suck 3 members of Sunday School out of the left side Phoenix. It is not doing a lot of work, this Phoenix, but finally it does go down, and the damage has been done here. We see Madness Inflictor a little bit low health, but Tilly, Smite to a Smite on that thing, and this Fenrir, Platinum Pete are going to be able to push into the mid Phoenix, and J Beto, Fish, they have health bars. They might be able to fight here.
Yeah, but it's so rough. This gold lead makes it so that, like, is it really a numbers... Like, is it an ult advantage? Is it ever a numbers advantage if you get a pick here? Because, like, you're 20k down.
Blink in, also play in there from the Fenrir. Does pick up Madness, does pick up Yada, and Madness Inflictor credited with the kill. Rizabrik does come down. Flix finally finds himself a kill, though, and Smite to a Smite on that thing is a hyper carry in this game, and he does go down. Platinum Pete finds himself another one, so Yada and Simply no longer on the map. Madness Inflictor completely locks Osher down inside this wall, an ultimate combination. Osher able to heal himself up until he does knock ulti off the map. Rampage now for this Neath, charging up that Well Weaver ultimate as well. It's not going to connect with the target that he exactly wants, but forces the beads immediately out of Flix, and this ADC has to go straight back to base. Sunday School, though, they're not looking for the end just yet, despite the over 20,000 lead that they have. J Beto, they know that in a best of 3, Fish can bring themselves back into the game, and they're not going to take the risk. They're going to take this T2 tower instead.
This gold lead is going to be unbelievable, similar to what we saw earlier today with the 30k gold lead. I wouldn't be surprised if we did see something like that. But I mean, I don't want to be that guy, but this is looking pretty rough for Fish. It looks so hard. Like, I don't know what to do. I can't imagine that there's ever something that happens here. Like, even if you kill 5 people and get Fire Giant, you're still going to be 10k down, because you're 20k down now, more. then I mean, let's say you take every tower off the map in one fire giant and wipe all of them. I mean, maybe you're back to even, and then what? You know, and then you have to win again.
Well, Fish have done it before, Jay Beto, and they'll do it
They
again.
can do it again.
You know what? I'm putting all my channel points on Fish right now.
How many do I have?
Hit me
I
in
have
this game.
5.3k channel points.
I didn't ask. Let's see whether or not Fish can bring this one back from this point forward. No Fire Giant on some respawn just yet. And Fish, they're going to try to get these Phoenixes back up. Jay Beto, you know, we've seen Sunday School playing this a little bit safely, but I think Flix is someone that we haven't talked about a lot. He's 2-0-1, the only person without a death right now on Fish. And you brought him up early in the game, very, very early in the game, as a player who has changed the way that he sort of interacts with the game, plays around his team, and the safety that he sort of brings for himself. 2-0-1 is an excellent slash line in this game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like, I do think that he's, like, I don't know if it's improved from scrims or whether he's just, like, changed his mental and he's like, all right, fine, I'll play. Like, but he has genuinely played so well, and I'd be interested to see the player damage after this game, because if he has a high player damage, then he's my GOAT for Fish this set so far, because he somehow managed to keep himself relevant enough. I mean, like, there's not many kills in this game, so what can I say? It's not like you can 1v9 this game. You can't really do that in comp. But, yeah, I do agree. I think he's played super well.
So I think the highlighting moving forward here, and I'm not saying this game is over. Fish still have ways back into this game. You know, we're not at the point where Jay Beto, it's never over.
I'm a doomer.
I told you my channel points are going into Fish right now. This game is not over yet. Flix still has a positive KDA, and he's still got a positive, I think, mentality right now at this stage of the game. There's still opportunities here, and there's still follow-up potential from the damage that Yada can output. However, in saying that, regardless, from the map state that they're in right now at a 24,000 gold disparity, I think that Fish probably have a lot that they're going to want to discuss and work on from this point forward. They had a lot of very close games and a lot of back and forth with Sunday School earlier on in the first few weeks, as we see Neathult being fired off and immediately bringing ulti down to a little bit above half HP. Good double stun coming out, though, from ulti. This Emoja finding a little bit, and Osha actually finds a decent chunk of damage off onto Tilly. The Whirlwind is going to be good as well, as Smite to a Smite on that thing is going to fire off a wrap. River's Rebuke trying to keep ulti alive, but it's not enough, as Smite Tour is going to lock in one. Platinum Pete chases simply down on the left side near that Titan, and a great wall coming out from Madness Afflictor as well. Forces the beads already out of Yada. Chase down as Tilly finds the kill. Jay Beto, I think our week 3 victors have found themselves a push into the Titan room. I think this could be it. 4,000 health left on the Titan. Fish, I don't think, have a way back into this. It is over, and Sunday School Jay Beto have locked themselves in as week 3 Apac Founders Series victors.
GG to Sunday School, man. Platinum Pete 10-0-9. Unbelievable.
Yeah, what an excellent showing here from Sunday School. Insane gameplay there from Platinum Pete. We saw on the Fenrir engage after engage after engage. He just found opportunities, and where he wasn't engaging for himself, Jay Beto, what was he doing? He was finding vision for Tilly to get the World Weavers off, or what were you calling it? Weaver of Well?
I was calling it World Weaver. I don't know about you. I also don't want to discredit my GOAT in mid, Vintage, or Smite to a Smite on that thing. Sorry, forgot that that's his name.
That is his name.
Not playing the conventional mids. I know that Anubis has been buffed, so we might see that a lot more. Maybe becoming more of a conventional mid-esque thing, but no Neath, no Nuwa, no Karte from him. He played Chark and he played Anubis, and he looked really good on both of them. I think that Chark was more the standout for me because, first of all, it's a bit of an interesting pick. Second of all, like, that combo was crazy. Like, you get Fenrir ulted and then you just get full comboed by Chark and you're just standing still going.
Yeah. Well, Jay Beto, what an exciting set that we've seen here, and it comes down to Sunday School really showing their dominance at the moment and the way that they play this game. You know, we know that Fish are very hard to defeat and that they had very close games back and forth with this team, but now it looks like Sunday School, they've given themselves a dominant position at the top of the ladder right now. They have the most points in this open bracket. We are going to take a short break, but we have a little exciting interview set up with probably a fan favorite name for some North American people, and I know for some Oceanic and APAC people. We're going to be back in 3 minutes with Smite to a Smite on that thing to talk us through that game and maybe a few other things. If
Hello, everyone watching Apac tonight. Thank you, Vintage, for being here on this late night in Australia.
That's all good.
How'd you feel about those games today?
Really good. I felt like we were much more clean and kind of together than the previous 2 weeks. Like even the
Mm.
first one, we were a bit janky and like less confident, but during those games we were just flowing, so it was good to play.
How are you finding the difference with Pesto from the past couple weeks? You know, Tilly Superfan having some computer issues, and now him coming back on the team this week.
Yeah, Shank just brings a lot to a team. Like even if it's not mechanical, he just brings heaps of like confidence and
Mm.
experience. He just like makes it easier to play. Because like obviously we've all played together heaps, and Corp did a good job subbing, but you're not gonna catch up on like 7 years of support experience and a couple weeks of scrimming.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I mean, you guys still played out of your minds the past couple weeks, which is crazy, even with a sub. What do you think? Why do you think that reason is? Your team so consistently being on top of the league. I mean, you know, in OCE, you guys are definitely who a lot of us sort of look up to in terms of like skill and coordination and everything like that. Why do you guys? Yeah, why do you guys think that is?
Something to ponder on, a bit philosophical.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, just heaps of like practice and scrimming. And Sharks, like just for this league, Sharks has actually been very, very helpful. Like all of his advice is really good. And yeah, just kind of like still playing the game and keeping experience, and also just being like naturally better. I think I'm better than everyone else that's playing, but even
Nice.
because I'm still coming back from like a year break, I'm like catching up on mechanics.
You gotta have the confidence,
But
of course.
yeah, and just playing as a unit, because I feel like as a team, the most important thing is to just not feel like things are happening randomly. Like I've played Jack is just like my soulmate in game. Like we've played so many games together that I know what he's gonna do at every point most
Yeah.
of the time. So it's like if he wants to split push tight I'm just gonna be like, yeah, because I know you'll be able to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like just that communication, but you're not even next to each other. You don't need to say anything. Sometimes you do, but it's just you
Mm.
just can tell by the way that they're moving. So obviously, past couple games, we've seen some interesting picks with like you playing the Chark mid, the Anubis mid over what we'd usually see with like, you know, the Hecate, the Nuwa in terms of traditional mages, and then
Mm.
Neath getting played a lot in mid as well. I know we've seen the recent nerf, but Tilly being playing her a bit those games. But any sort of reason you guys went that route these games today?
For the janky mid picks,
Yeah, yeah.
it's just yeah, it's a lot of pressure, and it kind of helps with the way I like to play, which is I always, especially the chalk, I always like to tether the enemy jungler, and for it to just be really annoying for them to like visit me in lane and try and gank.
Mm.
So something like chalk, where you're just so safe and so tanky, you just get to waste all their time. That's what I like doing in mid. Also,
Mm.
just like worked with the comps those games where we just had like consistent damage, and with the chalk we had so much AOE.
Yeah, 100% good map play from that.
And like my specialty.
What was that?
Mm. Yeah, I'm also just a weird player, so I like playing anything that's kind of janky.
Yeah, yeah,
But it
100%.
did have Shark's blessing that he wanted me to play Shark.
Okay. So maybe a bit more of his choice than, or him egging you on a little bit. Yeah, hell yeah.
He knew I had it in the wheelhouse, and that was my thing before Banny Q as well. He stole my whole flow with weird picks.
Oh, yeah, right. Okay, damn. Um, yeah, I mean, the only other thing I wanted to ask whether there's a story behind it as well as where'd the team name come from? Sunday school.
Damn it. Well, my like I'm gonna dox myself. My name is Christian, and I'm born on December 25th, so already kind of like going towards that direction, which Jack knew. And also,
Yeah.
we just like for a schedule, we wanted to be playing Sundays, so Sunday school kind of it befell on us. It was a perfect name.
I like that. That's a cute little story. It's good. Hell yeah.
Yeah, bit of lore.
Hell yeah. Well, thank you again for coming on this late at night after your games and everything like that. It's been awesome having you on the stream. I'm keen to see what else you guys pull out when new gods come out, new updates. It's a new set every week. It feels like it's always super exciting. So keen to see what you pull out these next coming weeks.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
Well,
no worries. It is very fun seeing all the gods being like enabled and disabled. So
Yeah.
like even when there's not being new gods added, it's just like a completely new game every week. And yeah, just shout out to broadcast team and everyone for doing this, especially Redacted. Guy puts
Yeah.
in so many hours.
100%. Shout out to Redacted. We've got Nuke Ninja working the stream today. Big props to him. He's done an awesome job. And shout out especially to Gangster Sexy, who is our graphics guy. He's done everything that you're seeing here. He's phenomenal. But let's chuck it over to the rest of the team here. We'll close out tonight or this morning for a lot of you viewers watching overseas. How are we feeling, guys?
I want to make sure that we give no credit whatsoever to Dice Heart because he doesn't deserve any of it. All right.
For sure, for sure. He's muted as well.
He's muted.
talking.
I put on my sunnies to do a little bit about like, wow, I was blinded by Swifty, now blinded by Smite 2, a Smite on that thing on the interview, and then straight into the BM. So what's the point? But how much fun was that, guys? What a great broadcast. We had, if we quickly cut over to Nuxel and Osme, were absolutely massive tonight. Really carried us over. I'll give you guys a chance to say your piece as well.
Yeah, 100%. Some awesome games tonight. Thank you, everyone that's viewed Apac this week. It's been, we're seeing the up and up each week. Everyone's support's been super, super awesome. We're hoping to give you some really good quality each week.
Yeah, let's go OCE. Woo!
All right, well, we're going to get into closing this one out. Thank you very much to everybody that joined us. For the North American people this morning, I know it's a bit of an early one, but it's exciting to have such a huge global, basically, community around us supporting Australia and the APAC region. Again, as Osme, as Smite to a Smite on that thing made very clear. Big shout outs to Redacted. He does a lot of work. He's our typical producer. Nuke Ninja, who's been running the OBS for 5.5 hours basically now. Gangster Sexy, as said, he handmade all of the graphics that you see here every day. He's working on a lot of team logos. That's something that's going to be coming up in the future as well. So a lot of work coming out across the board from Oceania, from the Smite OCL community. I will quickly announce as well that we've got a bit of a relationship building at the moment as well with the guys over at the Sewer cast as well, who cover the Latin American game. So they're really great. Give them a check them out as well. Dilo does a wonderful, fantastic job with what he does and the work that they do over in Latin America. They do a Spanish cast for those games. So that's very, very exciting, and it's wonderful to be able to have a relationship with them and to be able to be on Smite Game as well. Jbeto, anything you'd like to say in closing?
No, just I can't thank everyone enough. Like everyone who's helping out all the team. It's unbelievable. It's crazy.
All right. Thank you very much, esports fans, for joining us. We'll see you next time.
Bye.